hearing going on right now in New Jersey. Actor Gary Busey is back in a hearing via Zoom. He's accused of inappropriately touching at least 3 women at a convention back in 2022. The women say that he touched them during a photo shoot. He denies it. His defense wants all of this thrown out because they claim the prosecution failed to provide enough information for the grand jury to have a full sense of what happened. Let's go back into the hearing.
With that, the court makes the following finding. I have reviewed the moving parties' papers.
Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are continuing our coverage of Washington versus Ali and Ali. We are in day 12 overall and day 3 of Verdict Watch. So, as we just want to give a quick shout out to everybody that is with us today. Let me see here. There are the charges that they're going through. Sunshine, Sarah, and Ruby, Selena K, Ross Brown, good to see you guys. JMS and Katie Cat, Shadow and Bice, Northwest, hello, good to see you guys. Jillian, Jojo, thank you for joining us. TLC, I am positive they are working on the right verdict. Justice will prevail for Fatima. Yes. Fancy Nancy and Kelsey, Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Let's see, Salty Girl, good to see you. Floor to Top Bunk, thank you for joining us. Jojo's Gee, do we have a guilty verdict yet? We do not. But the clock did start, so let me get us over there. Let me get us over here. The clock did start. So we are on Verdict Watch here. The clock started. They're at 13 hours, 57 minutes, and counting. So that's where we stand right now. So that's where we stand right now. Let's see here. Hold on, I need to put that on. There. Okay. Clock is going, as you can see. All right. So that's where we stand. We are on Verdict Watch Day 3. Day 1, 2, 3. Verdict Watch Day 3 and overall Day 12. This is the last day of July. What do you guys think? Do you think they'll have a verdict today? Do you think this is it? YB here for the verdict. Hector's mom, good to see you. Seeking Justice, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Silas, good to see you. Sarcasm, good morning to you. Oh, hold on. Gretchen, good morning to you, and today's your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Gretchen. Awesome. Let's see who. Let me see. Somebody just asked a question. Hold on. Mika, are parents American citizens? We're not 100% sure. They're able to travel internationally. They came over in 2008. At least that's when Fatima said she came over. So I'm not 100% sure, but if they can travel internationally without any issues, I would think. Hey, Jillian, hello from Scotland. I hope the jury comes to a guilty decision. MS Wildside, good to see you. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Well, almost, yes, almost afternoon. Jojo's Gee, do we know the makeup of the jury? Only that I think it's around 8. I think it's 8 females. No, 8 males, 4 females, by my recollection. Hey, Melissa, good morning to you. Bellatrix, today's the day. Camilla says, it may be today. It's always good to have a free Friday. Denise saying happy birthday to Gretchen. Gretchen, it's your birthday and you're sending, what are you doing? You're sending gifts, 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. Thank you, Gretchen. That's so sweet. Mika, you got one. Let me know if I'm saying your name right. Mika. Oh, and Sunshine, Sarah got one. Awesome. Sarah, how are you? Melissa Crawford, Regina Crawford. Awesome. And Arwen, wow, everybody. We know everybody that got one. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Gretchen. Manifesting a verdict today with some gifts for us all. That is so nice. Thank you so much for that. And happy birthday. Fancy Nancy saying happy birthday. Aussie Gardner, giving you a big hug there. Katrina, good to see you. Itty Bitty saying good, happy birthday as well. Bice. Everybody's saying yes, happy birthday to Gretchen, and thank you, Gretchen. That's really, really sweet of you. Appreciate that. Scent Bunny, hello to you. JMS, yes, I think that is the jury makeup. Yeah, that's what, when they were doing, remember it was, which day was it? There was a day in there, hold on a sec. I look at my notes here. Let's see. So it was, which day was, hold on a sec. All right, so they had to ask the jurors one by one because when Mr. Leary went through the line, so it was Officer Chavez, 18. So it was day 5. So day 5, the judge had to ask each juror individually if they were exposed to any media coverage. Because remember, Mr. Leary went through the security line, and he looked over at the marshal, and the guy had court TV on. So he was watching court TV. So the judge had to ask each juror and the alternates individually. So we got to hear media coverage. Remember, Mr. Leary went through. That was random. Not quite sure why that just kicked in. Okay. Very bizarre. Anyway, yes. So he had to. The judge had to ask each juror individually if they had seen any coverage. So we listened. We could tell by their voices if they were male or female. So that's kind of what, kind of how I figured it out. So Cynthia Warren, yeah, you remember they were polling the jury. Petunia, do we have a verdict? We do not. We do not. Sulima, I'm scared they won't convict and Fatima will be in grave danger. Well, maybe not, maybe not. P. Cooper, we had Scotland and Wales, so I will say hello from England. Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Laura saying happy birthday, Darlene. Was it Darlene? Who is it? Darlene's birthday too? Did I miss that? Fur babies, you are present. Someone buy donuts for the verdict. Kimmy saying good morning. Super T, good morning to you. Thank you guys for joining us. Angelique saying happy birthday to you. Let's see here. Peter Tupperware saying hello. Jen Pookie. Awesome. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's see. Audrey Chance saying good morning. Claudia. Petunia, still no verdict. Today is the day. Hello from Newfoundland, Julie says. Julia. Mary saying hello. Let's see. Claudia says, I hope they aren't holding out for one more meal on the government. You never know. Guyan says this trial may help other girls trying to escape Islam. Suber, such a busy 2 weeks. I missed Trial TV Live. Please look after and be happy. Red Snap saying hello to Aussie. MLC, good morning to you. Yeah, so we're in Verdict Watch. They're at a commercial, so you're not missing anything. Not missing anything. This is what is happening. Just so you guys know, it's just a big ass commercial that says we'll be right back. So we just we minimize it down to here. Jenny G, I thought the stream started at noon. Well, Jenny, because the clock started at like 11:30 Eastern, so I'm like, oh, I gotta get live. So it's not your fault. It's I wasn't paying attention. I thought they would start at noon, 9 o'clock, but they started early. So to me, I'm like, Gulf Coast girl, romper room. I loved it. Jerry, good morning to you. Are they both in jail? Wait, hold on. Anita, happy birthday, Darlene, and hello to trial kitties too. Their paws pounce on the injustice of the world. Nice, good one. Sherry saying, morning y'all. Are they both in jail now? Yes, they are. Fur Baby's mom. Thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Laura R got one. Howard. Claudia got one. Michelle Curl, Ginger Bell. Birdie, hello to you. Good to see you. Saudi girl. Hola, buenos dias. Senor en chat. Hello. Jenny, that's great news. No worries at all. Thanks for holding a Verdict Watch with us. Yeah, no problem. We did have Romper Room in the U.S. Yeah, I was not a Romper Room fan. I don't think I really watched Romper Room. I remember it, but I was more like a Captain Kangaroo guy. Plus, I just like cartoons in general. Warner Brothers. Richard, yes, the feed is live. Oh, I received a bunch of gifts, you guys. Here, check it out. So I got a bunch of gifts. So we have you guys want me to open up gifts now? Should we open up gifts now or should we wait? What do you guys want to do? Tell me yes for gifts now and no for wait. Or you know what? Say now or wait. Do a now or wait. Give me a now or wait. I got gifts from a lot of people, so tell me now or wait. Oh, wait, hold on. We've got something going on here. Hold on. All right, hold on a sec. So they're doing something. Let's see what they say. Let me just rewind this a little bit.
I knew my dad was choking me.
What do you remember?
I saw darkness at first.
And what did you say when you walked in?
He was trying to kill me.
What are you thinking during this period of time?
Heartbroken.
Okay. By what?
For what my dad did.
Okay. Did you have any fear?
Yes.
About what?
Of dying.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julie Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. This hour, we're going to begin in Washington, where jury deliberations are back underway in the attempted honor killing trial.
This was a violent attack that the prosecution says is at the center of this case. Parents, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, they're both charged with second-degree attempted murder, and the prosecution says it all erupted after they discovered that their teenage daughter, Fatima, had run away in an attempt to avoid a trip that they had planned to Iraq.
Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft is joining us now with the very latest. It's been a couple days, and this jury hasn't had too much to say.
No, they really haven't. And, you just had that video up. When you take a look at that video, one of the things defense counsel focused on in that video is that the boyfriend, Isaiah, ended up punching the father first. And you can see that in the video. That's what he talked about during his closing argument. So you wonder if the jurors are talking about that. But good morning to all of you. It is day 3 of deliberations, and jurors have now deliberated the fate of these married defendants.
Did she just say that Isaiah punched him first? What? Did she really just say that?
For
Washington, where jury
and Zahraa Ali, they're both charged with second
underway in the attempted honor killing trial.
This was a violent attack that the prosecution says is at the center.
Okay, so we didn't see this. I didn't see that video. I missed that video. We didn't see that part.
This case, parents Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, they're both charged with second-degree attempted murder, and the prosecution says it all erupted after they discovered that their teenage daughter Fatima had run away in an attempt to avoid a trip that they had planned to Iraq.
Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft is joining us now with the very latest. It's been a couple days, and this jury hasn't had too much to say.
No, they really haven't. And you just have that video up. When you take a look at that video, one of the things defense counsel focused on in that video is that the boyfriend, Isaiah, ended up punching the father first. And you can see that in the video. That's what he talked about during his closing argument. So you wonder if the jurors are talking about that. But good morning to all of you. It is day 3 of deliberations, and jurors have now deliberated.
All right, I guess Isaiah punched him first. I guess. I don't know. I guess because we didn't see this video. I didn't see that from the bus. I didn't see that. I just saw Isaiah getting punched.
The fate of these married defendants for more than 14 hours. On Wednesday, jurors had deliberated for more than 8 hours before they presented a question to the court. That question was read by the judge in front of the parties. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
Legal authority wasn't defined for count 3, instruction 34. What is the definition of legal authority? Signed by the presiding juror. My proposed answer is please refer to and reread the jury instructions. Ms. Stone, any objection to that response?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kading?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
Objection.
I believe that this is the answer that Mr. Larry told the jury that they might receive if they had a question.
So that's really the only movement we have seen inside that courtroom in Washington state in regard to that one question, legal authority. And it has to make you wonder, Ted and Julia, so are they looking at this as more an excuse, a justification? Did Dad have a justification for what he was doing? I mean, I'm not inside that jury deliberation room, but you just have to wonder with that question if that's where they're going.
Yeah, they didn't give us a lot of information with that question. Sometimes we get a really clear sense of where they are in their deliberations from the note. That one, not so much. Now, we've got 2 defendants here. This case was not severed. This is the same case, same jury dealing with both defendants, but they had their own counsel and different theories of this case. Do you think we could see something split among this jury in terms of the verdict when we got these 2 different cases, essentially?
Julia, that's really a great question and something to think about, because here you had Fatima, who took the stand, and she talked about her mother and was indicating that her mother was not trying to kill her. Her mother was basically trying to help her. And so you could really see a verdict come back on her for not guilty. The dad, however, when Fatima was on the stand and talking about his actions, it was pretty clear that she indicated to the jury that she felt like she was going to die and that her father was choking her.
Yeah, big difference there. And I mean, anyone who's watched this case along with us, there's a little pause. I mean, the mom really attempted murder. It might be too much for the jury to take, and we'll see. Split verdict happens all the time. Kelly Craft, thank you. Let's bring in the guest for the hour. He's in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Criminal defense attorney.
All right, so we can minimize this. Let me just make sure it's get live. All right, I don't need to listen to talking heads. Let's go back here. All right, so they're in verdict watch, 14 hours, 13 minutes and counting. All right. All right, we took a poll. Let's see, gift opening. What do you guys want us to do? Open up gifts now? 74% say now, 26% say later. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll open gifts. We'll go ahead and we'll open up some gifts. Let me open up this window a little bit so you can see them. All right. I'll come here and all right, we'll open up some gifts. I'm gonna do this one first because I believe I know who this one is. I think I know who this one is from. So this one first. Nice. All right, I know who this is from. That's really cool. Thank you, Richard. So these are picks. That's really cool. Thank you. Let me see if I can get these open. Nice. Guitar picks. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. So this was Richard that sent these. Kittens are all over the boxes too. Yeah, I know. So, trying to open this thing. All right. Aaron will open that for me. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate that. And you guys, if you don't know, Richard in the Kitchen. Richard, I watched like 4 of your videos today because they're only like a minute long. So, guys, if you don't know, Richard in the Kitchen has a YouTube channel called Richard in the Kitchen. Very cool. Nice. So, Richard in the Kitchen has a YouTube channel, and he's a chef. He's a cook, and he has some really good stuff. Go check him out. Oh, kitty scatter. Yeah, man. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that, Richard. They're cool. I think I just scared the kitties.
Terrified. They went running across the keyboard. So I just want to make sure everybody can hear you.
So thank you. Thank you for that. I can't play covers because YouTube will smack us, but I will start to play. I'll start to put more stuff on members only, because if I play covers, then YouTube smacks us. So, but yeah, very cool. Thank you, Richard. And guys, chat, go over, check out Richard in the Kitchen. Go give him a sub. Go check out his videos. He's a cook, a chef, and his videos are real short. They're like a minute, 2 minutes. I watched salsa. I watched the chicken pot pie. What else? There was another one. Salsa, chicken pot pie. Oh, the steaks. Oh, no, omelets. How to make omelets on a skillet. So go check out Richard in the Kitchen. All right. Jennifer, yes, just in time for gift opening. Absolutely. Let me put this down so we can. All right. All right. And please keep an eye on the feed. All right. Aaron's keeping an eye on Court TV feed as well as I. I've got my eye on Court TV as well. So just we trust me, you will not miss a. They are heavy. So don't worry, you're not going to miss anything, you guys. All right. I need the opener. All right, so we're going to see who this is from. So let's see. Court TV's playing the Montana versus Jordan Palmer. So Cuddle Puddle with the whole fam from all of the chat. Nap time from Trial TV Live chat. Squeegee and Aaron get their seat cushions back. Okay. All right, I can't wait for that. Let's see. More cats, more dishes. All right, so that's what the gifts say. Let's see what actually... All right. Okay. This is all right. So this is, I believe this is a bed, some kind of bedding, right? Looks like some kind of bedding. This is like really, really plush. This is really plush. So, huh? Does it blow up?
Maybe. Or there's something foam goes in there.
Yeah. No, I think, yeah. So this is, hold on a sec. All right, so this is foam that goes inside of this. So whoever sent this, thank you very, very, very much. Appreciate it. This thing is huge. This thing is big. You can feel it. It's really plush, you guys. Thank you. Whoever sent that, Cuddle Puddle with the whole fam from all of chat. So thank you for that. I don't know who sent that, but thank you. Really appreciate that. All right, so next up is faux fur bubble pet bed. And of course, little ones and mom's there too. Right, of course they have to play with that. Here's a really a nice plush. This is so plush, you guys. So this is another, oh, here's a bed, right? Kind of a bed, bedding. Very cool. Thank you for that. Let's see who sent this. Well, this is, I don't know who sent it. So it's going to end up looking like that. Awesome. We got some more cat, the shallow cat bowls. These are awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. We have 4 of these already, so you can never have enough. So these are, just some bowls, really nice bowls. The kitties are already eating off of these, so this is great. It keeps from whiskers from stressing out, right? You don't have stress from whiskers. So thank you. This is another bedding, same as this one over here. So appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much. So really appreciate that, you guys. So cuddle puddle for the whole family, and then squeegee and Aaron get their seat cushions back. Nap time, and then more cats, more dishes. So it says from Trial TV Live Chat. So thank you. Thank you for that, you guys. Really appreciate that. I'm not sure who sent that. That was very sweet. If it fits, I sits. You could use them yourselves for sandwiches. Whoever sent that, you are so kind. Bedding is popular. Nice kitty bed. Suggest stuff foam into a long sock or cut off a tube of tights, tie end to keep foam secure for removal at laundry. All right, very good. Thank you for that tip. Those kitties have the life of luxury for baby's mom, yeah. All right, let's see what else we have. All right. Next up is, who sent this? All right. This is from, oh, yeah. This is heavy. Good Lord. This is Dr. Elsie's Catatract. So maybe a little sprinkle of this will help with training from Olive Chat. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is going to help a lot because right now this is freaking heavy. How heavy is this thing? I hope it's more than 5 pounds. I hope I'm not that. I hope I'm not that much of a. I can't tell how heavy this is. Anyway, all right. So yeah. So right now, the oldest one, Riker, she's going to the bathroom in the litter without any problems. The others are having difficulty going into. Oh, it's 18 pounds. All right, 18 pounds of cat litter. 18 pounds of Catatract. So, thank you. Maybe a sprinkle of this will help with training from Olive Chat. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, you guys. First, the little ones over here are. They love, right? See what else we have here. More koozies from All of Chat. All of Chat. All right. So this is, let's see what's. Nice. So here's a koozie, right? I can wear this when it gets cold. I can wear this when during winter time. I think this would be good to wear during winter time. Because it would protect me, right? All right. Thank you, chat. I think Aaron's gonna disown me for that one. Oops. Thank you guys for this. Really, really appreciate it. Here we go. All right. We're going to save this one for last. And don't worry, we're watching Court TV. They're at 14 hours and 30 minutes. 14 hours and 30 minutes. So this is always, always, always appreciated. This is food. Always appreciate the food. Not sure who this is from, but thank you for this. It just says for Polly, so this is food for Polly. I'll show you. Let's see the food that we have on the list. So Ziwi from Z. Let's see. Oops. Ziwi. So nice. Thank you guys. Thank you. Whoever sent this, I don't see a there's no note in here, so I'm not sure who sent this. I don't know who to thank, but thank you for that. Polly thanks you too, because she actually was out. Polly didn't have any more, so thank you. Really appreciate that. All right, now the biggest one for last, right? All right, I'm not sure what to do with this. Let's see. All right. Whew. Holy smokes. All right. This looks like a house of some sort. That looks like a house of some sort. Hold on. All right, so this looks like a huge project. Meanwhile, these guys are going crazy. Here, this is what it's going to be, right? So that's what it's going to be. Funny, the adults are afraid. Oh, no. Fun for the whole family. All right, so thank you for all of those gifts, you guys. All right, thank you for the gifts. Let me pull this over here so you can see them. All right, thank you guys. Really. Truly appreciate all of the warm thoughts and the gifts. The guitar picks are awesome, Richard. Thank you for that. And Rex, thank you. Psychosaurus Rex, thank you for your gifts. And that was really sweet, you guys. Thank you. You know, really, really appreciate the It's funny. Of course they love the paper, right? It's like the dogs, right? You get a dog a toy, and of course it's the box that they like. So, Kitty Castle, yeah, that's what it is, Celine, a kitty castle. So nice, what a great group of chatters. Absolutely. Hey, CJ says hello to you. Ruby, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Libby, I'm checking in. Did a thumbs up. I have to take your grams to run an errand. Okay, well, good luck with that. Chris Mass, good morning, everyone. That's amazing whoever sent these gifts. What an amazing group of people here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Generosity from the group is incredible. Yay, Sugar Beet. You subbed over at Richards. Awesome. Awesome. Birdie, so that's what we watch while we're waiting, your building skills? Yeah, no. No, I'm not gonna go there. The Orange Kitty, Short Life. The Orange Kitty seems more timid. Yeah, no. He's not. Hey, Steph. Cat having a great time? Again, Maniacs with Claws. Chantal, good to see you. Gretchen, high fives to the gifters. Absolutely. All right. Yeah, no, Ginger is definitely not timid. And his name is Federer, but we're also calling him Cheddar because somebody mentioned Cheddar the other day, and we thought Cheddar was a really great name for a ginger cat. So his name is Federer Cheddar. Cheddar Federer. Roger Federer Cheddar. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you for those gifts. I'm like, I'm out of breath. All right, Lucy, how are you? Chantal, best cat dad. Aw, thank you. Stacy saying a good afternoon to everybody. Aussie, the cats will help build it. Yeah, I am sure. Wonderful gifts, Cajun Bio Queen. Yes. Are they deliberating? They are indeed. They are deliberating they're at a commercial. We can get back to we'll get back there. This is what they're showing right now. So we'll be right back. So they're showing a Montana trial. So we're not covering it, so we're not gonna bother with that. But I thought we'll go through replay again. So yesterday we took a poll. Who do you guys want to watch next? Right. So the poll was Tracy Arnold, who was she's the one that blocked Zahraa. She was the last witness. She was the student assistant professional. And then next up was Josh and Mary Wagner. So I thought, let's go watch Josh and Mary Wagner, and then Dr. Joyce Gilbert, who's the pediatrician, and then Dr. Jennifer Stankus. So that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. CJ says you got one. Libby got one. Awesome. Michelle got one. Noel Cook. Caffeinated Duchess. Kelly, you lost the deliberating time frame 2 days ago. Yeah. So there they are, 14 hours, 38 minutes. So they're still deliberating. 14 hours, 38 minutes. Cynthia says, I had an orange cat as a child named Sunshine. Nice. Short Life member for 7 months. Awesome. Go to call him Cheddar Federer. Yeah, I think we're gonna call him Cheddar Federer. Mary says, hey, everybody, I propose to have a poll to guess at what time the jury will have a verdict. Absolutely. Let's hope it's today. Yep, we can do a poll. All right, let me get us going on Josh and Mary's testimony. And then I will, and then I'll start, we'll do some polls. All right, so let me go back to, is that this one? Nope, this one. All right, let's get to Josh and Mary's testimony, because we had Joshua Wagner was in our chat the last couple of days. So Joshua, this one goes out to you. All right, so this is Mary, Joshua's wife, and then Joshua. And then we'll get a poll going. Big Bear MG, you had an orange maniac, long fur, but passed away of cancer at 16. Aww. Yeah, Court TV can't concentrate on one verdict watch today. Sugar Bee. Remember yesterday we had the Colorado, the dentist verdict came in, the Texas versus Delgado, the guy who shot his wife, girlfriend, whatever, like 5 times. That came in. It was a busy day yesterday, for sure. It was a very busy day yesterday. Let me expand this a little bit. All right. So let's get to Joshua, Mary, and then Joshua, and then I'll get a couple polls going for us. And once again, thank you for the gifts, you guys. Really appreciate it. I don't know everybody that gave gifts, but the ones that did, thank you. I know Psychosaurus Rex and Richard, you guys are fantastic, and everybody is as well. Thank you. All right, John Rodriguez, I'm telling everyone right now, if the father is not found guilty, he'll stop at nothing to delete his daughter because he shamed the family. Yeah, I'm not. That's going to be, it's a possibility for sure. All right, Mary Wagner and then Josh Wagner. And Joshua, if you're out there listening, yeah, pop on in our chat again.
I'm going to place you under oath. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes.
Please be seated. Ms. Stoney may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mary Wagner. Last name Wagner.
And are you employed, ma'am?
I am.
How so?
I work for Pierce County Planning and Public Works.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes.
Is that in Lacey, Washington?
It is.
Okay. Were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And did anything of significance occur in that area that you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
And, well, first of all, where were you coming from? Why were you in that area?
My husband and I were coming back from a late lunch that we had that day. We were driving down the road in front of Timberline High School back to our house, and we saw an altercation on the side of the road.
Okay, and when you say on the side of the road, which side of the road?
On the high school side of the road.
Okay.
There's a public bus stop there, and it was right around the public bus stop.
Okay. And you said you were in your vehicle driving at the time?
Yes.
What kind of truck is that?
It's a Ram 2500 pickup truck with
what
a cab.
Color?
It's like a dark gray color. My husband was driving it. I was in the passenger seat.
And who is your husband?
Josh Wagner.
And what did you do when you observed that incident? What was your first action?
Well, as we were driving up, we saw there were several people involved, and we thought that it was possibly a high school altercation. And so we pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school and stopped, and my husband got out and crossed the road.
And where were you at that time?
As soon as he pulled in, I was still in the passenger seat. When he stepped out of the vehicle and crossed the road, I climbed over the console in the middle of the truck and went over to the passenger side.
And what happened next?
Well, my husband kind of disappeared into a group of people, and I got out of the vehicle, and I called 911. And
well, let me ask you a question. Why did you call 911?
There was quite a bit of screaming that was going on from the situation, and I heard several people say some rather alarming things, and that 911 should be called, so I did.
When you say people hear people say alarming things, what do you mean by that?
Do you want me to say specifically what I
Yes,
heard?
please.
I did hear, these were mostly teenagers that I heard yelling. There were sentences such as, her eyes are rolling in the back of her head, she can't breathe, someone call 911, let go. Everyone seemed in a panic of, like, everything that everyone said was a very panic-stricken tone.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 1 and 3. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what did I hand you?
You handed me an aerial view further away and then one slightly closer up of the bus stop right in front of Timberline High School.
And do you recognize those areas
Yes.
specifically? Okay.
Specifically, yes.
Is this the area that you were just referring to as traveling down on or about October 18th, 2024, shortly after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take those back from you. May I retrieve them, Your Honor?
You may.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 1. Ms. Wagner? And we'll give that a moment. You have, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You have a pointer here, ma'am. This dot has a cursor. You just have to give it a second. There's a delay, okay?
This one right here?
Yeah, the circle.
Okay.
Let's give it a second. It'll pop through. See it?
Oh, okay.
Ms. Wagner, can you, well, first of all, what are we looking at here? Let me zoom out just a little bit. And then we'll let that recalibrate itself, so to speak. Okay, what are we looking at here, ma'am?
Well, this is Timberline High School, and this is Mullen Road. And I'm trying to get it, sorry, where did it go?
It's all the way at the top.
Is it? Oh, okay. This is the bus stop right here. And in the middle of Mullen Road, there's a left-hand turn lane to turn into the school.
Okay, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 3.
Just a moment. The witness was using the cursor to highlight the high school, the bus stop, which is an icon on that exhibit, and the road directly next to the bus stop.
And where you were pointing was about center of the page towards the bottom. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. About towards
Sure.
center
When
of the
we say
page?
center of the page towards the bottom of the
Oh,
photograph.
towards the bottom. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 3. And do you recognize this area?
I do.
Okay, and what area is this?
This right here is the bus stop that I mentioned. This is right in front of Timberline High School. Right there, this is the left-hand turn lane that we drove into and then parked, or put on our hazards, rather.
Okay.
So.
And when you parked,
I'm sorry, and the witness was using the pointer around the center of the exhibit.
thank you, Your Honor. I'll take that back. And so when you parked in that location, you said Josh got out of the car. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what happened next?
Well, Josh got out of the truck and he crossed the road, and I moved over into the driver's seat and dialed 911. And then I was on the phone with 911, and I was telling them that there was an altercation that was taking place, and that somebody was hurt. And did you want to know what I saw or what I did?
I'm going to ask you the next question. Okay. And how long do you think you got out of the truck after Josh got out of the truck?
Within a minute or two.
Okay. What do you recall observing initially, whether you were in the vehicle or out of the vehicle? What's the first thing you remember seeing?
In the vehicle from the passenger side, before I crossed over into the driver's side, we both saw what appeared to be a fight. There were several people involved. It looked like there was a young man and then some other teenagers that were kicking, punching somebody that was down on the ground. After Josh got out of the vehicle and I moved over to the driver's side, I was able to see what appeared to be a man on the ground with a young woman that he had subdued somehow. There were teenagers that appeared to be kicking him and punching the man, but again, there was a lot of commotion. So I don't know how many teenagers were doing it, but
Sure.
But that was kind of the setup of the situation.
And
So.
you said that there was a young woman. Where did you see this young woman?
The young woman, she was on the ground.
And on the ground where?
On the ground in front of the man.
And when you say in front of the man, can you describe to me what you mean? Like underneath the man, on top of the man? Were they standing up, sitting down? What does that look like?
They were on the ground, and what it looked like was that the man had, and I couldn't see if it was a young woman yet, because she had hair in her face, and there was dust coming up. But what appeared to be is his arm was around her neck, and her, like I said, her face. She had hair on her face, and then I feel like she was wearing a pair of pants too. So initially, like I said, I couldn't see if it was a young woman or a young man, but I learned quickly thereafter, after she got up, that it was a young girl.
And what is Josh doing during this time?
When Josh crossed the street, he disappeared into the group of people, and then he was pushing people aside to get down to what was the source of all of the conflict.
And do you recall if he pushed? Who did he push aside?
So there was the man that was holding the young woman, and then there were other teenagers that were hitting the man, and then there were also two other women that were trying to get in the way of the teenager who was hitting the man, and then Josh was pushing everyone aside, and he got down to the man who was holding the young woman on the ground. And at that point, yes. So I don't know how much further. Sorry, I don't know how much of the story you want, or if there's initial questions that you want me to stop for. Okay.
So as I understand where you're at right now, have you exited the vehicle yet, or are you still in the vehicle? Do you remember?
At this point, I had exited the vehicle, but I was still standing next to the vehicle, and I was on the phone with 911, and I was describing to them what I was seeing.
Okay, and as you're watching this, you've described to other women. Were they adult women or teens or kids or something else?
It appeared to be an older woman, and then a teenage age woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how were they dressed, if you remember?
So both of them were dressed all in black, and both had a headscarf on.
And when you saw them appear, did you see them doing anything to help assist the woman on the ground?
No. What it seemed to me is that they were trying to stop the teenagers from hitting the man in that situation. So no, I didn't see them trying to stop the stop. I'm afraid of the words to use. Assault. I'm sorry. Can I say that? Is that okay to say?
That's what you saw, though. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually cross the street?
I did.
And what do you recall seeing when you crossed the street?
When I crossed the street, I saw that the young woman who had been held down on the ground, she was being pulled up, and she was stumbling behind the trees. She was stumbling off, just kind of running away. It was what it looked like, but her footing was very bad, and so she was stumbling across in front of me. And then there was the young man who had been punching the older man on the ground, and he was going with her, kind of pulling her off to the side. The two women that were dressed in black, they followed her. At that point, Josh had subdued the man on the ground. At that point, so Josh was over in the trees. He was over there, and I saw the woman stumble across in front of me. And
I'm going to have you hit pause for a moment. When you
Yes.
say the women stumble across in front of you, and I know that, first of all, do you know any of these individuals?
I don't know any of them personally. No.
Okay.
No.
And so I know that we are using a lot of young man, young woman,
Yes.
the woman. I know that can be difficult. So I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things for me.
Okay.
First, I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
And so when you are talking about the young woman stumbled, which young woman are you referring to?
Do you want me to give them a name?
No.
Or, no. Okay.
I'm sorry, so you can't ask questions.
Oh,
But
okay.
if you can't answer the question that's asked, you can say that and she will ask it in another way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask, since you don't know any of these people individually, and I don't want you to testify about something that you may have learned later regarding names, I'm going to ask you to only use the description of the individuals that you saw at the time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So starting first with the young woman that you described on the ground, where did she go?
She was pulled up and crossed in front of me to my left. So this was happening on the right side of me, and she crossed in front of me to the left side of me. The young man that had been punching the older man on the ground, he went with her and was pulling her. The two women that were initially at the scene that were both dressed in black, both the older woman and the younger woman, they followed the woman the young woman who had been pulled up from the ground.
Okay, I'm going to have you pause.
Okay.
Okay. And did you see how the two women wearing black, or all in black, how were they interacting with the young woman that had just stood up, that had been on the ground?
They seemed to be trying to.
Objection as to speculation as to what they're trying to do as opposed to what they did.
I'm going to sustain as to non-responsive.
So, not assuming or speculating about what they did, what did you observe? What did it appear to you that you observed?
They were running toward the young woman who had just gotten up off the ground, and the young man was trying to prevent them from getting to her.
And what was the young woman doing specifically?
She was stumbling and running in the opposite direction of where she had come from.
Okay, was she running back towards either woman in black?
No, she was running away.
Okay. And so when you got across the street, well, let me back up. How did the young woman seem to you when you saw her? The young woman who had been on the ground, and I believe you described earlier the older man had had his arms around her.
She seemed in.
As to calls for speculation as to her condition.
Overruled.
That means you can answer. How did she seem to you? How did she appear?
She appeared incredibly confused.
And what do you mean by that? What does that look like?
She seemed to not know what her surroundings were. She was like I said, she was in kind of a panic. At one point, there was a slight altercation between the women that were wearing black and the young man who was assisting the young woman who was on the ground. And at that point, I ran. I was in the middle of the street at that point, but I ran across and started screaming at everybody to just stop, because there was still fighting going on. And the young woman she turned around and looked at me, and her eyes were huge. I mean, she had hair in her face. She looked completely disheveled. She looked very confused, absolutely terrified. And she looked at me and then turned the opposite direction and ran towards the high school. So she didn't say any words or anything to me. So.
And initially or earlier in your direct, I believe you used the phrase she was not sure-footed. What do you mean by that?
She was stumbling. She could not stay on her feet. She was trying to run, but was falling, tripping over herself.
And how? Well, I'll come back to that question. So you said you called 911 during this. Is that correct?
I called 911 before I left the truck. Yes.
Okay. And did you stay on with 911 throughout that interaction?
I did.
Okay. What did you do? At some point, did you? What happened to the vehicle? What happened to your truck?
So after the young woman ran off towards the high school, the young man who was with her went that direction as well, and then I went back to the truck, and I pulled the truck into the high school parking lot. I was on the phone with 911, and they had informed me that police were almost there. So I pulled into the parking lot and stayed there until police arrived.
Thank you. And I want to go back to when you described how you observed the older man on the ground with the later, as you know, younger female or younger woman on the ground. You made a gesture earlier in trying to describe that. Can you describe what that gesture was? How was he holding her?
What I saw was her head was right about here.
So can you describe it with words?
And describe it with words, yes. Absolutely.
So let me just explain something. So
yes.
We have a court reporter. So again, I know it's very difficult to talk slower, but our court reporter has to write down everything that is happening.
Okay.
So we have to describe what's happening as if you were reading it from a piece of paper.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
So if you can slow down just a little bit more.
Okay.
And then describe what you were seeing.
What I was seeing was a head with with hair in the face in the elbow area of an arm. So the head was in between a bicep and the bicep and the forearm, I suppose. That's the area that I saw the head, her head.
And when you said you observed these, the young male striking the older man, or the adult male, and the other kids engaged, were their strikes effective in releasing the young woman from the adult male?
They were not effective.
Do you recall the older woman dressed all in black saying anything about the girl on the ground?
I did not hear anything that was audible, no.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female that had been on the ground?
She was a petite woman, young girl. I'm almost 5'9", and I was quite a bit taller than her, so she was slender.
And how would you describe the adult male in terms of build and size?
He appeared to be a larger man. The entire time that I saw him, he was either close to being on the ground or on the ground. So I didn't get a full. I didn't get a side by side.
Sure. And do you recall if the adult male was saying anything at the time?
Not that I was able to hear, no.
Okay. And where did Josh go once if anywhere, once the younger female had been released?
Josh stayed in where he was. He stayed next to the man that was on the ground.
Okay. And did you make contact with law enforcement?
I did after they arrived, yes.
Okay. And did you provide a statement to law enforcement?
I did.
Ms. Wagner, how would you describe the fullness of your statement today in comparison to the statement you gave to law enforcement?
I would say as close as it could be.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And would it be fair to say you've provided more details today?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that?
Well, you were able to show me the map so I can pinpoint exactly the location. And the questions that you asked me, when the police asked me to give a statement, they just said, tell us everything that you think is important. And so I wrote that down, and there weren't any other additional questions. So.
Thank you. And I want to show you some still shots.
Actually, Ms. Stone, I think that we'll do that after our afternoon recess. You can just stay where you're at. Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to come forward and lead you back to the jury room for our afternoon break, which will be about 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
All right, obviously we can zoom. We're just going to fast. Serious? I don't know. All right, so we're going to zoom through this. Afternoon recess. And zoom.
You may go ahead and come forward through the center again and retake the stand. And you can stand or sit, however you prefer. Yes. Please be seated. And members of the jury, we're going to continue with the direct examination of this witness. Ms. Stone, you may continue.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibits 29 through 33. If you could look at those silently to yourself for a moment, and then look up at me when you're done, please. Do you recognize what those are, ma'am?
I do.
What are those?
That is our pickup truck.
In each of those photos?
In each of the, do you want me to flip? Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
In the photos, yes, there is our pickup truck pulled into the left turn lane in front of the high school.
Do those appear to be true well, are those from October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representations of your vehicle and those events as it appeared to you on that day?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. May I publish, please, Your Honor?
That's
You
me.
I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 29. So starting first with State's Exhibit, actually, I'm going to go backwards. Start with State's Exhibit 30. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 30? What is this a photograph of?
This is our pickup truck.
Okay. And where is that vehicle located?
In just a moment. You can put the pointer down.
So what I'm actually going to ask you to do, if you don't mind, pick the pointer back up for a moment. Just move the cursor off the middle of the photograph. Thank you so much. So in State's Exhibit 30, where is your vehicle located?
The vehicle is parked in the left turn lane that would be turning in towards the high school.
Okay. And on State's Exhibit 31, what are we looking at here? What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of our vehicle over on the right-hand side of the picture.
Okay. Is that the same on State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that where your vehicle remained until you moved it into the parking lot as you've described?
It is.
And somewhat redundant, but State's Exhibit 33. Is that the same vehicle?
That is also our vehicle, yes.
Okay. So when we look at State's Exhibit, actually I want to show you a couple more photos.
Thank you.
May I approach, Honor?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 16 would have been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 through 20. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself for a moment and look up at me when you're done. And Ms. Wagner, do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what are those?
These are pictures of our vehicle.
And are those pictures of your vehicle during the events about which you've just been speaking?
Yes,
Okay. Do those appear to be true and accurate representation of those events?
they do.
I'm going to go grab those from you. May I approach, Honor?
You may.
May I publish, Honor?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit 16, Ms. Wagner, zoom in a little bit. I'll take it just a moment. And so, based on what you're observing here, what is happening in this portion of the video, if you can tell?
In this portion of the video, we have
Well, I'm sorry. This is a photograph.
Thank you, of the video still shot. Thank you.
in this picture, we have stopped in the turn lane that turns into the high school in our pickup truck, and it looks like that's my husband getting out. It's a little blurry, so it's hard to see.
Okay. So I'll follow that with State's Exhibit 17. Does that help?
Yes, it does. That is my husband crossing the street.
And your husband, when you say that's your husband crossing the street, can you just identify where he's located in the picture with a description, please?
He is the gentleman that is just over the white line with the sweatshirt and the ball cap on in the street.
Okay. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 20. And do you see anyone in that photograph that you recognize?
Yes, I am standing outside of the truck, just inside the driver's side door, but standing on the street.
Okay. And is that, as you've described in your testimony, after moving out of the passenger side?
Yes.
Okay. And a few moments ago, you looked at State's Exhibit 29. Do you recall that?
Just now?
In a batch before. Do you recall seeing yourself in another
I
photograph?
do recall seeing myself, yes, in another picture.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 29. Can you identify where you're located in this photograph?
Yes, I am in the upper right-hand corner wearing a red skirt.
And is that where my finger is pointing right here?
That's correct. That's me.
And that's in the upper right-hand area of Exhibit 29.
And Miss Wagner, you looked at those photos, is that correct?
I did.
And are you familiar with those photos being associated with the video?
Yes, I am.
And have you seen that video before?
I have seen that video.
And based on your review of that video, was that a true and accurate representation of those events as they occurred?
Yes.
Permission to publish States Exhibit 34 previously admitted, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Yep, I just noticed the clock stopped too. Clock has stopped, so let's pop in. Let's see what's going on. All right, still that. All right, clock has stopped. Too early for lunch, way too early. They just got there like an hour and a half ago. Clock has stopped. But they're focused on this Montana versus Jordan Palmer. So let's just, yeah, it's 10:09, Anita. Looks like the clock has stopped. AM break. They've only been there. Well, if they got there at like 9:30, 10:30, they haven't even been deliberating there for an hour. Right? 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. Yeah. If they got there at 9, no, maybe they got there at 8:30. I'm sorry. 8:30 to 9:30. Wait. Hold on. All right, question. They've got a question. All right, hold on. They have a question. Just bear with me. They have a question. So just bear with me. They have a question. Hold on. Just give me a second. They have a question. All right, I'm going to rewind.
13 minutes in.
Your time, Detective Cervantes. I do not have.
We have some breaking news. We're being told that there is a question in Washington in the case against the Alis. This is the second question now during the 3 days of deliberations, 15 hours and 13 minutes. They've gone at it. So we stopped the clock.
And this feels like a long deliberation at this point because they had about 8 days of evidence, and oftentimes is about an hour for every day of testimony. So they've gone well beyond that at this point. So
now,
maybe
you have
this
two
question,
defendants, two defendants and multiple charges. But yeah, you're
Sure.
right. It's gotten to that point. So now, what will that question be? The parties are heading to the courtroom, and our team is there. Let's get a commercial break in here. When we come back, we'll see what this jury wants to know as a question in the case against the
All right, of course they're going to get a commercial break in, right? Of course they're going to get a commercial break in. All right. All right, so day 12 question. So we got a question. So jury question. All right, so we'll wait for them to come back from their commercial break. Always to the commercial, Janet, I know. Yep, I know. Oh, Donna, that's a good one. Yeah, Donna, my guess, we are hung. What do we do? Could be. Could be, yep. Arwen, the question should give us some insight. Big Bear MG, just my opinion. I think they're getting close. They were on count 3 2 days ago? Or was it yesterday? I don't even remember. I think it was. Was it yesterday they had the jury question? Yeah, they had the jury question yesterday. And they were at Amber, they should call it, commercial TV. Good one. Yes, widespread panic. Please do not disparage anyone in the court. Please do not disparage anyone in the court. Please do not disparage anyone in the court. We will. We don't want to be, hammering anybody. No culture, no religion, no race, no country. All right. Let's just stay away from that altogether. Denise, yeah, yesterday morning was the question. Yesterday the question was about, they wanted some definition on count 3, which was unlawful imprisonment. We have not heard the question just yet for today. So as soon as they get back live, we'll take you there. Disparage only court TV. No, we don't disparage anybody here. We're not here to break anybody down. We're here to build people up, even court TV. Hey, if it wasn't for court TV, we wouldn't be able to even watch this. So they have to pay their bills. So I'm thankful that at least we're able to see this. As much as I grumble about them, I'm still happy that they're bringing us this feed, right? So thank you, court TV. I'm not gonna disparage anybody. That's not what we do here on this channel. It does, Mika, but we're not going to go there. All right, here we go.
Breaking news out of Washington State, where the case against Ihsan and Zahraa Ali, the jury has been deliberating now for 3 days, 15 hours, 13 minutes, and they have their second question. They notified the court that they are interested in understanding something, but we don't know what that is yet.
You see live pictures from inside the courtroom. We're being told that the judge is allowing the parties to assemble, and because there's interpreters here as well, it's not just the court staff and the attorneys for each side. They are estimating we're not going to know this question for about 20 minutes. So we got a little 20-minute waiting period here, but this could be big. Are they going to be deadlocked, or are they just going to ask a procedural question, which was basically their first question? We'll see. It's going to be, though, again, 20 minutes before we get that.
Yeah, we'll, of course, take you there live when that happens. But we're turning our attention now back to Montana, where testimony is underway in the return.
All right, we got 20 minutes to wait. 20 minutes to wait. So back to our... "20 minutes on the clocks." All right, so it's quarter after. We'll give it like 10 minutes, then we'll go pop in at like 10 minutes. All right, so they're saying 20 minutes. Well, we'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out, obviously, on the feed. All right, so in the meantime, let's go back to Mary Wagner's testimony.
up on that. And Ms. Wagner, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 34. When you see yourself show up on that, can you tell me and I will pause it?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm playing it from the beginning at 2:12:52. And this is the road video.
There I am.
Okay. And so is that your head just peeking out of the driver's side?
It is, yes, after I'd crawled over the console.
Okay. Were you able to watch what was happening then while you were coming from the passenger side to the driver's
I
side?
was able to see, yes.
Can you indicate the time you stopped the video, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 2:14:13 p.m. Is that correct? Is that what it says?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And had you started calling 911 yet, or did that happen afterwards? If you know.
I honestly couldn't say. It was between that time and the time that I got out of the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to start it and then play until we see you across the street. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I was on the phone with 911 at that point.
Okay. At 2:14:25 is when you noted that?
Yes.
Yeah, they're on their way.
Okay, I've paused the video at 2:15:47. Ms. Wagner, what was happening there when you were coming across the street? Can you explain to the jury what they were seeing?
When I was coming across the street, I had seen the young woman who was on the ground had gotten up and was stumbling through the trees there. And there was a young man who was helping her, and then the two women that I had described earlier that were in black were trying to get towards the young woman, and the young man that was with her was trying to prevent them. So I had ran over because there was still physical altercation happening, and I was screaming at everybody to stop. So.
Okay, thank you. And was the young woman at that time going towards the two women all in black or away from them?
Away from.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Just briefly. Thank you for being here. So your husband out of the truck, correct?
Yes.
Runs across the street. Yes?
Yes.
All right. And then you climb over into the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point you call 911.
Yes.
And it appeared that from the video that your husband kind of had the situation under control before you had actually come across the street. Is that fair? If you recall.
If I recall, I was uncertain about whether the situation was under control or not.
Okay. Just from what you could see from where you were.
That's correct.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No objection.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to go or stay, however you so desire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stone, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Josh Wagner. May I step out?
I'm going to pause it there because Josh comes up next, and I think his testimony is going to be longer than the 10 minutes. So I don't want to cut his testimony like in half. So we'll just talk. Let's just talk. What's on your minds? What I can do is here. I can do. So there's a question from the jury. All right. For those that were here earlier and saw the gift opening, Superball has claimed the bed, and there are kittens all around her. So Superball is in a usually, as you guys know, Superball usually hangs out here with her little murder toys, right? This is Superball's little sky bed, but she has now claimed this as her new bed, and she is surrounded by little kittens. They seem to have tired themselves out. So that's the newest bedding that Superball seems to have. Yes, kittens orbiting Superball. Planet Superball. I love it. Planet Superball and her little moons, and then Mom's back there. There's Mom back there. So Planet Superball and her little moons. The moons of Superball. Oh, that's hilarious. That's really good. Yes. Oh, yes, and here's Fed. There's Fed, little Federer, cheddar Federer, cheddar Federer. There's Superball. That's let's see. This is wait, hold on. This one, that one is that's Firstborn. That's I can't even think of their names. Riker. Firstborn is Riker. This is Cheddar Federer. And then over here is Sid, because she has a little mohawk. But I know Sid Vicious didn't have a mohawk, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. And of course, Polly's up there, and Houdini's nowhere to be found. We're not sure where Houdini is. So anyway, so that's that. All right, let's get back to. I just want to show you guys that. All right, Feder cheese, Feder cheddar. There you go. Wait, hold on. Psychosaurus Rex, Feder cheese, Feder cheddar. So thank you guys. Yeah, they are adorable. Yes, Petunia, there is a second question. Second question. So we're waiting for them to actually come back. Here we go. Let me get back to it. All right, hold on, guys.
Against the Alis, and they have a question. This is their second question. Let's head to the courtroom, the judge on the bench.
We are present on cases 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534, State versus Ali. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present representing Mr. Ali, who is present. Mr. Leary is present representing Mrs. Ali, who is present. We have a question from the jury. As it applies to instruction number 46, element 2, does the violation of a temporary protection against a person or property therein? My proposed answer, please refer to and reread the jury instructions. Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? All right. There were 2 sheets together on this end. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
All right. Person or property present. On behalf of the state, Mr. Kading is present representing Mr. Ali, who is present. Mr. Leary is present representing Mrs. Ali, who is present. We have a question from the jury. As it applies to instruction number 46, element 2, does the violation of a temporary protection against a person or property therein? My proposed answer, please refer to and reread the jury instructions. To instruction number 46, element 2, does the violation of a temporary protection
All right, violation of a temporary restraining, I'm sure. Temporary restraining order or restraining, yeah. So
process trial, it feels like the jury feels like the
all right, so pretty much what happened last time. So 227 votes. So what do you think the jury question will be? They are deadlocked and need help was 43%. About a charge, 28%. And that's pretty much what it was. Oh, about an instruction, so 21%. That's really what it was. Want to order pizza today, 6%. So it was pretty much like the last one. So instruction 46. Let me see if I can get to 46. Burglary in second degree. Number 46 was burglary in second degree. State included violation of the court order. So that is what instruction 46 is. Burglary, what did I just say? Burglary in the second degree? So burglary in the second degree. So if we go here, so they're on possibly, that's the last charge. That's Mrs. Ali. That's Zahraa Ali, second degree burglary. So if they're really there, because don't forget yesterday they were at kidnapping. They were at kidnapping yesterday. Count 3, which was unlawful restraining. So if they're down to instruction number 46, remember there's only 49 instructions. There's only 49 instructions. So you want to hear it one more time? Or let's go back one more time. There's only 49 instructions, you guys. Keep that in mind. There's only 49 instructions and they're on 46. All right, there's 49 instructions, they're on 46. All right, we'll do it one more time.
there were 2 sheets. Okay, the one was empty.
I'll get to the other instructions after this. Let's watch this again.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
As is present, representing Mrs. Ali, who is present, we have a question from the jury. As it applies to instruction number 46, element 2, does the violation of a temporary protection against a person or property therein? My proposed answer, please refer to and reread the jury instructions. Ms. Stone?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Kading?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is this part of the area from which you had previously trespassed her?
Yes.
Did she have
So all right, so violation of temporary protection order, and that was Isaiah. That was the school. Actually, it was Isaiah. So everybody knows it's Isaiah. Maybe they say his full name. I don't know. So instruction 46 is that, and it's burglary, right? This is pertaining to, if you look at Zahra's charges, the very last one there, 2nd-degree burglary. If they're down to 46, there's only 49 instructions. So So 46 was burglary in the 2nd degree, state included violation of court order. And then 47 was state restraint language. And that was assault in the 4th degree as a lesser charge. That needed to come from Mr. Kading. And then 47 through 48, they had no issues with 47 through 48. And 49 was there were no issues with 49 either. So there were no issues with them. So they're really close, in my opinion, you guys. To me, that means they're really close, I think. Yeah, pit staffio, that's pretty close. I would agree with that. CTV muted minors' names because CTV clarified that the question was, does the violation of protection order to victim's boyfriend or the building? Yep. Cheryl, we are still in verdict watch. We just had a question come in from the jury, and it was about question number 46. I'm sorry, instruction line number 46, which was burglary in the 2nd degree. And as it applies to instructions 46, element 2, does the violation temporary protection order, basically with the boyfriend and the building, the school grounds, actually, not just the building, the school grounds. She couldn't be on any of the school grounds. Of a person or property they're in. So she says, please reread the jury instructions, basically. So, yeah, Janet, I agree. The jury is actually doing what they should. All right, we're going to get to Josh Wagner's. Next up is Josh Wagner. I think we're going to have a verdict very soon. I'm going to put up a poll. All right, but we're going to get to Josh Wagner. All right, here's Josh.
You may. Forward, please. and will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. And Ms. Stone, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name's Josh Wagner, Wagner.
And are you employed, sir?
Yes.
How so?
Self-employed, on my own business.
And are you familiar with the area of Timberline High School located at 6120 Mullen Road Southeast?
Yes, it's close to my house.
Okay. Is that in Lacey, Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in or around that area on October 18th, 2024, just after 2 p.m.?
Yes.
And where were you coming from?
Brunch. It was my birthday, so I'd gone out to brunch that morning.
So it kind of what?
It was my birthday. I'd gone out to brunch that morning, so I was heading home.
Okay. Who were you with, if anyone?
Mary Wagner.
And who was Mary?
My wife.
And what kind of vehicle do you drive?
2016 Ram 2500.
And when you were on your way home from brunch, was there anything significant that occurred that you observed?
Yeah, in front of the school, there was a pack of kids that looked like they were fighting. So pulled into the turn lane to stop the fight.
Okay. And when you say the school, what school are you referring to?
Timberline High School.
Okay. So when I ask questions, I'm just going to ask you to pause for just a second. It's natural for people to talk over each other. So we have a court reporter and she has to write it down. So if you can just pause for a second, okay? So you said Timberline High School, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you saw a pack of kids. Where was that pack of kids? Where was this event occurring?
At the bus stop in front of the school.
Okay. And what did you do when you observed that incident?
I pulled into the turn lane and exited my vehicle and approached the kids.
Why did you approach the kids? I mean, let me ask this a different way. Have you seen fights before?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stop your vehicle in the middle of the road for fights?
If it's a one-on-one fight, I wouldn't stop necessarily. But it was a huge mob of kids, and to me, that's unjust.
Okay. And so as you see that, was this a different scenario?
Yes.
Okay. When you got out of your vehicle and you got closer, did your opinion about what was occurring change?
Absolutely. I realized it was not.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions, okay? When you got closer, what did you see?
I seen a grown man choking a young teenage girl.
And you say choking, what does that mean to you?
He was on his back and had the young girl on top of him in a rear naked choke.
That is a pretty specific term. So tell me what you mean by that. Why do you use that term?
That's what I know it is called. He had his arm wrapped around her neck.
How do you know that's what it's called?
I was in the military and we did training, and we.
What branch of the military?
U.S. Army.
Okay. What'd you do in the Army?
I was a mechanic.
And you said you did training. Were you associated with any particular unit that gave you that type of training?
I was in the special ops community.
And so when you say you observed him holding her in a rear naked choke, is that a specific hold that you're familiar with based on your training?
Absolutely.
How long were you in the Army?
13 years.
So what did you do when you made that observation about what the adult male was doing to the young female?
I stopped him from choking her.
Okay. Were there any other adults that were present at the time that you observed?
There was a adult woman screaming and crying. I didn't know who it was at the time.
What about any other adult males there besides the one that you've identified on the ground?
Not initially, no. Not that I remember.
Okay. going to show you what's been admitted. Mr. Wagner, States Exhibits 1 and 4. Ask you to look at those silently to yourself, and then look up at me when you're done, please.
And Mr. Wagner, could you pull yourself just a little bit
Yes,
closer
ma'am.
to that microphone and make sure you don't speak directly into it, but closer to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And do you recognize what I've handed you in States Exhibits 1 and 4?
Yes, ma'am.
What are those?
Aerial view map of the area of Mullen and Timberline High School.
Okay, do those appear to be true and accurate representations of that area as it appeared to you on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take them back from you. Thank you. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing States Exhibit 1. Mr. Wagner, can you identify, describe on this photograph where you were coming from, which direction you were heading to for the jury, please?
I was on Mullen from top left, traveling towards the bottom right on Mullen.
Okay. And that's almost intersects the bottom left corner of that photograph. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 4. And you described where you stopped your vehicle. Where was that on this photograph?
Right where it says Mullen in that turn lane in front of the bus stop symbol.
I'm going to scale out for just a hair. Okay, so are you talking about this bottom left-hand arrow here?
Yes.
Okay. And where was
the bottom left of the exhibit?
Yes.
And where was this event occurring as you recalled it?
Pretty much right where that bus stop symbol is.
Okay. Was it on concrete or was it on dirt? If you remember.
Where it started, I don't remember, but it ended in the dirt.
Okay. So where you ended up was in the dirt. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw the female that was being choked by the adult, how old did this individual look to you? Are you talking a child, an adult? Where in that range would you assess this female?
Teenage girl.
Okay. Were there, besides the adult female that you described, the adult male, the young female, were there any other people present that you recall?
Yeah, there was a pretty good group of kids trying to stop what was going on. I couldn't tell you how many. I would estimate 5 to 10 roughly.
Was it apparent to you that they were trying to stop what was going on?
Yes.
How would you describe their demeanors in terms of how did they present to you?
They were very frantic and afraid.
Did you observe whether that, well, let me back up. The adult female that you saw, how was she dressed in appearance? If you remember.
She had a head covering on.
Okay. Did you see if she was assisting? You've described yourself as assisting in trying to remove the young female from the older male. Were there any other adult males that were helping you with that?
No, not initially.
Okay. What about later?
There was the bus driver that got out, and he was kind of standing there. I don't think he knew what to do.
Okay.
And by that point, it was already kind of under control.
Okay. And what about that adult female that with the head covering? Was she assisting in any way, helping remove the
I don't
female
remember that. I wasn't focused on that.
Okay. You don't remember her assisting?
No.
And do you recall a young man that was present at the scene? Apologies. That was poorly worded. Do you recall any of the kids specifically that were there at the scene as if they were helping?
No,
Okay. Do you remember, in terms of the adult female that was present at the scene, if she was saying anything? You described her as crying. Do you remember if she was saying anything at the time?
she was speaking in. She wasn't speaking English.
Okay. So she was saying something, but not in English.
Yes.
When you saw the young female, how did she appear to you when you saw her?
Her face was changing colors when she was being choked.
What kind of colors? I mean, when you say that, what does that
She
mean?
was going to lose consciousness if it continued.
When you arrived, did you say anything to the adult male that was choking her?
No.
Okay. Was the impact of the kids, was that having any effect on them, on the adult male releasing the female?
No.
How would you describe the adult male's build?
He's a decent sized guy.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in court today?
Yes.
If you are able to, could you please identify where he's located and an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark blue blazer or sport jacket, sitting near the window.
Then I just ask that the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Ali.
Did you speak with him at all during the course of this, if you recall?
No.
Okay. How would you describe the build of the young female? How did she appear to you? I mean, I know what you described her kind of physical appearance as the events were occurring, but how would you describe her build?
She seemed to be a petite girl.
And did you speak with her at all?
No.
While you were there with Mr. or the male, was he saying or doing anything? Was he speaking to the female in any way that you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you know any of these people?
No.
Okay. And is there any way you could have confused what was occurring with maybe just a hug or a restraint type hold?
Absolutely not.
Why do you say that?
It was due to the young girl's color changing and recognizing what was going on. It was very obvious she was being choked.
And at some point then, was the young female able to get away from the male?
Yes.
And how or when did that occur?
Once I took control of the situation and removed his arm from around her neck.
Okay, and where did she go, if you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did you do next?
I just held him there until the police arrived and told the kids to call 911.
And did law enforcement arrive?
Yeah, shortly.
Okay. And did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Wagner, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as state's exhibits, plural, 16 through 20 and 30. Will you look at those silently to yourself and then look up at me when you're done, please, sir? Do you recognize what I've handed you there?
Yes.
And what are those?
Security cam footage from the bus showing my vehicle and me exiting my vehicle and the group of kids.
And do those appear to you to be a true and accurate representation of that scene as it appeared on October 18th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take those back from you. And permission to publish, Your Honor? Yes. Just showing you State's Exhibit 16. What is depicted, Mr. Wagner?
That's my vehicle in the turn lane. I think that's Mary standing there.
Okay. State's Exhibit 17. Mr. Wagner, do you recognize who that is?
Yeah, that's me.
And is that just after you've exited your vehicle?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 18. Do you see yourself in that photograph?
Maybe partially behind the guy with the safety vest on, but I mean, I would have to really look in that.
So let me ask you this. On the right-hand side of the photograph, there appears to be a person in a camouflage hat.
That'd be me.
Okay, so you're the camouflage hat throughout these photographs?
Yep.
Okay. When you arrived at the scene and made contact with the adult male at the time, was he conscious and actively engaged?
Absolutely.
Okay. I have nothing additional for you at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagner, fair to say that you came upon this scene sometime after it had started?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fair to say you don't really have any idea how long that was?
No.
Okay. And I guess I was confused about your description. When you first came up, you said that the young girl was on top?
Yes.
Of the man? Okay. And so was he on his back?
Yes.
Okay. And it was you that made him let go?
Yes.
All right. And after he let go, did he move anymore?
He tried to get up. That's it.
Okay. How long after the young woman got up did he try to get up?
I don't remember the exact time. It was shortly afterwards.
Mr. Kading, can I have you just get a little bit closer to that microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Okay. And so, when he tried to get up, did you stop him?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point roll him onto his side?
Yes.
Why?
To keep him there until the police arrived.
All right. And when the police arrived, did you immediately let him go?
Once the police arrived, they took control of the situation.
Okay. But you walked him up to the police car, right?
I helped the police, yes.
Okay. Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
Okay. And the bus driver was there. Can you describe him?
No, I don't really recall what he looked like other than the high-vis vest.
Okay. So you know it was him wearing that?
Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Larry.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Wagner.
Hello.
Thank
You're welcome.
So, have you seen the video?
Yes.
Okay. And did the prosecutor show it to you, or did you see it somewhere else?
It was a public records request.
Okay. So did you file a public records request?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got the video. Did you get police reports or just the video?
Just the video.
Okay. And when was that?
Months ago. I don't remember the exact time.
Okay. How many times do you think you've watched the video?
A few times. I mean, couldn't give you a number.
Okay. All right. So from the looks of it, you were able to kind of get control of Mr. Ali relatively quickly. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So we've seen the still shots of you getting out of the truck, correct? Yes.
Yes.
And then running across the street, correct?
Yes.
And then you kind of make your way through the crowd, and then you pointed out, or you recognized your hat, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you then go down kind of hands-on, correct?
Yes.
And was there anything in between you and Mr. Ali in terms of your ability to get to him?
Just the kids, the group of kids that was around.
Okay, and they were mostly standing around?
Yes.
All right, so you kind of work your way through, and then when you go to the ground, you're able to kind of get hands-on Mr. Ali almost immediately.
Yes.
And you're able to free the young woman from his grasp, correct?
Yes.
And that's almost immediately?
It was pretty quick.
All right. And you described an older woman wearing a headscarf, correct?
Yes.
And you said older in the sense that there was a younger woman with a headscarf and then an adult woman. Fair?
I didn't say anything about a young woman with a headscarf.
Okay. Okay. So how many women did you see there with a headscarf?
One that I recall right now.
Okay, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I appreciate you correcting me. So you saw a woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so how would you characterize her age?
Roughly my age or older.
Okay, and you are how old?
I'll be 43 this year.
Okay, so an adult woman with a headscarf.
Yes.
All right. And so, and you described her as kind of upset and crying.
Yes.
And where was she in proximity to you?
15, 20 feet maybe.
Okay. Did she get in your way at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you see her getting in the way of anyone trying to kind of address the situation?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I wasn't focused on that.
All right. And so basically, if I'm correct, you get out of the truck, you get over there, work your way through the kids, and you are able to kind of put this to rest almost immediately.
Pretty quick.
And then you're able to hold down Mr. Ali, correct?
Yes.
And other than him attempting to get up once, was he actively fighting you?
No.
Okay. Right. And so you're just kind of waiting there, counting the seconds till the police come.
Yes.
And then they take over, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Stone, redirect.
Everything, all right, thank you. Mr. Wagner, when you assisted law enforcement, do you remember how many law enforcement were present? Were there multiple officers that came up to you or one officer?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of the time that the older man was down on the ground, it was essentially you and that one officer. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that one officer didn't ask you to step back, disengage, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And when you say pretty quick, you got the older man in control pretty quick, was that because he suddenly decided to cooperate with you?
I don't know if that's why. It was just, adrenaline was going pretty quick and it happened very fast.
So when let me ask this a different way. When the young female was released, what did that look like from the older man? Did he just suddenly hands up, push her away, I'm done with her, or something else?
He tried to get up and I didn't allow him to get up.
Okay, so to be clear, she was released because of your engagement with him, not because of a voluntary choice by him.
He released because of me getting involved.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kading, any further cross-examination?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Larry? May this witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
No, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step down. You're free to stay or go.
All right. So once again, that jury question was, as it applies to instruction 46, element 2, does the violation of the temporary protection order apply? They kind of cut it out, but basically apply to a person or property therein. And 46 it applies to the burglary in the second degree. So to me, looking at our chart here, that's Zahraa Ali's charges. It's the last one. If you look down, attempted second degree M, attempted first degree kidnapping, attempted second degree kidnapping, second degree assault, second degree burglary. So if they're on instruction 46 and there's only 49 instructions and they're at the bottom, second degree burglary, to me, they're getting really close. So, hey, Amy, I'm doing fine. Thank you. Thank you for asking. So yeah, I think they're getting close, you guys. That's my opinion. Also, there's a vote. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a poll. So don't forget to vote. If that's a big if a verdict is today, then when? So before lunch, which would be up to noon. So that's their time. So right now it's 11 o'clock in the morning in Washington. So that would be up till 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon on their time. Hey, what's up, Billy? Good to see you. Hope that new bike is treating you well. So it would be up till noon their time, which would be 3 o'clock on the East Coast. After lunch, which would be 1 to 3 again their time. After lunch, 3 to 5 their time, and after lunch, 5 to 7:30. Again, that's if a verdict is today. So go ahead and take a moment to vote. And there are lesser charges, Chantel. There are definitely lesser charges. I wish I could just ramble off what the lesser charges were, but it's pretty complicated, and I'm not a lawyer, so just trying to see the let's see. I know fourth degree assault was one of the lesser charges. Yeah, fourth degree is a lesser crime. That was definitely a lesser crime. Yeah, 46 was burglary, second degree, count 4. Then 47, violation of court order, knowingly violates it. 48, Zahraa, violation of court order, count 5. One order existed. She knew, knowingly violated it. 49, selected presiding juror first. So those are the lines. So they're at 46. That was the question, burglary, second degree. Then the line, instruction 47 was violation of court order, knowingly violates it. Line 48, Zahraa was violation of court order, which is count 5. One order existed, she knew. 2, knowingly violated it. And then 4, I don't remember, 3. And then 4, it happened in the state of Washington. Remember, she went through all those things. So I think they're close, to be quite honest. I think they're close. All right. And thank you, Joshua. Just hope the jury hurries up, and thank you to everyone. Thank you, Joshua, for joining us. Appreciate it. Lizzie, did anyone ask you a question yet? All right. So it was about I'm actually talking about it. It was about element 46. Does the violation of the temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? And she basically said, just reread the jury instructions. So. All right. So let me go back to here. They're still in verdict watch. 15 hours, 52 minutes, coming up on 16 hours. 16 hours. Wow. Creative chaos. Yep. They still haven't reached a verdict. There's the verdict clock is going on at the bottom right of your screen right now. 15 hours, 52 minutes, 44 seconds. That's what I have. So Rona, didn't see all the testimony. What previous the school and Isaiah got restraining orders, protective orders against Zahraa because she was on school grounds and she put her hands on Isaiah. So Isaiah got a 1,000-foot restraining order on her, and the school put a protective order that she wasn't allowed to set foot on Thurston County property. So no, you couldn't go on the football field, the track field, couldn't attend graduation. You couldn't go into the school. You couldn't go into the parking lot. You could go nowhere. And she did. Chris Mass says, education is never silly and good on anyone who chooses to do so. Absolutely. Ellen, oh my God, 16 hours. Who would have thought? I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close. Lizzie, I just talked about it. If you want me to say it again, okay, here it is again. Can anyone tell me what question the jury asked today? Lizzie, I'm talking to you, Lizzie. I hope you can hear me. It was, as it applies to instruction 46, element 2, does the violation of the temporary protection order, which was against Mrs. Ali, apply to a person or property therein? So, I hope that you hear me. Here, I'll even tag you, Lizzie. Okay, so Lizzie, I'm talking to you directly. Lizzie Bennett, did you hear that? I hope that you heard that. Please let me know that you heard that. Mala says they should warn the jury. You can ask, but you shall not receive. Nice. So let's see. Creative Chaos, you're currently in Budapest. I will check back in later, but now it's time for dinner. Enjoy your dinner. Mama 09, she violated that order when she was near him on the grass. Yeah, as soon as she set foot, well, she couldn't be within 1,000 feet of him, of Isaiah. So first and foremost that. And then second of all, she was on school property. And she entered the school, right, Petunia? Not only was she on school property, but she entered the school. Yes, Lizzie, I hope you're listening. We're talking to you directly. Coming up on 16 hours, Big Bear MG doesn't surprise you. Sparrow 7, yep, big shout out to Josh Wagner, stepping in as a hero. You stopped the choking from proceeding. The father was afraid of you. An adult stepped in as he should. Excuse me. And of course, whenever you have a tickle in your throat, there's never enough water. There's never any water, right? Hey, Abel, how are you? Good to see you. I haven't seen you. Oh, no, wait, I did see you. You were here for a little bit, a couple days ago, right? Good to see you. Billy says, I don't understand how this could be taking this long. I mean, there's video evidence. I know, man. I don't get it either. But, well, there's 49 lines of instructions. So, Melissa, yeah, think they want one more sponsored lunch. Psychosaurus Rex says, well, the jury might not think it does. My interpretation is that because she unlawfully went on school grounds with intent to commit a crime, that takes it up from a simple trespass. Well, that's the Psychosaurus. That could be the sticking part. Did she go there with the intent to commit a crime? That's the sticking part. Did she just go there and then all of a sudden got caught up in the situation? Or did she really go there? I'm sure she went there to get her daughter and get her off grounds. 100% agree with that. Did she go there to try and delete her child? You know, then there's that. So I think that may be the sticking point, is that intent. Maybe that's where they're getting hung up. Sue says, yes, but the burglary includes entering a building. Absolutely. She entered while the woman was trying to close the doors. Yep. Yeah, we played that testimony yesterday. That was Tracy Arnold. Here, hold on a sec. I gotta. Oh, okay. All good there. All right, I'll show you a quick kitty moment. Quick kitty moment. There's Polly with all her little kitties. So everybody's there. She's got the ginger, and she's got her three little girls and one little boy. They're still nursing, as you can see, but we're weaning them. Polly got fixed last Thursday, so she's a week. Oh, and they're 8 weeks. They're 8 weeks old. That's right. They are officially 8 weeks old today. So 2 months. They are officially 2 months old. So they are officially 2 months old. And Polly is officially 1 week from being spayed. So, all right. If you haven't taken the poll already, please take a poll. Only one ginger? Yes. We're calling him Cheddar Federer. Cheddar Federer. All right, they're on a break over at CTV. Thank you, Shirley and Kelly. Thank you, guys. Tattletales. Yes. Michelle Phillips. Thank you, guys. Oh my God. They're attacking Mom. Hold on. Poor Mom is being attacked. Try and get out of the way a little bit. There. There. Can you imagine? Poor Polly. She's like, when are they going to be done? Feeding time at the zoo. Who needs National Geographic when you have Trial TV Live? Who needs National Geographic when you have Trial TV Live? All right. Yes, Miss Kitty. I love gingers. I love them all. Kitty Chaos, Kate says. Absolutely. Real happy Polly is such a good mom. She really is. She really is. Dang kid, Sugar Beet. Chris, yeah, what a good mom. Irene, sweeties. Gimme, love them. Yep. Taillight Fairy, there must be so much cat hair everywhere. Pretty much. Kitty Pile, Amy Lee. Yeah. All right. Quilting and True Crime Addict. Any more questions? Just the one. Just the one. Which was, as it applies to instruction 46. Remember, there's only 49 instructions. Element 2, does the violation of a temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? Polly could teach other moms. Cat's Gallery, you prefer dogs? That's ironic. I have to pull that one up. That's ironic. Cat's Gallery prefers dogs. Super T, I had to foster for rescue. I used to foster for rescue groups. I had over 20 cats at one time. Oh my gosh. Well, we have 5, 6, 7. We have 7. All right. Yeah, Bougie Monk. I'm not quite sure that statement is that they're not intelligent. I don't know, or they're not smart. Not quite sure about that. Cat's Gallery, you're allergic to cats? Okay, that's funny. I'm sorry. It's just cat, of course. Cat's Gallery. We love dogs here too. We had 2 Jack Russells, but they passed away in 2019. All right, that verdict clock is still going. All right, so they've gone back to Montana. So they're going back to Montana. So let's continue on. This is what they're showing. They're going back to Montana. So whatever there. So we'll just continue on. All right. So you guys wanted to watch. Yesterday we took a poll, and it was Tracy Arnold who kept Zahraa at bay. We watched her yesterday. Then Josh and Mary Wagner, we watched them today. So now we're going to get to Dr. Joyce Gilbert. She was the pediatrician. Oh, thank you. I know, it was sad. We lost them, one in July and one in September. They were 15 and 17. Very sad. Sparrow 7, so sweet there, enjoying life. Thank you for your good channel. Thank you, Sparrow, for being with us. Irene, Jack Russells are fantastic. I love Jack Russells. Okay, yeah. Tyler Fear, have you missed anything? A jury question about an hour or so ago, right? Yeah, it was about an hour or so ago. As applies to instruction 46 out of 49 instructions, 46, does the violation of the temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? That was the question. I agree with you, Callie. I grew up with both cats and dogs, so I'm all in. Vice, the pediatrician was great. Yeah, let's get to the pediatrician. Richard, criminal negligence actor should be aware to cause the result. Criminal negligence actor should be aware. Ah, yes, okay. Gotcha. All right, sorry, I got itchy nose right now. All right, let's get to while we're still in verdict watch, let's get to the pediatrician, because she was cool. I like the pediatrician. What was her name? Dr. Joyce. Dr. Joyce Gilbert, not Joyce Brothers. Joyce Gilbert. All right, I got to go here for a second. Hold on. All right, she was, actually, she went into 2 days. She was over 2 days. I didn't realize that. All right, let's get to her. Okay. Well, she came on late, that's why. And then she went into days. So she's day 5 into day. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, she's day 5 into day 6.
Correct. I do. Please be seated.
All right, hold on. All right. So this is replay. All right, so Dr. Joyce Gilbert, pediatrician.
You can pull that seat forward and adjust the microphone as you need.
Thank you.
Ms. Stone, you may inquire. Ms. Zoe, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Please say your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joyce Gilbert, Gilbert.
What is your profession?
I'm a pediatrician.
And are you licensed to practice your profession in Washington State?
Yes, I am.
And when were you licensed?
In 2014 for the state of Washington.
Okay. And were you licensed anywhere else prior to that?
Yes.
And which other states?
The state of Iowa, where I attended my residency program, and the state of Idaho, where I practiced medicine.
Okay. And how long did you practice medicine in Idaho?
For 30 years.
Okay. And what was your profession in Idaho?
I was a pediatrician in a small community in Idaho.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, if you could please describe to the jury your education background.
Yes, I attended undergraduate school at the University of Iowa. I attended my medical school also at the University of Iowa, and then I completed a 3-year pediatric residency training program at the University of Iowa.
Okay. And are you also a board certified pediatrician?
Yes, I am.
And what does board certification mean?
It's a rigorous system where the American Academy of Pediatrics makes sure that your training has been appropriate and that you followed all the educational requirements. And then on a yearly basis, you have to have a certain amount of continuing education within your profession, and you have to pass board examinations to continue to be board certified.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, what is a pediatrician?
A pediatrician is a person who specializes in the care of children from the moment of birth, generally until their 18th birthday, although in some situations we go even up until their 21st birthday. As a general pediatrician, we take care of every aspect of care. We go to deliveries, we'll resuscitate a baby who isn't breathing well, we'll take care of the babies in the hospital, we take care of babies and children who come in for routine well child checkups and any minor illnesses or injuries. We'll hospitalize children for minor infections or anything that needs a general hospitalization. As a pediatrician, we can also take care of children in a higher acuity setting. So, for instance, if a child is very sick and needs to go to Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital, those are also pediatricians taking care of those children.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you talk a little bit fast, so if you could slow down just a little so the court reporter can capture everything you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And do you have a subspecialty as when it comes to pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that subspecialty?
I am also a child abuse pediatrician. So I specialize in taking care of children who have been injured or maltreated in any way.
Okay. And with regards to your subspecialty being in child abuse pediatrician, how long have you practiced that subspecialty?
Really, essentially, since I was a primary care pediatrician in Sandpoint. In the first week that I was there as a brand new pediatrician, the family doctors sent me the children who had been injured in any way or who they were concerned about any injuries for me to give them an opinion. At that time in 1985, there was no subspecialty on child abuse pediatrics. So as a general pediatrician, I was sent those children to confer and to give recommendations for treatment. Over the years, the subspecialty of child abuse pediatrics grew into a board certification process within the department or the American Academy of Pediatrics. By the time that happened in 2009, I was well entrenched as a primary care pediatrician and did not choose to go back for additional 3 years of training to then be able to become board certified in child abuse pediatrics. So currently, there are about 400 pediatricians like me around the country who are well trained in child abuse pediatrics but not board certified. And there are another 350 board certified child abuse pediatricians who actually went through that additional training and have sat for those boards.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you indicated that you're not board certified in child abuse pediatrics. During the course of your career, have you attended seminars or trainings when it comes to child abuse pediatrics?
Yes, extensively.
And have you also presented at those trainings? And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what is your position at Providence St. Peter's Hospital?
I have two positions there. I am the medical director of the Providence Abuse Intervention Center, and I am also employed by Seattle Children's Hospital to be a pediatric-based hospital doctor at Providence St. Peter Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as a hospitalist with Seattle Children's Hospital?
We attend deliveries for babies, and especially babies that there is concern that they may need to have assistance with breathing and respiratory effort at birth. Our hospital does 2,500 deliveries a year, so we will go anywhere from 5 to 10 deliveries in a 24-hour shift to support those babies. We take care of all the babies who are born at Providence St. Peter Hospital, both in the postpartum area where they stay with their parents, and also in a level 2 nursery where the sick babies come. It's a 13-bed nursery, and we will take care of any babies who are born 32 weeks, which is 2 months early, and up. We will transfer babies who have serious medical conditions or are younger than 32 weeks. We will hospitalize pediatric patients up until their 18th birthday for any sort of infectious process or injury that they have. We will transfer children who require a higher level of care than our hospital can do. And we will do consultations in the emergency room for patients that have more complex health issues, and the emergency doctor would like our assistance in taking care of those children.
Okay. And are you also associated or have any affiliations with the University of Washington Department of Pediatrics?
Yes, I do.
And what is that association or affiliation?
I am considered an associate professor at the University of Washington. The medical students who are in their third year and doing rotations will rotate in Providence St. Peter Hospital, and we are in charge of teaching them pediatrics while they're with us.
Okay. And you indicated that you are also the medical director for Providence Abuse Intervention Center. What is the Providence Abuse Intervention Center?
The Providence Abuse Intervention Center is a freestanding clinic in Lacey. Our clinic takes care of children in 5 counties of Thurston, Mason, Lewis, Grays Harbor, and Pacific counties. The referrals to our clinic come from medical professionals who are concerned about something that may have been occurring in that child's life. Also law enforcement and DCYF, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, or CPS, will refer children to our clinic. We get referrals about physical abuse, sexual abuse, or any maltreatment to a child at all. And we will see those children in clinic or in the emergency room, or we will hospitalize those children at St. Peter Hospital. If they need a higher level of care, we will send them to either Mary Bridge Hospital or Seattle Children's Hospital.
Okay. And what are some of your responsibilities as the medical director?
As the medical director, I oversee all of the aspects of the Abuse Intervention Center. We have nurse practitioners who work and see patients. I have another lead nurse practitioner within the clinic who oversees the forensic nurse examiner program that provides services to children and adults in the emergency room who have been the victims of sexual assault. I oversee a nurse and front office staff and back office staff. So we have a complete staff of 8 to 9 people in our clinic, depending on the day. We are in charge of, again, running the program in the 5 counties. So we also are part of what's called a multidisciplinary team in each county, and we have meetings with law enforcement, CPS, prosecutors, mental health professionals, anybody who's involved in the ongoing care of a child after the abuse has occurred is going to be part of a multidisciplinary team to be sure that we're giving the best care to these children going forward.
Okay. And as the medical director of the Abuse Intervention Center, do you also see patients that are minors yourself?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay. And how often do you see patients?
I see patients every day that I work. I will be the primary caretaker or the primary medical provider for patients about once a week or once every 2 weeks, depending on the schedule. I am the person who does all the consultations at the hospital, and I am the person who does what's called medical consultations through the Seattle Children's program, where we will give the CPS workers information and answer questions about the cases that they are investigating.
Okay. And as part of your role as the a medical director at the Abuse Intervention Center, and then also with your subspecialty in child abuse pediatrics, have you ever examined patients yourself who may have suffered strangulation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are those patients under the age of 18?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, do you have any training in recognizing the physical signs of strangulation?
Yes.
And what is that training?
Through the conferences that we attend on a yearly basis, there's always an option to do a seminar or a training session on strangulation. I would say for roughly the past 10 to 15 years, each time I go to a conference, I'm either presenting or attending seminars. And so I am going to estimate that I've probably been to about 10 different presentations or seminars at these conferences. I also support and co-present with Heather, our nurse practitioner who runs the Forensic Nurse Examiner program, and we do outreach education to law enforcement and CPS about strangulation, how to recognize it, and what type of medical care is necessary.
Okay. And do you also have training in recognizing the effects of strangulation on the human body?
Yes.
And do you also have training in recognizing injuries to the human body as a result of strangulation?
Yes.
And in the medical context, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is external pressure or force on the neck that involves the arteries, the veins, and the airway. That external force is different than choking, where something gets caught inside the throat and causes obstruction of airway. This is an external process.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testify that in the medical context, strangulation means external force applied to the neck. You also testified when you're giving the description of strangulation that it's different than the medical definition of choking. My question to you is, based on your experience in seeing patients who indicate they may have been strangled, have you ever had patients, when describing being strangled, use the term that they were being choked?
Yes, frequently.
Okay. And what are some ways that strangulation in the medical context can occur?
There's a number of ways that this can occur. It can be with a ligature, such as hanging or string or something around the neck. It can be a force by another person causing pressure on the airway and the blood vessels with a arm or a hand or both hands. It can be a knee applied to the neck structures and obstructing airway and blood. There are many ways that a strangulation episode can occur.
Okay. And based on your training experience, Dr. Gilbert, is the neck vulnerable to external injuries?
Yes.
And why is it vulnerable to external injuries?
Again, the neck is our area that allows blood flow to and from the head and air to enter from the mouth down to the lungs and the chest. So being a vulnerable area means that if there is obstruction to either blood flow or air, then that is a life-threatening injury or issue for that patient.
Okay. Your Honor, I think this may actually be a good stopping point.
All right. Members of the jury, at this time, the bailiffs will come forward and lead you back. We're at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I remind you of all the instructions that I have given you and request that you continue to be vigilant to ensure that you are not exposed to any outside information related to this case. We will see you tomorrow morning.
All right. Now, if you remember, day six was when the feed was all kinds of screwy. So this is I got to sort this out. You guys remember, if you guys were watching with us live, day 6 was just ridiculous. They would go to a commercial like every 5 seconds, but hold on.
When we
but we can fast forward, so we don't have to worry about it. Sugar beet. We don't talk about day 6. That's funny. Yeah, we don't talk about day 6 here. We'll just no mention of cake. No mention of day 6 and no mention of cake. Let's see. Okay. I got to remember what I did. Okay. I think it was this and that, and then it was okay. All right, here we go. No mention of day 6. That's really funny. Thank you for making me chuckle. Sugar beet. That was good. Some things just get you. Oh, what's Amy says, the pet fountain is on the way. Oh, wow, and should be there Saturday. Pet Polly and the rest of the clan for me. Such a good mom. Oh, thank you, Amy. I check the post office box every Thursday morning. That's when I get out. So it will be in good hands, I'm sure. But thank you. Thanks for letting me know, Amy. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Jojo, at this rate, it will be next year before they reach a verdict. In all seriousness, I think it will at least be next month before we see a verdict. Oh my gosh, no. Sugar beet, nice. All right, let's. All right, so this is. Let me pin it again. This is. All right, Dr. Joyce Gilbert, Dr. Joyce Gilbert, pediatrician.
left off yesterday, we were talking about strangulation in general. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified that the medical definition of strangulation is, in essence, when external pressure is applied to the neck such that the airflow and also blood flow are compromised?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you some questions about the different ways that blood flow can be compromised. Can you, what is the jugular vein?
In our neck, there are two jugular veins. A vein is a thin-walled blood vessel that takes blood from an area of the body back to the heart and the lungs. So the jugular veins are on the outside of the neck, bringing the blood down from the brain after the oxygen has been used. So it's deoxygenated blood coming down from the brain, going back into the heart to go to the lungs and get oxygen again. There's two jugular veins, one on each side of the neck.
Okay, and for the record, when you were explaining the location of the jugular veins, you were pointing to the opposite sides of your neck.
Opposite sides and outside. The jugular vein is on the outside of all the structures in the neck.
Okay. And you started talking about sort of the blood flow when it comes to the jugular veins. Can you sort of explain to the jury the relationship between sort of the heart and the lungs when it comes to blood flow?
Yes. So the heart has 4 chambers, and 2 of those chambers will send blood to the lungs, where all of the air sacs get the oxygen, and that oxygen goes across the thin membranes into the blood. The blood then goes back from the lungs to the other 2 chambers of the heart, where the heart pumps oxygenated blood everywhere into our body. It's a closed circuit, and it works constantly without us even thinking about it.
Okay. And what is the what is the function of the jugular veins?
The jugular veins bring all of the blood that's in the head back down to the heart. There are many veins inside the head and the brain, and they all condense together to give the blood to the jugular vein. So there's just 2 jugular veins bringing all the blood from the head down through the neck and back to the heart.
Okay. And you testified that the jugular veins are responsible for bringing the blood from the head down to your heart. What kind of blood is being trying to figure out a way to smartly ask the question. What kind of blood is sort of being taken out of the brain through the jugular veins?
Blood does many functions in our body. It brings oxygen and it brings nutrients to every cell in our body. The jugular veins are bringing the used blood, deoxygenated, so the oxygen has been taken out of it, and all the nutrients that the brain cells need have been used. So this is blood that's been used that needs to be regenerated with oxygen and nutrients by the heart and the lungs.
Okay. And with regards to deoxygenated blood, what is deoxygenated blood?
Again, that's the blood where the oxygen has already been taken out and utilized by whichever part of the body we're talking about. And in this case, all the brain cells have taken the oxygen out of the blood, and there's no legitimate amount of oxygen left, so it has to go back to the heart and the lungs.
Okay. And with regards to the deoxygenated blood, you indicated that it travels back into the heart from the jugular veins. With the deoxygenated blood itself, is it just simply blood that no longer contains oxygen, or is it also blood that sort of contains all the other materials in the brain that should not be there?
So, correct. The deoxygenated blood has carbon dioxide in it because that's what our cells produce as they metabolize the nutrients. The oxygen is used and the carbon dioxide is the byproduct. All of the nutrients, the blood sugar, and all of the other nutrients and vitamins that the brain cells need have been taken out of the blood. So again, this used blood is coming back to be regenerated by the heart and the lungs with all the nutrients it needs to then go back to the brain again.
Okay.
We have some breaking news out of Florida and the other trial that we are following. The state.
Yeah. You guys remember this day, right? Oh, this was brutal. We're sitting there watching it, and like every few seconds they'd break into it. It was brutal. Brutal.
And the victim told the jurors that she had run away from home earlier.
Let's head back now into the courtroom. The jury is hearing from Dr. Joyce Gilbert. She's a pediatrician who treated the victim, Fatima Ali.
Okay. And when somebody is, when strangulation occurs, could the jugular veins be compromised?
Yes.
And how can it be compromised?
A vein is a thin-walled vessel, so it's easy to compress a vein and stop the flow of the blood coming out of the head and down the neck and into the heart. So simple compression will stop that blood, and then it will build up in the head.
Okay. And if external pressure does apply to the jugular veins, where there's compression to the jugular veins, which part of the body is mostly impacted?
The head and the neck region.
Okay. I know this may sound like a silly question, but you indicated the head would be one of the parts of the body that would be mostly impacted. Would it be impacted in a positive way or a negative way?
A negative way.
Okay. And why is that?
The blockage of blood coming out of the head causes a backup of pressure in the head, so the blood has no other way to get out except those jugular veins. So when pressure is placed on the jugular veins, that buildup of blood has nowhere to go, and it builds up in the face, in the brain, in all structures of the head.
Okay. And you testify, Dr. Gilbert, that when there is pressure applied to the jugular veins, there's a buildup of the blood in the brain. The buildup of the blood you're referring to, would it be the deoxygenated blood?
Correct.
Okay. And when there is that buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain, what are some physical symptoms that can manifest?
There's a higher blood pressure in the brain. There is accumulation of the byproducts that should be coming out of the brain, all of the carbon dioxide and the used up chemicals from the brain cells. All of that is being trapped inside the brain and inside the head without the ability to be cleansed and recirculated.
Okay. And when that happens, if a person has a buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain, what are some symptoms that they may experience?
Many symptoms. They may get confusion. Their brain cells aren't going to think and react appropriately. They will get a headache because that increased pressure will cause pain in their brain. They may not be able to talk clearly or make sense out of what's going on. They get fuzzy. Eventually they will lose consciousness because of that pressure on the jugular vein.
Okay. And why would the buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain cause a headache?
Again, the deoxygenated blood, not enough oxygen for each of the cells to do their job, and the pressure of having that extra blood not going anywhere is what causes the headache.
Okay. And why would it cause dizziness?
Dizziness comes from, again, the center part of the brain, the brainstem area, gets dysfunctional, and the brainstem controls almost everything that goes on in our body, our heart rate and our blood pressure and our consciousness and so many things, hearing, speaking. So all of those things are impacted or affected with that buildup of pressure and deoxygenated blood.
Okay. And why would it cause dizziness?
Again, the dizziness comes from the dysfunction in the brain. That balance that comes from our brainstem area is impacted by the buildup of the blood and the lack of oxygen.
Okay. And you, Dr. Gilbert, when you testified about the different causes of the buildup of the deoxygenated blood and the impact from that, you used the word brainstem several times. What is brainstem?
So our brain has sections of it, hemispheres up here, but it all condenses into something we call the brainstem. And the brainstem is connecting the brain to the spinal cord, and it is giving all the information from the brain to the rest of the body. So the brainstem is like the powerhouse of the brain. And when we have strangulation, we're impacting blood flow coming out of the head and blood flow going into the head. And the biggest, it impacts everything in the head, but one of the biggest areas is that brainstem. That's that computer that runs the show. So alertness, awakeness, thinking possibilities, heart rate, blood pressure, the things that we don't think about our body doing are all controlled by the brainstem. And all of that control is dysfunctional or lost when we have pressure on the neck, causing that obstruction of blood flow.
Okay. And if I'm
And Dr. Gilbert, while she has been testifying, has been often using her hands to demonstrate for the jury what she is verbally explaining to them in her head and neck region.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Dr. Gilbert, based on what you just described as the function of the brainstem, is it fair to say that in order for any person's brainstem to function properly, that they need, in essence, they need deoxygenated blood to be removed from the brain?
Correct.
And then also oxygenated blood to be traveling to the brain?
Correct.
Okay. And if the brain...
listening to Dr. Gilbert testify there. We're going to squeeze in a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll have more coverage of this case out of Washington State when we return. To keep things that are being your question or if
if the brainstem is in essence dysfunctioning due to the buildup of the deoxygenated blood, can it also cause vision problems?
Yes.
And how does it cause vision problems?
Well, again, the brainstem is right near the vision center, so that buildup of pressure causes dysfunction of the vision cells as well as the lack of oxygen. Makes it difficult for somebody. They describe blurry vision and eventually loss of vision with obstruction in the neck.
Okay. And you testified about blurry vision and then eventually loss of vision. With regards to the loss of vision, would it be temporary or permanent?
It's most of the time temporary. There are situations where somebody has survived a severe strangulation episode with lasting effects on their vision.
Okay. And what about if the brainstem is impacted due to the buildup of the deoxygenated blood, can it also cause hearing issues?
Yes.
Okay, and how does it cause hearing issues?
Again, in a similar fashion, the hearing part of the brain and the brainstem function for our ears to hear and make sense out of sound. And when that is impacted by pressure on the neck, then our hearing becomes diminished and sometimes to the point of complete loss of hearing during the episode.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified about the sort of when the brainstem is impacted, its function becomes impaired. Besides sort of the brainstem being impacted and impaired, can the buildup of deoxygenated blood in the brain also cause other complications?
Yes.
Okay, and what are some of those complications?
Again, every aspect of the brain is impacted by this backup of blood with the pressure and the lack of oxygen and the lack of nutrients. So our cortex, our thinking part of the brain is impacted. Our motor centers are impacted. Our ability to move in a concerted effort and make a point of what we want to do is impacted. And again, eventually, everything is impacted to the point of unconsciousness.
Okay. Dr. Gilbert, have you heard of the term cerebral hypoxia?
Yes.
And what is that?
Cerebral means brain. Hypoxia means lack of oxygen. So cerebral hypoxia is lack of oxygen to brain cells.
Okay. And is there also a relationship between muscle tone loss and jugular vein compression?
Yes.
And what is that? And how does jugular vein compression cause muscle tone loss?
Again, with the deoxygenated blood, so lack of oxygen, lack of nutrients, the muscle control center is in the center, the temporal part of our brain, and so we lose control over our ability to move any of our muscles in our body, arms, legs, all of the motor skills are diminished or lost with the pressure on the neck.
Okay. And what is, have you heard of the term asphyxia?
Yes.
And what is asphyxia?
Asphyxia is a term to describe lack of oxygen to a certain area of the body. It just means the oxygen isn't getting to where it needs to be.
Okay. And you testified about the effect on the brain from the buildup of deoxygenated blood. Is the magnitude of the effect, is it somewhat dependent on whether the brain is that of, let's say, a minor child versus a grown adult?
That is a really interesting question because most of our research on strangulation has come through adult victims. We don't study children in the same way that we study adults. And children don't have that same ability to give us history and to tell us the symptoms that they had. Some of that, clearly not studying a child is one of those things that we as a society feel really strongly about. We don't experiment on children. So when we are utilizing the literature and the information from adults and what they are able to tell us during a strangulation episode, we are also utilizing that information on our pediatric patients. The person we're talking about today is closer to adult than, say, a 6-year-old would be. So it's easier for me to say that the adult literature and the science that we know about strangulation will apply to her. And I might have had a more difficult time if I was talking about a 6-year-old strangulation child, simply because we don't have the same amount of science to talk succinctly and clearly about all the effects of strangulation on a child.
Okay. And when it comes to strangulation, Dr. Gilbert, how much pressure is needed for jugular vein occlusion?
Again, the jugular vein is like other veins in our body. It's a thin-walled vessel, and it requires 4.4 pounds of pressure to occlude the jugular vein.
And when you
hitting the pause button on this testimony, so with injuries on the vein.
Blood flowing through that blood vessel.
Okay. And is it fair to say when the jugular vein occludes, it is, lack of a better way of describing it, is in essence the jugular vein is closed off?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say 4 pounds of pressure, what do you mean by that?
To put that in context, pressure is force. And the amount of force that it takes to close off the jugular vein is very small. It takes 6 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger of a well-oiled gun. It takes 20 pounds of pressure to open a can of peas with a flip top on it. A simple handshake between adults is between 60 and 80 pounds of pressure. So when I say 4 pounds of pressure, that's very little force to occlude or stop the blood flowing down the jugular vein.
Okay. And when you say the amount of pressure that it takes for an adult handshake, are you referring to, in essence, I describe it as a very firm grip handshake?
Actually, the very firm grip handshake is higher force.
Okay.
The science says that that's about 160 pounds of pressure. I'm talking about my handshake. My handshake as a female is about 60 to 80 pounds of pressure.
Okay. And you testify that jugular vein occlusion can sometimes result in loss of consciousness. How long does it take, based on your training experience, for jugular vein occlusion to result in loss of consciousness?
Again, according to the science that we have, it takes about a minute of occlusion of the jugular vein for a person to lose consciousness.
Okay. And then, Dr. Gilbert, are you familiar with the term petechia?
Yes.
And what is petechia?
Petechiae are the breakage of very tiny, small capillaries or blood vessels in our skin. Every cell in our skin is supplied with oxygen and nutrients by very, very, very tiny veins. And petechiae is a breakage of those veins that causes a red dot visible on the surface of the skin.
Okay. And can jugular vein occlusion cause petechia?
Yes.
And how does it cause petechia?
Again, it's the backup of blood without an area, without a way for that pressure of that blood to dissipate or go away. So when you have occlusion of the jugular veins, all of that blood that should be coming down from the head is backing up, and it backs up with pressure into those tiny little capillaries, those tiny little blood vessels in the skin. And so from the point of pressure upward is where you will see petechiae.
Okay.
Petechiae will be above the point of impact.
And for the record, you've been using your hands to demonstrate petechiae on the different parts of your head and your face?
Correct.
Okay. And besides petechia, well, let me ask you this question about petechia, Dr. Gilbert. When there is jugular vein occlusion, you testified it can cause petechia. Does it only occur in your eyes, or can it occur and appear on other parts of your body?
It can be anywhere above the point of occlusion. So we see petechia most commonly in the skin, in the lining of the eyes, so inside the eyelids, in the white of the eyes themselves. Petechia is a visible thing, but we can't look into the brain. If in fact we do and we have a person deceased, there's petechiae all over the brain also. So it's the little tiny blood vessels that are rupturing, causing blood to leak out, and that can be anywhere in the head.
Okay. You testify that it can appear in the head, but also it can appear on the lining of your eyes. Can it also appear just on your face?
Yes.
Okay. And then based on your training experience, how long does jugular vein need to be occluded for petechia to be present?
Again, based on the science, it's about 20 to 30 seconds of occlusion to then break those blood vessels and cause petechiae.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testify that it takes about a minute to reach loss of consciousness from jugular vein occlusion. Let's say in a situation where external forces apply to the neck, such as from strangulation, and the jugular veins are occluded, and an individual loses consciousness. What comes after loss of consciousness if the pressure is not removed from the neck?
If that pressure continues, loss of consciousness can be followed by a seizure. It can be followed by loss of bowel and bladder control, and eventually it can be followed by brain death.
Okay. And when you talk about brain death, is that in essence when the person is also dead?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about it takes around 4 pounds of pressure to cause jugular vein occlusion. I want to ask you some questions about that. Between when a person loses consciousness to when they eventually when they have a seizure from jugular vein occlusion, the amount of pressure, does that need to change or can it stay the same?
It can stay the same, or it can change. Actually, it can be both. And with just jugular vein occlusion, you can have a seizure before you lose consciousness.
Okay. And then with regards to jugular vein occlusion and the approximate 4 pounds of pressure, you testified that after loss of consciousness, there could be the seizure, and then eventually there could be brain death.
Coming up, more testimony in the trial for parents, Ihsan and
using to
chin.
Can you tell
the neck connect?
Exhibit 101. Can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Again, this is a front view of the left side of Fatima's neck. It's just under the chin. The ear is not visible, and it goes down to where the neck connects to the chest.
Okay. And the discoloration that we see that I'm using to trace with my finger, in essence, in the middle of the photograph, what is that?
That's all bruising of the left side of the neck.
Okay. Exhibit 102, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, this photograph is from the right side of her neck, again from under the chin to where the neck is attaching to the chest.
Okay. And the discoloration that we see that I'm using to trace with my finger that is in the middle of the image, what is that?
That's bruising over the trachea, the area of the carotid artery and the jugular vein on the right.
Okay. And then we also see discoloration sort of on the, that I'm using to trace with my finger on the left-hand side, left bottom portion of the photograph. What is that?
That's also bruising, again, on the right side of the neck at the base.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified that you have, during the course of your career as a pediatrician with a subspecialty in child abuse, that you have in fact done strangulation exams yourself. Do every patient exhibit the same symptoms of strangulation?
No.
Okay. And are there times where you conduct a strangulation exam where you do not see any evidence of bruising?
Yes.
Okay. And the you testified that bruising is sort of bruising occurs. I believe you testified that it's due to the pressure that is being applied that causes the blood vessels to, in essence, break, causing blood to sort of go to the surface.
Correct.
Okay. And in order for the blood, oh, are you okay? Okay. And in order for blood vessels to break, is it dependent on like the amount of pressure, or is there no relationship between that?
Again, our science says it's moderate to severe force, so it is the amount of pressure placed on the skin that then causes those blood vessels to break.
Okay. And you testified earlier in some of the images that we observed that were taken by Ms. Rivas. You testified about the presence of petechia under Fatima's, I believe it was her right eye.
It was her right eye, yes.
Were you aware whether subsequent photos after she was admitted to the pediatric floor at St. Peter's Hospital, whether subsequent photos were taken of her face to determine whether the presence of petechia was still present?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may.
And Dr. Gilbert, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 103. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the picture of the right side of Fatima's face. I recognize it because I looked at it in the medical records.
Okay. And the images that were taken of Fatima's face, are those part of the medical records?
Yes, they are.
And you testified earlier that you can't just go review a patient's medical records with no apparent reason. Were you able to review all of her medical records during her stay in October of 2024 at St. Peter's Hospital?
Yes, I was.
And does that, is that Exhibit 103 a accurate copy of a photo of her right side of her face that was contained in her medical records?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers for admission to evidence Exhibit 103.
Mr. Kading, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Larry?
I have one here.
You may.
And the daily picture.
10/21 of 2024.
Thank you. Objection.
103 shall be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Showing you Exhibit 103, can you tell the jury what is being depicted in this photograph?
Yes, this is a photo of the right side of Fatima's face, including her right eye, the right side of her nose, her lips, and her ear.
Okay. And earlier we saw a photograph of Fatima's right side of her face that contained the red dots that you described it as petechia. Do we still see that in this photograph?
No, the petechia have all resolved.
Okay. And based on your training experience, with regards to petechia, does it typically resolve on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Gilbert, you testified, and we also seen photos that were taken of Fatima that documented injuries that was on her shoulder and around her neck. If there had been other injuries that were observed on other parts of her body, would photographs have been taken of those areas as well?
Yes, they would have.
And based on your review of her medical records and your own treatment of Fatima, were there bruising or injuries on any other parts of her body, such as her chest?
No, I did a full and thorough exam on Saturday, October 19th, and she had no other abrasions, scratches, bruises, or petechia seen other than on her face, neck, and left shoulder.
Okay.
Hearing about the injuries to Fatima, of course, the jury is seeing pictures we cannot show of the injuries. Let's get you back.
We also heard testimony yesterday that with regards to Fatima, that she did not have a broken hyoid bone in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and based on your training experience during a strangulation episode, even if a patient does not have their hyoid bone broken, can there still be damage to the trachea?
Yes.
And why is that?
The trachea is a very thick organ with cartilage. The hyoid bone is just one part of that organ, and the hyoid bone sits up at the top part of the trachea. So depending on where the pressure is applied for strangulation depends on where the injury or damage is done to the trachea. If the pressure is applied up high, basically kind of under the chin or the top of the neck, it's possible to break that hyoid bone. But if the pressure is applied a little bit lower, there's cartilage there but not bone. So the pressure does impact the cartilage and can compress the trachea so air is not getting in or out, but not actually fracture anything.
Okay. And we also heard testimony yesterday that Fatima's CT angiogram scan did not show any vascular injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are vascular injuries?
We can see on a CT angiogram if there's been a tear or injury to the carotid arteries. The importance of that is that if there is damage to that thick-walled muscular artery, then there can be long-term complications that could include stroke or dissection of that tear. So it is important when we have a strangulation victim to do the CT angiogram to be sure that there's no injury that could cause further damage later on. In Fatima's case, her CT angiogram did not show any damage to either of the carotid arteries.
Okay. And you testified that there were no damage to the carotid arteries. Based on your training experience, can carotid artery occlusion still occur without the patient having vascular injuries?
Correct, yes. Okay.
And the amount of pressure that is needed for carotid artery occlusion, in order for there to be vascular injuries, do you need more pressure applied to the carotid artery for vascular injuries, or less pressure, or does pressure play into the, or does pressure, the amount of pressure, does that determine whether there's vascular injuries?
Again, in the science of strangulation, it's not so much even the amount of pressure or the length of time. It simply does happen. Sometimes that carotid artery tears internally, and many times it does not. But it's really important to diagnose when there's a tear inside the carotid artery, because the complications from that are great.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, doctor.
Morning.
Couple of things. You said you had talked to Fatima about the abrasions on her left shoulder and the pain in her left hip.
Yes.
Okay. And those occurred in an unknown way, but she thinks when she hit the ground, right?
Correct. That's
Okay.
what she told me. Correct.
Is it possible that those injuries occurred when she hit some other hard object, say, for example, a tree trunk?
It's certainly possible. I didn't get a history that she had hit a tree trunk, but
It's consistent with that as well.
it's a possibility.
Okay. And if you hit something with your head hard, is it possible that the cerebral edema will come into play?
That's a possible side effect of a external injury to the head, yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that the cerebral edema was some sort of brain swelling.
That's what the definition of cerebral edema is.
Okay. And you could get that if you hit your head hard on something.
It's possible.
Okay. And if you get that, you said that every aspect of the brain would be impacted. Like, we're talking about everything that you said, breathing, right? Vision.
Are we still talking about, though, an external?
You can't ask questions.
No, I'm talking about just cerebral edema in general.
Cerebral edema in general generally affects the entire brain.
The entire brain. Okay.
Yes.
And does that include your ability to make decisions?
It can.
Okay. And it could affect your breathing?
Yes.
Your heart rate?
Yes.
Can it knock you unconscious, or can you become unconscious because of it?
You can become unconscious because of cerebral edema.
Okay. And so cerebral edema is something that can cause the symptoms of choking that you talked about, right? Strangulation, sorry.
Cerebral edema occurs with strangulation. Cerebral edema also occurs with head trauma.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But when you get cerebral edema, it can be from head trauma without any strangulation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get it from hitting your head on something.
Hard.
Right.
Yes.
Can you get it from getting kicked in the head?
Yes, if it was a hard enough kick.
Somebody stomped on your head, you could get it?
Yes.
Or punched in the head or something like that?
Typically, we don't see it just with a punch in the head, but maybe with multiple punches.
Okay.
It needs to be significant trauma, external trauma.
External trauma, significant. And is it related to concussions?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you have a concussion, then you get the cerebral edema. Sometimes.
Sometimes, exactly.
Okay.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Jessica Lettingham. Jessica.
So after we hear Dr. Gilbert's testimony, we'll go and listen to Dr. Jen Stankus, because those were like the two experts.
Immediate response.
This is cross-examination.
Is that cerebral edema? Does that start right away?
You get knocked out with a significant force of head trauma, and the cerebral edema builds fairly quickly, but over time. It isn't an immediate response to an external force.
Okay, but it could occur within a minute or so?
Minutes, yes.
All right. Now, I think you said the brain is the body's an amazing thing.
It is.
Right? Okay. One of the things about lack of oxygen to the brain is that the brain actually can function for 3 minutes or so without oxygen due to what it has stored. Is that right?
It has limited function. The function is diminishing over those 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
But there is, I mean, if you get your blood cut off, or excuse me, your blood flow cut off to your brain, it may cause you to pass out, but your brain still could be functioning in a kind of a protect mode for 3 minutes or so.
Up to the time of death, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And then if somebody is being strangled and the force that's being exerted on their neck, carotid arteries, jugular veins, those sort of things, is released, blood starts flowing, and recovery can be very quick, right? In terms of regaining consciousness, right?
Correct.
Your ability to move.
Yes.
Right? All of that can happen very quickly.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you established that there can be long-term effects, but not always.
Correct.
And the shorter the amount of time that you're deprived of blood and oxygen to your brain, the more likely your chance of not having long-term effects, right?
I would love to think that there's a direct correlation, but even people who have been strangled just to the point of unconsciousness and then woke up potentially could have long-term complications.
Okay. Potentially, but not usual.
Not guaranteed.
All right. Now, let's talk about hitting your head on something. Let's say that in fact you did hit your head on something hard. Did that affect your ability at that point to remember what was going on?
It could.
Okay. And that's why? Why does it affect that?
Again, significant blow to the head may impact the hippocampus where memory is laid down. It may impact many other aspects of the brain also.
Okay. All right, and so impact the brain negatively, obviously.
Yes.
Right? Does it affect your ability to reason?
It can, yes.
And what happens when you go unconscious?
Your brain is not awake, alert, making decisions. Your body is able to function as long as there is still oxygen and blood flow happening.
So your body is functioning, but you're not necessarily controlling what you're doing.
Well, you're not awake and alert, correct.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Leary, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Gilbert.
Morning.
Thank you for being here for 2 days. So on the pictures that you talked about, the bruising on the back of Fatima's neck, did I correctly place that as towards the back?
Those were side pictures.
Okay.
So it was more lateral is the medical term we use, not posterior, not in the back.
Okay, and just so the record's clear, when you said lateral, you held your hand up to your ear and kind of went down from your ear?
Correct.
And in those pictures, Fatima's hair was pulled up, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, kind of signs of strangulation, the physical signs, would you agree, are somewhat subtle?
Can be.
And in this case, were subtle, correct?
I actually wouldn't say these were subtle.
Okay, well, to the non-professional.
Okay. It's hard for me to be non-professional.
And not to say to be unprofessional, but somebody who doesn't have the same training, correct? So, petechiae, you explained very clearly to the jury what petechiae is, correct?
Yes.
And somebody who saw a picture of petechiae, if I walked up at lunch and said, what is this? Somebody may say freckles, correct?
Correct.
And that's a fair description, right?
Yes.
But based on your training, you know that there's a medical explanation, particularly when you see that it didn't last longer than October 21st, that was not a freckle, but that was a petechiae, correct?
That's why we continue to photograph every day. Correct.
Right. And so you would agree with me that that's kind of outside the common knowledge of the average person, correct?
Yes.
And that's kind of why you're here, to explain your expertise, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, the bruising and abrasions were more visible on Fatima the next day. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So, and in terms of the petechiae, was it more visible or about the same from the 18th to the 19th? Do you recall?
We didn't demonstrate those photographs, but my recollection was they were still very visible on the 19th, yes.
They were still, okay. And then the scrape on the shoulder and the hip, she attributed to something other than strangulation, correct?
She did not have a scrape on her hip. She had pain,
pain
of her hip, and no visible injury there. And the scrape on her left shoulder would not have been directly from the strangulation.
Okay, so if we're summarizing kind of the visual cues, it would be the petechiae on her face, correct?
Correct.
And abrasions below her ear, correct?
Correct.
Which may or may not be visible based on the location of her hair.
Correct.
Okay. So somebody who walks up on the scene and sees her, they're probably gonna notice kind of rapid breathing, correct?
Yes.
Like she's, you know, you're talking about the physical response to a post-strangulation event, correct? So rapid breathing, correct?
Correct.
Almost kind of panic?
Correct. That would be common.
Okay. And so somebody who didn't see what happened before that wouldn't necessarily automatically conclude that what I am observing is a post-strangulation person. Fair?
That's possible.
Okay. Because now let's say that this was a gunshot wound, right? And the gunshot wound is visible, depending on the location and the amount of blood. An average person may be able to say, okay, there's a significant wound there because of the blood, and it is circular and quite possibly could be a gunshot wound. Agree?
Yes.
And same with like a knife cut, correct?
Correct.
And so, whereas strangulation, you have to do a much more kind of, you have to get information from the person, correct?
Yes.
If they're able to provide it, correct?
Yes.
And then you're doing a full body examination, correct?
Yes.
And then x-rays and pictures, correct?
If that person is in medical care, yes.
And so, you know, getting information from Fatima was important to you understanding and making a diagnosis. Fair?
Always true.
Okay. Okay, so somebody who comes up afterward isn't going to necessarily know outwardly signs that, you know, this is a person who has just been strangled, correct? I mean, and you're hesitating, so I mean,
I'm hesitating because I can't ask you a question.
Okay, well, let me. Okay, we operate in these. So, okay, so somebody who, you know, let's start from here. So Fatima regains consciousness. Okay.
Yes.
From that point forward, and you know, Mr. Dean from the principal from the school comes over and sees her on the ground and observes rapid breathing, big eyes, startled, we'll say petechiae. Would you expect a non-medical professional to say that person, I can conclusively say that person was just strangled?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No.
Before we head to a break, we have a quick
your head, yeah. He is able to, has
Fatima
to be upset.
Correct.
Okay. And it is a common side effect of not being able to communicate after a strangling event, right? Difficulty speaking, that's a symptom, correct?
Correct.
And when somebody is regaining consciousness, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like a light switch. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And I just snapped my finger and you shook your head yes.
Yes.
Fair? Okay, so it's not like I'm unconscious at 01 and then at 02 I'm fully functional and awake, correct?
Correct.
And so there's kind of this process of coming back to understanding what's going on.
Yes.
And you describe confusion?
Yes.
And memory loss?
Correct.
And it's fair to think that the person, while they're unconscious, doesn't necessarily fully appreciate how they got to where they are when they're waking up, right?
Right.
This is not what they expected, correct?
Yes.
And if you ask somebody, well, how long were you unconscious for? That's not a question that you would expect them to be able to answer.
That's
Fair?
correct.
And may not be able to communicate to the person that they wake up with kind of what's going on.
True.
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Zoe, redirect.
Dr. Gilbert, if a patient is hit hard enough on their head to cause cerebral edema, would you typically expect to see some sort of external injuries to the head?
Yes, you would.
Okay, and those external injuries, could they include bruising?
Yes.
Could it also include bumps to the head or knots?
Generally, a big bump on the head with a hard blow. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sorry. Yes, generally there'd be a big bump on the head with a blow like that.
Okay, and you testify that as being Fatima's treating physician, that you would also do a head-to-toe examination. During your examination, did you observe any bruising to her head?
I did not.
Okay, what about bumps or knots?
I did not, and I felt under her hair and her whole head during my exam.
And when you felt under her hair and over her whole entire head, did you feel any bumps or knots?
No.
Okay.
And she did not describe any pain with my palpation.
Okay. And you indicated that she does not describe any pain with your palpation. How is pain with palpation associated with bumps or knots on the head?
Well, if she had hit her head hard someplace, then even if there isn't a big bump for a bruise, there's still tenderness at that point of impact. And so if she had complained about pain, then I would have been more concerned about a bump on her head. But she did not complain about any pain with palpation, nor did I feel any bumps.
Okay. And when oxygen is being cut off to the brain, is the brain function in essence impaired?
It is.
Okay. And Mr. Leary, he's the defense attorney that just asked you some questions. He sort of asked you questions about signs and symptoms of strangulation that may be obvious to a professional like yourself, but maybe subtle and not all that obvious to a non-medical person. Would you say bruising, would that be considered something subtle or obvious to a non-professional?
It depends on the time that you're looking for the bruising and the area that you're looking. He made a point of saying if her hair was down, it may have been difficult to see the bruising, and bruising does progress over time. So the first pictures that we took may not have showed all the bruising, and the second day pictures showed more bruising still from the same incident. So sometimes bruising is not at its highest peak, nor is it always visible immediately after an injury.
Okay. You testified that the photos of the bruising from the second day was more obvious than the bruising from the first day. The photos that were taken of the first day, did it still show obvious bruising on her neck?
Yes, it did.
Did it show obvious bruising on the front of her neck?
Yes, it did.
Did it show obvious bruising on the left side of her neck where her the left side of her carotid artery and jugular vein was located?
Yes, it did.
Did it also show obvious bruising on her right side of her neck where the right side of her jugular vein and carotid artery is located?
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Leary was also asking you questions about subtle signs and obvious signs. If an individual sees somebody that is being placed in a headlock position and does not look like they have their eyes open and appear to be passed out or they've lost consciousness, would that be concern for strangulation?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Kading, recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary?
Just to clarify, thank you, Your Honor. Just so we're clear, I mean, I absolutely agree. If you see somebody in a headlock and being choked, I mean, you would think strangulation, right?
Correct.
And you're shaking your head right.
Yes.
So my question is more, if you don't see what's going on and you come upon the scene afterward, you can surmise that there's been a struggle and that there's been something that's happened, but you don't necessarily can conclusively say strangulation just on your initial reaction. Is that fair?
I think that's very fair, especially if it's a layperson.
Okay, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? You are excused.
All right. Miss Dr. Joyce Gilbert is done. Dr. Joyce Gilbert is done. And now we're going to get to Dr. Jennifer Stankus, because I want to compare the two. And if you guys haven't answered our poll yet, we have a poll going. If a verdict is today, then when? All right, if a verdict is today, then when? Before lunch, up to noon, which has already happened, 7%. After lunch, 1 to 3. Now, this is local time, right? So that would be local time, so which is happening right now because it's 12:40. It's 12:40 there. I should have done 12 to 2. All right. Anyway, after lunch 1 to 3, after lunch 3 to 5, after lunch 5 to 7:30. So we'll see. All right. So I want to get to Miss Stankus, Dr. Jennifer Stankus. Uh-oh, I just did something wrong. Shoot. Doggone it. Hold on a sec, you guys. I just screwed up my Windows. All right, talk amongst yourself for a minute. I just messed up my Windows. Get this back real quick. Hold on. Just bear with me for 2 seconds.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. So strangulation isn't necessary. In the way we're talking about strangulation, we're not.
I got myself sorted out. Just give me a second. All right, so this is going to be Dr. Jennifer Stankus. She was the one and only defense witness that called one of the one and only defense witnesses that were called. So here she is. If you guys remember, she was scheduled to come in. There was all kinds of issues with her coming in. She was coming in from Las Vegas. All right, so this is Dr. Jennifer Stankus. And we looked her up. She's got IMDb. She's on YouTube, so she's pretty interesting person.
Confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be true and correct. I do. Please be seated. Mr. Katie, may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Jennifer Stankus, Stankus.
And Dr. Stankus, could you tell us what your education history is?
Sure. I'm an emergency physician. I went to medical school at the University of Washington. Before that, I went to law school at the University of Denver. And before that, I went to undergraduate at the University of Colorado at Boulder.
And what kind of work do you do?
I'm an emergency physician. I practice at Madigan Army Medical Center as clinical faculty in the emergency department.
Okay, and what else do you do for work?
So at this point, over the last few years, I've been about half-time clinical medically, and then the other half of my time is split between doing some expert work like this and other work that's not related to medicine.
Okay, and are you a member of any professional associations?
I am. I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians and a former chairperson of the Emergency Medicine Foundation and a diplomat of the American Board of Emergency Medicine.
Okay, and Dr. Stankus, have you ever qualified to be a expert witness before?
Yes.
Okay, and what field do you expert witness in?
So I'm asked to opine on medical questions, and that can be in civil cases or like this in criminal cases. So it's been a pretty broad range of cases.
Okay. And you indicated you were an expert witness, so are you paid to be here?
I am.
Okay. And does the fact that you're being paid have any influence on your testimony?
No.
And is the amount you're being paid a customary amount?
Yes.
Okay. So we are here on the case of State versus Ali and Ali. Have you had an opportunity to review the medical records in this case?
I have.
And have you reviewed anything else?
Yes.
What else did you review?
I reviewed the police reports and also the videos.
Okay. And you saw the bus video and also the handheld phone videos?
I did.
Okay. And when you reviewed those records and that video, did the diagnosis and things that you found in the medical reports, did that seem consistent with what you viewed and read?
It did.
Okay. And one of the things that was an issue, that's going to be an issue in this case, is something called pneumomediastinum. Could you please tell us what that is?
Sure. Pneumo just means air. Mediastinum is the central cavity in the chest. It's the area, basically, media is middle, and sternum, you can think of your sternum, so it's the cavity there. Pneumomediastinum means that there's air in that cavity, and there shouldn't be air in that cavity. There should be air in your trachea and in your lungs and in your esophagus sometimes. But it means that there's air inside that cavity, which is unusual.
Okay. And so can you tell us how typically does that air get there?
So it's not a highly common condition, but it does happen.
Okay. And are there, what are some of the different ways it can happen?
So the worst way it can happen is if you are shot or stabbed, or some sort of penetration into the chest cavity that actually punctures, punctures your lung, punctures the chest wall, punctures your trachea or your esophagus. That would be a very bad day. Other causes, believe it or not, it can happen with a sneezing fit or vomiting or weightlifting or bearing down. And the reason is that think of your lungs as like a big balloon. You take in the air, it goes into your lungs, and it travels out to the small little air sacs at the end called alveoli. And if you put too much pressure into that, like anything, you can basically pop it. So you can have a situation where you bear down, or you're holding your breath, and like say someone jumps on top of you, or a dog or something like that can actually pop that alveoli. Another way that can happen is if any of you are scuba divers, you hold your breath, something bad happens, you freak out, you pop to the surface, and you forget to exhale. Well, all those gases are going to expand and create more pressure. So it's a pressure issue. And then the other way is you can sometimes tear the esophagus, for example. And the way that can happen is with violent vomiting or some sort of penetrating trauma. We call that Boerhaave syndrome.
Okay. All right. So was that B-O-R, Boerhaave?
You're asking me to spell something that's not fair. I think it's B-O-E-R. I'd have to Google it.
Okay. And when the air in your lungs is trapped and the pressure is applied to it, what is that? What is that called? Is that the Macklin effect?
Yes, it commonly occurs, most commonly I would say, and that would be that effect where you're bearing down like a Valsalva. You're increasing the intracranial or the interthoracic pressure too much.
Okay. Now, in terms of generalities, is pneumomediastinum, is that something that's common in strangulation cases?
No.
And have you ever seen it in a strangulation case?
I've seen it. So I've reviewed many strangulation cases, and I have seen it in one case where I don't think that it occurred from that, but rather from being dragged from behind and struggling on the ground.
Okay. And obviously it could be common in a stabbing offense or something like that, right?
Fortunately, I wouldn't say it's common, but it does occur.
Okay. Now, the different ways that it can happen, are some of them considered more serious in terms of diagnosis than others? I mean, in terms of what you're going to do to treat them?
What I would say is that it's not so much the mechanism, but rather the effect. So there can be a very small air leak that is a one-time air leak that doesn't persist, and it goes away on its own. And that could happen from any number of things. Let's say you have a very small puncture, it heals over, and you just have a one-time air leak versus the Macklin effect where you're sneezing or coughing and you have a small little air leak. What matters is if you have a persistent or a large air leak that can create pressure inside the chest, it can actually cause a pneumothorax, if you've ever heard of that, where there's too much air in the chest and it starts to collapse a lung. You can have the air in the mediastinum that's actually putting pressure on the heart. The heart's just a big pump, so if you are creating a lot of outside pressure on it, it won't pump as well. It won't be able to do its job. And then the other way that things can go sideways is if you have a tear, especially in your esophagus, what that can do is allow the stomach contents into the or the mediastinum, not pneumo, but the mediastinum, and those contents can create a bad infection. You can become septic, and that can kill you as well. So it's not so much a matter of what the mechanism is, but what the effect is.
Okay. And how do you recognize a pneumomediastinum?
So most typically we'll see it on a chest x-ray. So in a lot of cases, someone will come in with chest pain, or they'll come in as a trauma, and we get an immediate look to make sure that there's nothing dangerous going on. And we can see air very well on x-rays where it's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay. And so once you see that, is it pretty easy to diagnose what it is?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, how do you typically treat it?
So it depends on what it is. So sometimes it's very serious. Say a gunshot wound, they'll have to go in and resect part of the lung or clamp it to stop that air leak, or put in a chest tube. Sometimes a surgeon will have to go in and repair the esophagus. A lot of times we just watch the patient. So about 80 to 90% of the time, the condition is not anything that we need to do anything about, and we'd consider it to be benign, meaning harmless. It's there, but we need to watch it and make sure it doesn't persist or get worse.
Okay. And is there any particular time limit on how long that may take?
Well, typically, if we saw a small amount of air on a chest x-ray, for example, but the patient's vital signs were stable, they weren't having any trouble breathing, everything else looked okay, we would typically watch them for 24 hours and retest and make sure that the condition isn't getting worse and that it's getting better.
Okay. And in your reading of the records in this case, did you note when the condition was first noted?
Yes, it would have been on arrival to the emergency department.
Okay. And did you then also note in the same records when it was determined that it was no longer an issue?
Yes.
And when was that?
The following day.
Okay. So do you recall, was it less than 24 hours later that the condition was no longer noted?
I believe it was.
Okay. Now, upon reviewing the medical records in this case and the videos in this case, is it possible for you to tell with any degree of certainty how the condition arose in this case?
No.
And why not?
Again, there are multiple ways that it can happen. Certainly it could be from any type of struggle where someone is in a fight or a struggle, like, for example, the first instance where there's a tug of war over Fatima and she goes down to the ground. Or the next instance might be where there's, I call it a dog pile, but there's a group of people who all fall on top of her. It could have happened there. There's an instance where they're on the ground and there's contact with her neck. It could have happened there. There's a struggle afterwards that I can't see in any of the videos. It could have happened there. I don't know.
Okay. And so once the person comes into the hospital and they are found to have this condition, is there typical conditions placed upon them when they're being observed?
Yeah, so what we're concerned about, obviously, is that this condition's going to get worse. The patient may need to go to surgery. They may need to be heavily sedated so that a camera can be placed down their trachea or the esophagus, whichever one they're worried about. And in those cases, we don't want the patient to eat or drink anything because they are put at a great risk for aspiration during that procedure. So just like if I'm worried about someone with appendicitis, they come in with right lower abdominal pain, I'm going to have them not eat or drink anything until we know that it's not that and that they're not going to surgery. So we'll keep the person what we call NPO, or nothing by mouth, until we have a better idea of what the clinical picture is and if they need any further intervention. Okay. And then obviously we watch them. They're on a monitor. We're making sure that they're not going into any respiratory distress or cardiac distress or anything like that.
All right. And in this particular case, when you reviewed the medical records, did you see any sort of a specific treatment that was undertaken in this case?
I believe, obviously, observation, imaging in terms of x-rays, and then I believe an antibiotic was given and the patient was kept NPO, as we call it, or nothing by mouth.
Okay. And did you see any indication that there were any scopes done or anything else?
No.
And is that typical in a case like this?
I would say it is. With a very small amount of air that resolves, there's no reason to put that patient at risk because there's not an obvious ongoing air leak.
Okay. Is there typically any difference in a case of pneumomediastinum where a younger person is involved versus a full-grown adult?
The only thing that I would say is that younger patients, especially very young patients, have smaller airways, and so if there is some sort of compressive element, like an ongoing air leak, they can decompensate faster than adults, but the mechanism overall is the same. So they're treated the same way.
Okay. And can you tell me what tension mediastinum?
Yes, so tension mediastinum again is pressure or tension on the contents of the mediastinum. And in that case, we're talking about compressive pressure on the heart. So if you can imagine your heart wants to beat in its usual fashion, if you're putting tension on it, just like if you're putting fluid around the sac in the heart's not able to beat as well as it would. And in fact, you can end up going into shock from that.
Okay. And if you have this tension mediastinum, then you have more of a continual flow of air in, causing the pressure to build up? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you had mentioned tears of the esophagus. Obviously, that's something that sounds pretty serious. What does that cause?
Again, so that can cause stomach contents to leak into the mediastinum. And again, that's really dangerous because of the risk of infection.
And again, no evidence of that in this case that you
No.
saw? Okay. What is a mucosal tear?
So the mucosa is like the lining of your mouth. Or the lining of your trachea. It's just a tear in that, in that material.
Okay. And was there one noted in this case?
It was suspected but not confirmed.
Okay. And what does that mean to you?
So you can't tell if someone has a mucosal tear in their esophagus or in their trachea by CT scan. You just can't see that level of detail. You need to go in with a scope and actually visually inspect it to see if there's a tear there, and that wasn't done in this case.
Okay. And is that generally, do you think, because this case resolved on its own?
Yes.
Okay. And what about mediastinitis? What is that?
So that would be inflammation around the mediastinum, as you would see with an esophageal tear, for example.
Okay. And you said one of the big issues that could be dangerous in certain cases of pneumomediastitis is infections?
It can be.
Okay. And were there any infections noted in the medical records in this case?
No.
Okay. So you said 80 to 90% of these cases typically resolve on their own. Does that just mean, what does that mean in terms of resolve on their own?
It means that we see some air where it's not supposed to be, and that it doesn't progress into a more dangerous condition, and that no intervention is needed, and so that's it. The patient gets better, and we don't need to do anything.
Okay. And so in your case, how would you classify the condition pneumomediastinum as it applies to Fatima?
I would say it was a mild presentation of it that resolved completely by the next day.
Okay. And given what you know, was this condition going to ever cause her death or kill her?
No.
Okay. And when something like this happens and it resolves, does it leave any permanent damage?
No.
And does it cause any permanent injury in any way?
No.
All right. I think that those are the questions that I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Larry, cross-examination?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Really just about to. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You talked about the risk of aspiration in surgery, and that is when food doesn't stay in the stomach or saliva and goes into the lungs. Is that
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And so what's the consequence of food or saliva or something going into someone's lungs?
So it can cause respiratory failure at the worst. It can cause infection and scarring of the lung.
Okay. Pneumonia?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you said nothing by mouth, if somebody has to go into surgery and they have eaten within 24 hours, it increases the risk of aspiration. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the reason to not have somebody eat during this 24-hour period is if something goes wrong and they have to go into surgery, you don't want to increase the risk of aspiration. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So if this had happened on a backpacking trip and this person was a 3-4 day hike out, okay, in this scenario, no helicopter rescue, and she didn't get medical treatment, would the outcome have been different?
In this case, no.
How come?
So there was obviously a small air leak, and we know that because of the chest x-ray. If this had happened out in the backcountry, there wouldn't have been an x-ray, and probably no one would have known that it was even there. There was no demise of the patient in terms of a change in vital signs or difficulty breathing or anything along those lines. If they hadn't taken the x-ray, they would never have even known that it was there.
And so if I was backpacking and this had happened, and I'm talking to this person, would this person have known something's going on with my chest? I feel like I have air in my chest. What does the patient understand in general?
So oftentimes they'll have some pain. They may have some chest pain or some neck pain where the air is dissected or something like that. But someone who has a persistent air leak where the air keeps filling up and compressing the lungs, they become increasingly more uncomfortable, may have increasing shortness of breath or chest pain or racing heart as the heart's trying to compensate because it can't beat well, any number of things.
And in this situation, were any of those symptoms about persistent air leak, pressure on the heart, collapsing lung present that from what you saw?
No.
So this is a situation where she comes into the emergency department, there's a whole array of tests done. Fair? Or?
There's an array of tests done.
Okay. Including an x-ray, correct?
Yes.
A chest x-ray?
Yes.
And what you're saying is that the chest x-ray would have been what picked up this air?
That would be the first way to pick up the air, and then a lot of times we'll do a CAT scan after that and then watch the patient.
Okay. So really this was testing that identified the issue and then was simply monitored for 24 hours.
Correct.
And there was no intervention needed.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Stankus.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Dr. Stankus, I have some questions.
I thought you might.
Right, yep. Dr. Stankus, you talked about preparing for this case by looking at medical records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also indicated that you looked at, I think, video. Did you say photographs as well?
I did, yes.
And for those photographs, were those, what photographs were those?
Oh boy, they were contained within the medical record.
Okay, and so were those photos of Fatima?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what those were photographs of?
Primarily of her head and neck, but also just a full body video, or not video, rather a photograph.
Okay. And do you recall when you were looking at those photographs, did those photographs of her injury play into your, play is not the right word, but factor into your opinion or diagnosis or evaluation in any way?
I mean, I certainly considered them, yes.
Okay, and how did you consider them? What does that mean when you say that, ma'am?
So there was obvious contact with the neck, the head and neck. There were some abrasions on her shoulders and her neck with some bruising.
Okay, and when you were going through and trying to prepare kind of your opinion for today, did you look at any research articles or anything of that nature about either strangulation or pneumomediastinum, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you've never met or treated Fatima before, is that correct?
I have not.
Okay. And Mr. Kading asked you about just payment for testimony being here in that customary rate. What does a customary rate mean?
So expert witnesses in this state typically earn about $500 an hour.
Okay. What about if you're coming for testimony itself?
So I typically charge my clinical fee for the day, which is $2,400.
Okay. And what about if you're writing a report? Is that extra for a report, or is that included as part of that process in time, in terms of time that you would spend?
It's included, so it's just an hourly rate.
Okay. You didn't create a report here, though, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you asked to create a report here?
I was not.
And you talked about, I don't recall if you talked about testifying before or working just in other fields as part of your other part of your time. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. Have you actually testified before?
I have.
In a criminal case?
I have.
Okay. On behalf of the prosecution?
Not in trial, no.
Okay. And you talked about, in terms of your experience and where you've worked, it's primarily in the ER, in the emergency medical field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not in like pediatric medicine, anything specialty in strangulation, ENT, nothing like that?
No, we treat adults and kids, and it's a big part of our training. Maybe 30% of our patient population is pediatric.
Sure, absolutely. And so you would assume that folks that worked in the ER were trained in a broad field of folks, right? I mean, the medical degree is the medical degree.
No, I mean, emergency medicine is its own specialty, and so in order to work in the emergency department, you have to be credentialed to do that and have specialized training.
Sure, and so you would say the same would be true for like an ENT or a pediatric doctor, fair, yes?
Fair. As we discussed, a pediatric doctor or pediatrician couldn't work in the emergency department as an emergency physician, even a pediatric emergency department, unless they were specialty trained in emergency medicine. Any emergency physician trained in emergency medicine could work in a pediatric emergency department.
And if you were in the ER and you needed something exceptional was happening, would you call a specialist in that field?
Yes.
To come assist?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that there are, in fact, strangulation specialists and ENTs that will confer with specialists in that field?
It's not a specialty field. Different people, different specialists would tend to see it. We obviously see it because the patient comes to us first. If there is a significant injury to the neck, an ENT doctor or ear, nose, and throat doctor might take care of that.
Okay. And ER or emergency medicine is, would you agree that that is kind of a triage medicine by definition?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So you're admitting and then you're caring and you're maintaining care for those patients once you're done seeing them in the ER?
So we diagnose and stabilize and do the initial treatment. Sometimes, for example, we'll do a scope in the emergency department. We do a lot of procedures and interventions. If the patient needs further specialty care, so as an example, we would be the one to diagnose a heart attack, and then we would call the cardiologist to take that patient to the cath lab to do any interventions that were needed, because we obviously don't do that.
Okay, so then that follow-on care would be farmed is not the right word, but farmed out to someone else for that longer-term care after the initial diagnosis and stabilization. Do I understand?
Yeah, so once we diagnose, do any procedures we need to do, life-saving procedures, stabilize the patient, then that patient may go onto the floor of the hospital or the ICU or straight to surgery or something along those lines.
Okay, and in this case, was the request to you then, or really the entirety of the request, just to evaluate the pneumomediastinum as it existed here?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any request to opine about strangulation at all, or look into that piece of the medical records and come to an opinion about that?
There was not.
Okay. And I think you talked about those three kind of manners in which pneumomediastinum could occur. You talked about the penetrating injury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Macklin's effect, and the agreed that no one knows how to spell Borhaus effect as we stand here.
Borhaus syndrome. Yeah.
Thank you. Borhaus syndrome. And if I understand your opinion of the Macklin effect, and I don't say opinion, your testimony about the Macklin effect, you're saying that that is only happens as a result of chest compression. So it's only happening when somebody, there's an external compression on the chest and the airflow has been cut off. Is that your opinion, or are we misunderstanding that?
Well, that is one way that it can happen.
Okay.
So as we discussed before, if someone takes a deep breath, for example, it's not unlike the scuba diving in a way. If you take a deep breath or you're startled and go down and someone lands on top of you and you have a sudden compressive effect, it's like taking a balloon and squeezing it very tightly. There's a possibility it could pop. If, on the other hand, your mouth is open and you just jump on top of the person, there's not that increased pressure, you're not going to have that effect. So we talked about that compression, but then we also talked about any type of Valsalva maneuver where you're bearing down and you're activating your abdominal muscles and you're bearing down in your chest. What that does is it increases the intrathoracic pressure. And if you do that hard enough, like with violent vomiting or struggling, or sometimes you can see it in wrestling or weightlifting, something along those lines, you can have that same effect.
And so you used wrestling as an example. So when we talk about it in terms of wrestling and bearing down and breathing hard, why did you use wrestling as an example?
Just because I've seen that happen. For example, another thing that you can see sometimes is like petechiae. That's another example of how you can have increased basically backflow that causes little ruptures. In that case, it's with the vascular system, not the airway. But it's the same concept. I've seen it with people who've been arm wrestling, for example.
So when you're talking about, let's say, like petechiae or the pneumomediastinum, let's say that somebody is strangling you from behind. They have you in a arm bar and you're gasping for air, would you anticipate that that could cause a pneumomediastinum and or petechiae?
It could, yes.
Okay. Would that be consistent with the Macklin effect then that you're talking about?
It could, yes.
Okay. You talked about identifying if there is a tear in the trachea or esophagus by potentially doing a scope. Do you recall
Yes.
that? Okay. That's pretty common means for checking to see if there's a tear. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I would say that if you're talking about mucosal tear, that's the only way to see it. You won't see that level of detail on a CAT scan.
Okay. And would you agree that if there has been trauma to someone's throat, you may be disinclined from a medical perspective to put a scope down there and add trauma to see if there's already trauma? Does that question make sense?
It does make sense, but you're not causing more trauma by putting a scope down. You're basically, so when you're talking about the trachea remains open, unlike the esophagus, with the cartilaginous rings around it. It's always open. It doesn't collapse like the esophagus can. You're just putting a small, I almost want to say like this, the caliber of this, and there's a little light and a camera on the end of it, and you're literally just going down and you're looking around to make sure that you don't see any injury, like no bubbles of air or blood or other things that would indicate an air leak. So I wouldn't say that it would cause more trauma.
Just wanted to indicate the doctor held up one of the cables, very thinner cables from the microphone system as she was trying to describe the size of the scope.
I apologize.
Well, you're fine.
And I would say it's about a 1/4 inch diameter.
Thank you. And earlier you said one of the concerns that you have when dealing with children is that I'm going to use the wrong term, so please correct me, that the throat size is smaller, right? The airway is smaller. Is that fair?
Everything's smaller. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By definition, everything on a child is smaller. Does that give you then more concern, or more? Are you more cautious then, as a doctor, in terms of injuries that may have occurred to a child and how you're going to treat that child?
Yeah. So, like I said, if for example there's a persistent air leak in a child, that may cause decompensation more rapidly, especially around the airway, because it's a smaller airway to have to compress.
So in this case, would you, knowing that a pneumomediastinum is presented in Fatima, knowing that the injuries that she has incurred, and knowing what has been described as the cause of those injuries, and specifically a prolonged strangulation, are you saying you would have scoped Fatima to see what was happening in her throat, or do you agree that the scope was not appropriate?
Well, the reason it wasn't appropriate was because it was such a small amount of air, and because there was no respiratory distress. Her vital signs were normal. If you were truly concerned about a persistent air leak due to trauma, or you were concerned that there was a lot of swelling around the airway and that the airway would be closed, you'd actually probably prophylactically intubate her. So if you were worried that there was that much trauma to the airway, you might even intubate.
You might, but not necessarily.
If you were worried about airway and significant amount of soft tissue swelling, especially over that next day, but not without any respiratory distress, not without any difficulty breathing or swallowing or voice changes or evidence of, for example, fractures in the cartilage of the neck, I don't think it was indicated in this case.
And that would be assuming you know what the source of the leak is, though, also, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so tell me about that.
You could have potentially a small mucosal tear that creates a one-time brief passage of air into the mediastinum and seals itself over, and you don't have a persistent leak. You could also have one of the alveoli rupture, like we talked about in the Macklin effect, and you have a transient passage of air, it seals itself up, and that's it. There's no additional leakage.
But you don't know what that source is without looking. Is that fair?
You can't know.
Okay. And the standard of care, if you're worried about someone with a pneumomediastinum, is that you call an ENT and or keep them for observation. That's correct? I understood that
Yes.
from your testimony? Okay.
Yes.
And is that because that condition can go poorly? It could go great, but it could also go very poorly. Fair?
Absolutely.
Okay. And I think, as you said earlier, you're not involved in that aftercare. You know what the care is supposed to be, but you're not actually involved in that. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. And you're not just sending a patient with pneumomediastinum home and saying, call us if something goes south, right?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay. Would that be the same with strangulation patients then? If somebody came in and said, complained of strangulation, described this incident that occurred to you, and you saw a pneumomediastinum, you also wouldn't be sending that patient home? and
Correct.
saying, just call us.
Correct. So the things that would keep that patient in the hospital would be significant airway restriction of the airway, or significant swelling around the structures of the airway causing constriction on the airway, any type of vascular injury, any fractures in the neck, or pneumomediastinum.
Okay. And so you said you agreed that pneumomediastinum can occur after strangulation, and particularly that manual strangulation creates that increased air pressure in the chest cavity during the incident itself. You would agree with that?
It can.
Okay. And when that air then leaves the chest cavity and air moves, right? Generally speaking, it's not stagnant?
Yes, it moves.
Okay. And if it then dissects the neck and the chest, can that cause a subcutaneous emphysema?
Yes, in fact, sometimes that's all we see. So one of the things that we do in trauma patients is we always just feel the skin, and we call it crepitus. And so sometimes you can definitely feel that the air in all of the tissues.
Can you explain to the jury what subcutaneous emphysema is?
It's just air within the skin tissues and the fat. And so it's almost like we call it like Rice Krispies. So if it's there, a lot of times you can feel it. It feels very odd. It's not supposed to be there.
It's another place the air is not supposed to be, is under the skin?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I understood your testimony with Mr. Kading, but you indicated that some of the complications that can arise from pneumomediastinum is the mediastinitis?
Yes.
Okay. And tension pneumomediastinum?
Yes.
Did you talk about pneumopericardium?
No, but we kind of discussed that same mechanism.
You kind of talked about the pneumothorax, is that right?
Pneumothorax, but also compressive elements on the heart.
So if you're talking about pneumopericardium, can you tell the jury what that is?
So it could be air within the pericardial sac. So you have the heart, and then you have the sac that surrounds the heart. And sometimes you can have blood that's going into there, bleeding into that sac. You could, with penetrating trauma, have air. Or you could just have air within the mediastinum itself that is building up and just having a compressive force on all of it, on the pericardium and the cardiac tissue itself.
And each of those complications that arise from the pneumomediastinum could all potentially be life-threatening if things don't go well. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, if you have continued pressure on all of those structures, that can cause collapse of lungs and cardiovascular collapse or shock.
Okay, thank you. And you talked about something being benign. I think you used the word benign with Mr. Kading, that in this case the pneumomediastinum ended up being benign. You don't know that something is going to be benign at the outset, right? Meaning, maybe I phrase this a different way. You could have a concussion, you could have a brain bleed, you could have swelling of the brain. All of those things could end up, or a tumor, all of those things could be benign, but that it could also not. Is that correct?
I think the examples are not any examples I would use. Like,
okay.
You could have abdominal pain that ends up being nothing requiring surgery or any intervention. Could you have a really small brain bleed that doesn't require anything, doesn't cause any swelling? I wouldn't use the example of brain swelling. That would be
okay.
That would be more serious. Under
You
any
wouldn't call that
circumstances.
benign?
No.
Okay. Would you keep, generally speaking, what else would you put in the category of benign?
Some sort of like a mole. It's not going to progress to, it's abnormal. It's a growth on the skin, but it's not going to develop into a cancer probably.
Sure. But would you agree that someone with, say, for example, a mole doesn't come into the ER and then get admitted for observation for a number of days?
No, but I would also say that we keep people for abdominal pain while we're waiting results to make sure that there's nothing serious in that. And we may not do anything about it. There may not be anything serious with that, but we still need to look.
Sure. And if Fatima had just come in with just pain in her chest and just a pneumomediastinum with nothing else occurring, is it your opinion that maybe the treatment would have been different than it is in the current case?
No, I think she would have been admitted and observed to make sure that that wasn't something more serious.
And when the pneumomediastinum resolved, so to speak, within 24 hours, she wasn't released either. Is that correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And if I understand, you said it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. Pneumomediastinum as a one of the effects of strangulation. That's not common, but also not uncommon. Is that correct?
With respect to strangulation, I've reviewed hundreds of cases, and again, I've only seen one other case.
And yeah, I think you described that case as a dragging case. Is that right?
So the person was dragged by a hoodie and then got into a wrestling match over a phone or something.
Okay, so there was pressure around that person's neck, and then they were drugged by that pressure, and then wrestling of some sort occurred as well. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And in the course of your, remind me how long, I believe you said it was 10 years at some point in the ER, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In the course of your 10 years, how many times have you seen pneumomediastinum?
You know, actually, we talked about this. I don't keep track of these records. I don't know. Maybe a dozen, like, gross pneumomediastinum. I mean, we see that subcutaneous air, so we know that there's an air leak somewhere, but you don't necessarily see pneumomediastinum on imaging. But again, it's not particularly common.
So less than a dozen times in a dozen or less times in the last 10 years?
I don't know. I think that's probably an understatement, but I don't want to overstate either.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. And you don't have a recollection of male, female, young, old, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation itself is very serious?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that strangulation in a child is potentially even more concerning than an adult?
I mean, they're both concerning. But
Sure.
what I would say is, as with the pneumomediastinum, in kids, the airway is more narrow, and so it takes less to close that airway. So if you have an airway that's an inch in diameter versus a half an inch, obviously it takes less to close that half-inch diameter airway.
So then, if I understand right, your testimony is that plainly the amount of force that it would require to significantly damage a child would be less to damage a child than it would be to use on an adult. Is that fair? I mean, in terms of closing
And neck and that sort of thing is more than most kids anyway.
Well, tell me, what do you mean by that?
Just all the tissues in the neck. And, obviously there are people on the jury, for example, who, have more muscle and more tissue that would have to be compressed to get to the airway.
So if I understand correctly, that a child's neck is just generally more vulnerable or more susceptible to that. Is that correct?
I'd say that's probably accurate.
And would you agree that a 17-year-old, a small 17-year-old female might fall into that category?
And she is right on the cusp of being an adult, but I don't have an opinion on that.
Let's say if she's 5'1" and she weighs 100 pounds, would somebody of that stature be more concerning in terms of what an adult is able to do to them if they're strangling them?
What I would say is that it's all concerning. It's hard to differentiate any person. A smaller person is going to be more vulnerable than a very large person.
Sure, and obviously not to minimize strangling to anyone, correct? But if you're talking about a child, you have concerns about the impact on a child that would be different, whether it results in a pneumomediastinum or one of the other complications that you've identified. Does that impact a child and their development differently potentially?
I mean, at 17, we're talking almost fully grown, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, at 17, a child's brain is still developing. You would agree with that? There's still another brain development curve from 22 to 26. So
Sure.
They have developed, but there's still more to come, yes?
Sure.
Okay.
Although I'm not a neurocognitive expert, but sure.
Well, would you agree that there is a brain development still coming from 22 to 26? Give it thereabouts. I mean, and car insurance companies figured it out a lot earlier than the rest of us, fair?
And rental car companies.
Yes. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Would you agree that if you saw indications in the emergency room of strangulation of a child, you wouldn't simply indicate that it was benign and send that child home, let alone home with their parents? Is that fair?
So typically what our practice is in the emergency department is, again, if there is evidence of strangulation, we almost always do a CAT scan of the head and neck, and we look for any vascular injuries. We look for any fractures in the neck. We look for any significant swelling of the neck. If the patient if all of those things are normal, it would be our standard to send that patient home with return precautions. If any of those things are abnormal, it would be our standard of care to admit them, at least for an observation period.
And if you have a child coming in complaining of strangulation and you're seeing that pneumomediastinum and the allegation was that the parent was the perpetrator, would you be sending that child back home with that parent?
I mean, I think the question in a certain sense is moot, because if you see pneumomediastinum on any patient, I would admit that patient for observation.
Okay. And do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
I'm sorry, ask that one more time.
Sure. Do you agree that strangulation, whether pneumomediastinum is present or not, can result in death?
It can, yes.
Okay. And you don't regularly see pneumomediastinum as a symptom of strangulation. That is the rarity versus the normal.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Kading, redirect.
Just a couple of points of clarification. Regarding pneumopericardium, was that what it was? I didn't ask you about that. Was there any indication in any of the medical records that you reviewed in this case that that was in any way an issue?
No.
Okay. And you started talking about some other things I didn't ask you about, like the subcutaneous emphysema. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where the air is in a different place rather than in the mediastinum area?
So, as we discussed, air likes to move. And so if you have an air leak from the alveoli, the small little sacs in the lung, it's going to start tracking and moving because there aren't like fascial planes or something to stop it. It's going to move around the mediastinum, and with gravity, it goes up. So it's going to move its way up. It can also move its way out into the tissues and eventually get resorbed into the tissues. And so you can get this air under the tissues. It's actually better that it goes there than stays in the chest and starts compressing things.
Was there any of that in this case that you saw in the records?
Not that I'm aware of.
And just to clarify then, the air that's in the mediastinum area, what happens to it?
It eventually just gets resorbed.
Okay, so you don't have to do anything to make that happen?
No, unless it's causing a compressive effect, and in that case, we may have to dart the chest with a needle and then put in a chest tube or something like that.
And that would be an indicative of the ongoing air leak into that area, though, right?
Absolutely.
And that was not in this case?
Correct.
Okay. I don't think I really have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larry Recross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to follow up on a couple of points. So Ms. Stone asked, you admit the patient, and she kind of gave you two options. One, it could go poorly, or two, it could go great, correct? That's
Correct.
What, I mean, that was the dichotomy that she set up, correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for, is this getting worse? Is it resolving? Is it staying the same?
Right. And so to admit a patient is precautionary in some instances, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that in this situation, it was precautionary for monitoring to see what happens next, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't admitted directly into surgery, correct?
Correct.
And that could have been an option if it appeared that, her vitals were showing signs of distress, correct?
Yes.
Or other indications that this was not going well, correct?
Yes.
But at this point, it was simply in a monitoring phase.
Right.
And then within 24 hours, it turned out that further intervention wasn't necessary, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think you answered this question that I'd written down, but so in terms of the presence of air in the chest cavity, best case scenario is it resolves naturally. It dissipates through the tissue, through the body, correct?
Yep, clock stop. We got a clock stop. We have clock stoppage. Wait, hold on. Clock has stopped. Clock has stopped, clock has stopped, clock has stopped, but they're not. Clock has stopped. Clock has stopped. But they're talking about this. So all right, we'll stay here until we find out why the clock has stopped. We'll stay here until we find out about why. They're talking about something else, of course, another trial. Yep, let's just stay here. Has the clock stopped? Clock has stopped. Clock has stopped. All right. It is 4:42 on the East Coast, which means it's 1:42 local time. So quarter to two, basically. 1:45 local time. Afternoon walk. Clock stop because they're going for a walk. So they maybe a walk. All right, we'll see. We'll see if they we'll see what they do. All right. They're just showing commercials right now. Could be a walk. Could be a walk. It's 1:45. Maybe they're going to take a walk. Maybe they're sitting on it. They're going to come back and make a decision, or we'll see. We'll have to see. Could be a walk. Could be like, let's go clear our heads before we come back. You never know. You never know. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, they could be just taking a walk. I'm sorry, they could be taking a walk just to clear their heads, you know. They didn't have a lunch break. That's right. Chris, they did not have a lunch break. They worked straight through lunch. Went straight through lunch. So smoke break time could be Michelle. Could be smoke break. They had lunch, Carol? No, they didn't. I don't remember them having lunch. I thought that clock did not stop. The clock only stopped for a question. I don't think it stopped for lunch. Sure Life Creations. Ugh. Yeah, Michael, potty break. I think it's a walk too. I think it might be a walk too. Might be. We'll see. Let's find out. I'm sure when they come back, they'll. And it's the clock has stopped. The clock has stopped. Why didn't they break for lunch? I don't know. Maybe they decided to work through lunch. I have no idea. The clock did not stop at all. This is the first. I'm sorry. Clock stopped for their question, and then it stopped now. So. Yeah, lunch comes in. They're not sequestered. Oh, Jerry's going for a walk. All right. Jerry's going for a walk. Hold on. Courtroom Insider, jury going out for a walk. All right. They're walking off their pizza. Yep, they're walking off their pizza. So they're just, they're walking, they're taking a break. All right. Taking a break. So they're just taking a break. Taking a break. They're taking a break. Jury is taking a break. All right. They had a question today. Yes, sarcasm. It was, as it applies to instruction 46. Now remember, there's 49 instructions, 49 lines of instructions. As it applies to instruction 46, element 2, does the violation of the temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? And that is directly applying to Mrs. Ali. And the judge said, reread the jury instructions. So the temporary protection, violation of the temporary protection order was in specific regards to Mrs. Ali. So line 46 was burglary in second degree. So that was line 46. That was the question as it applies to instruction 46, which was burglary in second degree. Does the violation of the temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? So, yes, and they only, all right, so they're on a break. So, what time is it there, Pam asks? It is 1:45 till 2. It's 1:45 local time. 1:45. There you go. 1:45 local time. Ish. 1:47 now. Yeah. Basically, it's 1:45 till 2. MLC. I mean, I'd like a walk too. All right. So Jury's on a walk. Jury's on a walk. All right. Well, let's go back to because Dr. Jennifer's testimony is almost over. What you guys want to listen to? Jury instructions. We could listen to jury instructions again, or do you want to listen to the closing arguments? Closing arguments were pretty long. They were like an hour each. Jury instructions were about an hour. So if we do jury instructions for an hour, what do you guys want to do? Jury instructions or closing arguments? Which do you want to hear first? I should say. What do you want to hear first? All right, we don't need to listen. We don't need to look at this anymore. You guys want to do jury instructions first, or what do you want to do first? State closing, jury instructions first. No, we're not going to court hop. We don't do that here because we like to have one trial at a time. We don't court hop here. Although I appreciate that request, we don't court hop here. You want to play with the kittens? Instructions. Are the kitties in their new bed? No, but Super Ball was. Super Ball was in. Oh, here. I'll show you this real quick. And then Polly brought a mole in, but it was dead. But I kicked it. It was dead, so I threw it I buried it in the woods, I should say. And then she brought a lizard in yesterday, to which she found again. So she was chasing it around, and she was underneath the new bed. So Super Ball was on the bed, in the bed. So this is what it looked like. This is what it looked like a little bit ago. So Super Ball was in the bed. So that's what it looked like a little bit ago. So Polly's underneath the bed. Super Ball was on top of the bed. Right? So Super Ball loves the new bed. I think Super Ball is more enamored with the new bed than anybody else, but here she is again. There's Super Ball. So Super Ball is digging the new bed. I think that's great. Right? So, pretty cute. All right. Kelsey, no, the jury is taking a walk. They're taking a walk. Lily, you need a cat here in Florida with the iguanas. I don't think a cat's going to mess with the iguanas. We had iguanas and tons of lizards. We have a ton of lizards here, but we were further. We were in West Palm and Fort Lauderdale area, and there were iguanas. Actually, one cat did. We had feral cats. They usually stay away from the iguanas. I think they're too big. Amber Fox, yes, Queen Super Ball, totally. Tail-eyed fairy, Dad Kitty is out in the woods somewhere. We wanted it to be Rafa, but he tried and he just couldn't get there. How do you keep the fleas off of them when they go outside? Unfortunately, we do treatment. We tried some natural treatments and it didn't work as well, so we went with the standard. All right. Yeah, Polly's. No, we don't really have any. No, Polly's brought back 2 snakes, but they've been small. 2 years ago, we had 2 really big long snakes, like long snakes. I'm not a fan of snakes, right? And I ushered them out. I ushered them to the other yard with a long pole. I had like a 20-foot pole, and I picked them up and slung them over. But no, we really don't have snakes anymore. Now that we have yard cats, we don't have snakes. All right. Sewing Mama, Mr. Chunk, the jury question was, as it applies to Instruction 46, Element 2, does the violation of the temporary protection order apply to a person or property therein? And Instruction 46 is burglary in the second degree. So, and there's only 49 instructions. So that's why I'm thinking they're pretty close to being done. I would think, but I don't know. Awesome Potamus. You use NextGuard for your kids? All right, I'll have to check that out. NextGuard. Gulf Coast Girl, we have little lizards here. When it gets cold down there in Miami, the iguanas fall out of the trees. That they do. And I've heard them. I was walking our dogs about 7 or 8 years ago, and it was a cold snap. And of course, down in Fort Lauderdale, cold snap was like 50, 55 degrees. And I'm walking and I hear this. I literally heard that, and I looked back, and there was an iguana was on the concrete, and they literally just fall out of the trees. They literally fall out of the trees. All right. You're welcome, Sewing Mama. No problem. Let's see. Fur Baby's mom, you had a pet python, and he would hang out in my tree during the day and come in at night. Wow. Interesting. Norma, you are from Florida. Well, hello, Norma. Thank you for saying hello. Widespread. Super Ball is definitely top cat in the Cowder. Super Ball is the biggest one. Super Ball is definitely the largest. She's the largest of the cats. She's just a big cat. She's a big cat. Beyond Evans saying hi, baby kitties. All right. So what do you guys want to, I know a lot of you saying no to jury instructions. A lot of you are saying no to, what do you call it? Closing. So we have to make a decision. What are we going to do? I want to listen to jury instructions again. What do you guys think? Jury instructions? Yay, nay? Yep, then they defrost. Jury instructions. They're pretty dry. But it is still jury instructions. You have geckos. Want to hear me play guitar? Bus driver. We did the bus driver yesterday. I could close this poll. All right, I'll close this poll. All right, we can end this poll. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Let me grab this. If a verdict is today, then when? So 857 votes. 34% said after lunch 3 to 5. That's local time. So we're almost at that. 25% said 5 to 7:30. We're coming up on that. Guitar plus kitties. All right, we'll do a quick poll. All right, got a new poll. New poll for you. All right, I'll play some guitar. I may scare the cats, but I'll play a little guitar. Let's see. While you guys answer the jury, while you guys vote, I'll play a little guitar. And I'm going to use Richard in the kitchen sent me some. I did a box opening earlier. And Richard in the kitchen got me a pick. Let me see here. Hold on a sec. So while you guys, I'll give you guys a few minutes to answer the question. So Richard in the kitchen got me some guitar picks, which was really cool. So I'll play some guitar. Let's see here. Let me show you these picks. These are really cool. So I do appreciate this. So Richard in the kitchen got me some guitar picks. Pretty cool, right? All right. All right, how many votes do we have here? Closing arguments seems to be winning out. I like this pick, Richard. This is really nice. It's Yeah, haven't played that long. Haven't played that song in a long time. Gonna get in trouble for that. Can't play too much of that. Yep, can't play too much of that. YouTube doesn't like it when I play covers. All right, what are we up to? 197 votes, 198, 199 votes. Looks like closing arguments. All right, looks like closing arguments. I just want to make sure they haven't come back with a verdict while here I am playing guitar. Let's just make sure. Oh, all right, so they're back deliberating. All right, they're back deliberating. All right, that's it for today. All right. Maybe? Oh. All right. So again, thank you, Richard, thank you for those these picks. I got a lot of cool picks, so appreciate that, man. All right. So they're back deliberating. 1829. Thank you guys for humoring me. All right, let's get back to let's end this poll. On the poll, where do we stand here? All right, guitar until verdict. So closing arguments. Looks like we're going to do closing arguments. We're going to do some closing arguments. All right. All right, 215 votes. All right. All right. We weren't humoring you. You are blessing us with your talent. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, you guys. Appreciate it. All right. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Chris wants more guitar. Well, I'll play some more in a little bit. Don't worry. That was just a little teaser, I guess. I'll play some more in a little bit. I've been playing since I took piano lessons for 7 years, from when I was 5 until I was 12, classical piano. Then I wanted to play like New Orleans boogie woogie. You know, I wanted to get into like Professor Longhair. I wanted to play that style when I was like 12. And my teacher was like, nope, it's got to be Bach, Mozart, Beethoven. And I was like, all right, that's cool. So I stopped and didn't play anything. There was always music in my house. Like my brother and sisters, they all had there were Spanish guitars. My sister had a cornet. My two sisters had tubas. So we all played. They all played. Well, actually, I'm sorry. We all played piano. So then I guess when I was like 16, 17, I started to play guitar. I picked up guitar. And I actually got my first guitar, which was a Cort, C-O-R-T, and an amp when I think I was just about to turn 18. So that was my first official guitar. And then I went to New York when I was 20 and hooked up with some bands and have played all different kinds of styles. My love is I like blues rock. You know, that's what I love, but I love to listen to all kinds of music. But I've played in country alt bands. I've played in hard rock bands. Never really like heavy metal bands, but definitely hard rock bands like Guns N' Roses, you know, and maybe even heavier like Motorhead. You know, that's probably about as hard as I've been. I've never played like in a heavy metal band. Country alt for sure. Then just originals. I've never been in a cover band. It's always been originals. So one band I was in, which was really cool, we did like early Beatles, early Stones, you know, like bluesy Beatles, bluesy Stones, like first year, like 63, 64, that style. Then I was in a female band, two female singers. That was pretty cool. That was like more, and this was all in the 90s, right? So that was all not Hole per se, although they liked Hole, but it was like what are some of the bands? Can't think of some of the bands back then that were really big. Shoot, I'm drawing a blank right now. Anyway, it was like alternative, so there was like alternative music. Amanda's Waiting was the name of that band. So anyway, so yeah, I've been playing. And then I stopped playing in bands in like 2000. After 9/11, I kind of stopped playing. But that's probably, yeah, I was in bands all through the 90s. So that's where we are. All right, let's get to closing arguments. All right. Closing arguments are day 9. All right, day 9. All right. All right, so first up, we'll do closing arguments. These are long.
Gentlemen, so
My 2 cents, you play cowbell? Nice. What this song needs is more cowbell. That's classic. All right, closing arguments.
So a couple of weeks ago when we came in and we started this, we indicated you would be here for several weeks, and there was a lot of information that you were going to get. We have reached that point where you've now been informed on the law by the court. You have a fairly lengthy packet of instructions, and you've heard a lot of evidence over the course of the last several weeks. I will tell you that there is no fast way to get through all of that evidence and compare it to the instructions. The court, I think, has informed you, and you'll hear it again. The state has the burden. That is properly the state's burden, and the state accepts that burden. But what that means is I am responsible for proving to you every element of every crime that has been charged. So we have to take some time to do that. And then at the end of this, because it's the state's burden, we get to talk to you again. I promise to you the second time will be much shorter. But if at any point during the course of this, someone needs a break, you can't hear something, You just need to stand up. Please catch our attention. We will plan to take a break, but we want to make sure that if someone needs that earlier, you let us know, okay? So I have slides. Everybody processes information differently. Lots of you take notes. You can see that the attorneys take a lot of notes too. Some folks are much more auditory processors, and some folks are very visual processors. So I've tried to give you a number of different ways, as the court has during the course of this as well, of processing that information. If slides do not work for you, then please ignore them and don't pay attention to them. It helps me stay on track. It helps me present it in a more organized fashion, but that may not work for everyone else, okay? So don't feel like you have to pay attention just because they are there. Make sure that, there we go. So I always start with this first slide, lawyer statements. Lawyers talk a lot, right? It's what we do. You are going to hear obviously from the group of us, first myself, then Mr. Kading, then Mr. Leary, and then me again. What we tell you is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and the exhibits that came from the individuals that were sitting in that seat over there. The attorneys will tell you things. We will argue to you the evidence we believe that you have heard over the course of the last several weeks. Attorneys are human too, and whether it is myself or Mr. Kading or Mr. Leary, what we tell you is not evidence. So if we misspeak, if we say something that we believe a witness has said or we recall a witness having said, and that does not jive with your memory of those events or your notes or your recollection, your memory, your notes is what the evidence is. We are not the triers of fact. We are just the attorneys, okay? So please rely on the instructions you've been given by the court and your recollection in those notes. So evaluation of the evidence. We provide this instruction also as well. Oftentimes you will hear folks during the course of, whether it's a TV show or an argument or something else, well, it's just circumstantial evidence. It doesn't mean anything. That's an inaccurate statement. When you come in, at least in the state of Washington, when you come in here, you do not come in here in a vacuum of life experiences. We want a fair and impartial jury, both for the state and for the Alis. We want to ensure that that is what you are there to do, but we do not assume that you have no life experiences and you cannot process information about what is reasonable behavior, what is unreasonable behavior, and reasonable inferences to take from those. So in Washington, we give you that distinction between direct and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is that thing that you have directly perceived. Circumstantial evidence is the thing that you know and you can make a reasonable inference from. So let me give you an example of that. And we use a cake example very often, right? If you go in and you make a cake, everyone who's ever made a cake knows you cannot frost a hot cake, right? My bakers know that. That frosting is going to slide right off the side and be a gooey puddle. It will look nothing like what it's supposed to do. So if you make your cake, you have to let it sit out and cool. So now let's say that you've made that cake. It is sitting out, it is cooling, and you live alone, you live with your dog, and you have errands to run. So you lock your doors, your windows are all locked, nobody else is there. You come back a couple hours later, and what was once a beautiful cake waiting to be frosted is now in shambles on the floor. There's crumbs everywhere, your dog looks comfortably full, and there's crumbs all over the dog's face. Direct evidence would have been a video watching your dog eat that cake. Circumstantial evidence is exactly what we've just described. You know your dog ate the cake. That is the only reasonable inference that comes from that evidence. You didn't see it, but you know that that's what happened. There's no other reasonable explanation. No one's broke in. You said no one lives there. There's no windows. That's what happened to your cake. That is circumstantial evidence. And that is in large part why we provide you this instruction, but we trust that you are going to use your rational mindset and your common experience to know what facts and inferences to take from the evidence that you see. There may be differences in types of evidence that you receive, but the fact that one is circumstantial and one is direct makes no difference in terms of the weight that you give it, just by definition. So please don't get stuck in that loop in deliberation, like, well, it was only circumstantial, or oh, it was direct, so that's better than this kind. That's not the case. Like I say, that individual piece of evidence may have a different weight, but that weight is not drawn from whether it is a piece of direct evidence or a piece of circumstantial evidence, okay? So evaluation of the witness testimony. Our way through those. In addition to the fact that you are the triers of fact, the sole triers of fact, you are also the sole judges of credibility. The attorneys are not. We cannot comment on the credibility of witnesses. We can point out whether there was a particular manner about a witness testifying, whether there was a personal interest, whether there's a reasonableness of the statements that they may have provided to you in context of everything else that you saw, but you are the sole judges of credibility. So when you are looking at the testimony of witnesses and how to evaluate that, you are given an instruction about some of the things that you can look at to help assist you in that process, okay? Reasonable doubt. Before you came into trial, if you've never sat on a jury before, but before you came in here, I believe that you would probably describe yourself as reasonable people. Most people would describe themselves as reasonable people. Having sat in here now and gone through all of these instructions, I would submit to you that we have ruined you with the law. You are no longer reasonable people. When you go back home and you're talking to friends when this is all over, or talking to your family, when the court has released you from your instructions not to talk about it, you can say, well, I don't know, I had a reasonable doubt. We didn't convict on A, B, and C, or at all because I had a reasonable doubt. Or we convicted them on A, B, and C, or we convicted them on all because we had an abiding belief in the truth of the charge. Nobody talks like that. Lawyers talk like that, right? But now you will talk like that, at least as you're evaluating this and in talking to each other in that back room. So what does reasonable doubt mean? And you have the instruction. I submit to you that reasonable doubt and abiding belief are two sides of the same coin. If you have an abiding belief, then you do not have a reasonable doubt as to the truth of the charge. An abiding belief is abiding, long-lasting. You believe it today, you believe it tomorrow, you believe it next week, next month, next year. That is an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, that the defendant did what the state has charged them with, and that the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. You have an abiding belief. If you have a reasonable doubt, then you cannot have an abiding belief in that truth of that charge. Right? So it is not, there's no numeric value that you can apply to it. It's not a 51% or a 75%. Reasonable doubt is one of the highest standards, certainly, that we have, and we talked about that during voir dire, but it is not 100% either. So there is no numeric value associated with reasonable doubt. But as it says, if you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you do not have a reasonable doubt. And it's just another way of, I think, talking about that and evaluating within yourself. It's kind of this, amorphous is not the right word, but we as humans really like objective measurements, and there's no objective measurement associated with reasonable doubt. So you really have to look at this standard as you're talking about it and thinking about it amongst yourselves, whether it has been achieved, okay? Things you will not get. The court told you this just now in the instructions. Ms. Zoe talked to you about it during opening arguments, or excuse me, opening statements, if you recall. You are not going to get certain documents. And that I know is frustrating every time for a jury because people have referenced them. But the reason that you don't get them is exactly what we talked about, because the testimony is the evidence. A police report is not evidence. If that were the case, we wouldn't call anyone into court. You wouldn't hear from witnesses ever. We'd have them write a statement, you'd have police reports, you'd get doctor's reports, and you would never have anyone come in and testify. In the law, we value the testimony of people who are coming to tell you what they saw, what they heard, what they observed, what happened related to these events. And that is why the testimony comes from the person sitting in that stand. That's why you don't get police reports that officers have made along the way. You're not getting medical reports because the doctors came and told you what is contained within those reports and told you what they observed. Prior statements of witnesses, you don't get those either, right? That's why we have cross-examination, why we have direct examination. So please don't ask for them because they are not coming. You have to make your decisions based on the information that you have heard and what you have received as exhibits, and as we go through this process, right, talking to each other. And then last, of course, transcripts of any trial testimony. You're not getting any transcripts of, can we get a transcript of what so-and-so said on such and such day? That's not coming either, okay? So as you are going through and organizing your thoughts, please keep that in mind. There's a lot of overlap. So I'm going to tell you that there is approximately, if I did my math right, 11 different crimes that I have to go through and describe to you. There's a lot of overlap in that evidence. So I've tried to break it down as we go through those crimes where there is a overlap between both parents, and then we'll separate out some of the parents. So let's start first with count number 1, attempted murder in the second degree of that victim, Fatima Ali, for both parents, Ihsan and Zahraa Ali. Attempted murder in the second degree. I think it's instruction 14, I believe, gives you what it looks like if there is a completed murder in the second degree. Please do not get caught up in that is what the state has to prove. That is not the case. Instruction 14 shows you what completed murder in the second degree would look like. Instruction number 15 tells you what attempted murder looks like. If they were to have done this and completed it, this is what the state would have to prove. Instruction 15, I believe, is the one that says, but here are the actual elements that the state must prove, and that is a substantial step. A substantial step needs to occur. So a person commits the crime of attempted murder in the second degree with intent to commit that crime. He or she does any act that is a substantial step toward the commission of that crime. Okay? There is the completed murder in the second degree. A person commits the crime of murder in the second degree when, with intent to cause the death of another person, but without premeditation, he or she causes the death of such person. Then you are given what I'll call a bunch of definitional instructions. This one is as to the mental state. So intent, a person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. Here's your definition for substantial step. A substantial step is conduct that strongly indicates a criminal purpose and that is more than mere preparation. It's not simply thought, but it is an act in furtherance of that intent. So these are what we talked about initially. The defendants are charged with attempted murder if, and I don't know that my red, it's a giant red dot, so you can see the if underneath, right? If the defendants were charged with a completed offense, this is what the state would have to prove, right? But because it is attempted, this is what the state actually has to prove. That on or about October 18th, the defendant did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the second degree, that the act was done with the intent to commit murder in the second degree, and that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. And then when we talk about Zahraa Ali, the only difference between Ihsan and Zahraa is that Zahraa is charged as a principal or as an accomplice. Ihsan is only charged as a principal. Zahraa is charged in both fashions. So principal, you do it yourself without any help, or accomplice, that you are doing it to assist. You're assisting another in reaching their goal. So let's talk first about elements 1 and 3 for both parents. When we talk about elements 1 and 3, there's going to be, as I said, overlap. These are the elements that I anticipate there's not going to be a lot of argument from. I still have to prove them to you. The state still has, beyond a reasonable doubt, responsibility for proving these, but defense counsel, I don't believe, is likely to argue that it didn't happen on October 18th and it didn't happen in the state of Washington. So here's the evidence that applies for each of those, right? All testimony agrees that this was Friday, October 18th, 2024. You have the bus and the body cam videos that you saw that confirmed that. And then you have the testimony of the date and time of those school videos that Celeste Waltermeyer talked about. When we pull it and download it, those dates are not shown on that video, but that's specifically the date, time, range that I was looking and pulling from. And that information that you see in context on those school videos themselves from Timberline High School are consistent with what you see in context from all of the other videos. So I submit that that's accurate. She didn't pull a different date or a different time, right? Element 3, that these acts occurred in the state of Washington. This is Timberline High School. That testimony occurred over and over again. 6120, Mullen Road, Southeast, Lacey, Washington. And all of that testimony confirms the same. You're going to see this, a variation of this slide, a number of times because it applies to every single count that we have, okay? So, again, what exhibits do we have that demonstrate that as well? Here is Exhibit 1. You have that bigger aerial photo. You have Timberline High School. You have the parking lot here. Now my red dot is covering towards the bottom center of that page where that bus stop is, and you have Mullen Road that runs diagonal across that page. Exhibit 2, bigger shot of the same thing. Again, at the bottom left corner, you have that bus stop identified. Mullen Road is identified. You can see that parking lot that we've watched several videos of throughout this trial. And you can see the crosswalk running diagonal across the parking lot, but almost directly perpendicular up and down on this page with the white dashes running across it just to the left of center. Right, that's the crosswalk that we observe Fatima and Isaiah during the course walking to the bus stop, and then again people describing later towards the Timberline High School, which is outside of this photo but would be at the very top of it, right? That's where those front doors are. So then we talk about let's talk about the rest of element 1, right? Remember, element 1 under attempted murder has a couple of different things within that element itself it has to prove. So the rest of element 1, speaking first to Ihsan Ali did an act that was a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the second degree. So what evidence do you have of that? What facts did you hear during the course of this trial? First, you have that he grabs Fatima by the hoodie and places her in a rear naked choke. Let's be clear, the state is not asserting that Ihsan Ali showed up on that day with the intent to try and kill his daughter. There was no premeditation that the state is asserting, but by the time Ihsan goes into these events, the state's position is that that has changed. His intent has substantively changed. He grabs her by the hoodie and he places her in a rear naked choke, and we've heard that described with specificity. He takes her to the ground. He holds her in that choke for an extended period of time. He ignores those repeated screams and demands of no less than 6 kids. There's probably more there at varying times, but there's approximately 6 that are there pretty consistently throughout that entire process. And 2 separate adults to release her. We see Mr. Denicola come up on the scene in his bright orange vest. We see later Josh Wagner arrive on scene, and they're all saying the same thing. They're all screaming at him to release her, to let her go. Denicola, I think even at one point, I submit when you watch that video, is pointing a finger, and he's telling you, he told you in his testimony, I was telling him to let her go, to release her, to let her go, and he was just doing nothing. He was ignoring me. So it's not just kids that are running around. There's no chaotic panic. These are adults that are watching it happen and very clearly know that this is wrong. They're screaming that she can't breathe and he's killing her. And you hear that on the video. He continues to hold her while she fights and struggles. There's an apparent seizure. She goes limp, and then she is unconscious. The testimony by everyone is that her eyes have rolled back in her head, her face is pale, her lips are blue, and I believe Josh Wagner says she has changed colors. When asked on direct examination, Mr. Wagner, based on what you observed, and you came to it towards the end, based on what you observed, is there any way that could have been confused with hugging or simply restraining that child? And his response is no, it's very obvious she was being choked. That was Josh Wagner's statement. And then you have Exhibit 61, which is Elijah's video, that shows you exactly the same thing. So I submit to you that that substantial step towards murder in the second degree has been taken. So then element 2, that the act was done with the intent to commit murder in the second degree. So what evidence have you heard throughout this trial that shows that? First, he holds her throughout all of that and continues to hold her after. The only time he releases her is when Josh to release her. All of these things are happening. This is not a like, oh gosh, it happened so fast, I had no idea what to do. It is an extended period of time, and he continues to hold her. Denicola, remember, he testifies that his arm is straining around her neck, that Ihsan's arm is clearly, there is a tension there. His hands are locked. Mr. Denicola's statement was, when asked, well, how do you know, what did that look like? And he was like, it was the look on his face. So he is there with them on the ground, and Ihsan's face clearly demonstrates to Mr. Denicola the intent behind what Ihsan Ali is doing to his child. It is so upsetting, in fact, Mr. Denicola testifies towards the end that he calls his supervisor to call it in, and says he is in shock. He's trying to process what he just saw, and he has to pull the bus over on the side of the road, and his supervisor has to come take his route. That is how upsetting. This is not a group of kids that are just overreacting to a situation. That is how upsetting that event was to Mr. Denicola. And he's described, I have security camera on my bus. I've had to look for a bunch of things. Fights, whatever. He had to pull his bus over to process what he saw here because it was so upsetting. So what does that tell you? How is this different from the objective observer that doesn't know any of these individuals from Adam about what he observed from Mr. Ali's intent? That it was an intent to commit murder, not something else. You have Caleb talks to you about, we're trying to get him off. In fact, I'm pulling so hard at his arms that he tears Ihsan's coat, and still he doesn't release. Nothing changes. And you see evidence of that coat tear later. It is shredded down his arm. Ihsan doesn't let go. He is holding on to Fatima's neck throughout. He releases only when he is physically forced to do so, despite, and go back and watch the video I submit to you, she has stopped struggling for approximately 15 to 18 seconds prior. She's unconscious, and he continues to strangle her around the neck for another 15 to 18 seconds, and would have continued to do so even longer, but for the intervention of those adults. Then you have Dr. Gilbert's testimony about the effects of strangulation on the body, what happens, and why that happens. She talked to you about the jugular vein inclusion, carotid artery inclusion, and tracheal inclusion. Remember, the lack of, starting first with jugular vein inclusion, the lack of removal of deoxygenated blood. Those are those thin-walled veins on the outside of your neck, right? You need the bad blood to come out of your brain so your brain can function. And we'll come back to the pressure, but it's about 4 pounds of pressure for that jugular vein inclusion, one on each side, thin walls. Then she talked about the lack of oxygenated blood to your brain. That is that carotid artery occlusion. Those are thicker walled arteries, and they are deeper within your neck, right? And that is greater pressure to close. She said about 11 pounds, I believe. And then she talks about what that lack of oxygen to the brain and that buildup of pressure does in the brain, how that leads to brain death, which is death. So then we talk about element number 1 for Zahraa, as a principal or as an accomplice. So remember first, this is generally speaking what it means, that language principal or accomplice means. All assistance by words, acts, support, or presence, and present at the scene and ready to assist. First we have, well, let me back up for one moment. When we talk about principal or accomplice, it's really obvious what principal is, right? You're the person doing it, you don't have any help. you're doing it sort of independently yourself. As an accomplice, if you're assisting someone else. And we distinguish, I'll give you a bank robbery as kind of the classic example. When we distinguish an accomplice in like a bank robbery identification, right? We want to talk about the people that are there to help assist the principal in doing whatever the principal is doing, generally robbing the bank. We want to distinguish that person from the customers that are present, that are there to do business. They know bank robbery is happening. They're present and they're aware, but certainly we wouldn't identify the customers as accomplices in that case. We would identify the getaway driver, the lookout, the other person who's providing the banking information or copies of the key. We would describe those people as accomplices. And even the lookout, right? They may not even actively touch anything. They may literally just stand at the door, but they are still identified as an accomplice. So that accomplice liability instruction, and you have it in your instructions, I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but that is what distinguishes somebody who's just present and has knowledge of what's going on from the person who is actively engaged in trying to fulfill the goal or extend the behaviors of the principal, right? All assistance by words, acts, support, or presence, and present at the scene and ready to assist. That is your accomplice liability instruction. So what do you have? You have Exhibit 34 at 2:13:57 on Exhibit 34, and that's that the bus video, the road view of that bus video. Mrs. Ali arrives at that tree. Josh Wagner, white line, he's still in the street on Mullen Road. Ihsan is struggling with Fatima, but Zahra is already there. She is a couple steps ahead of Josh Wagner. 2 seconds later, same exhibit, you see that Zahra is at the group. She is bent down with Fatima. Her arms are outstretched. Josh Wagner has just reached the dirt. He's not even at the group yet. So he's not there. He hasn't interrupted the strangling, but Zahra is there. And Zahra's not like somewhere else. Zahra is right there. She is bent down with those individuals. These are separate acts and behaviors from those of the kids watching. Because what are the kids doing? The kids are still screaming, get off of her, let go of her, you're killing her. And what does Mary Wagner say? Mary Wagner says, Zahra is not helping the young woman on the ground. She seems to only be trying to stop the teens from hitting the man who is strangling Fatima. She did nothing to assist Fatima from what Mary Wagner saw. That's, I submit to you, what you see on the video. It's fast. Remember that those videos go, they pause, they go in slow motion, and you have access to those to fully and fairly consider that. But she goes in and she immediately is pushing kids, but she's not providing assistance to Fatima. Neither Josh Wagner or Denicola describe any assistance for dislodging Fatima by any other adults. They're the only two that are in there trying to get Ihsan Ali's arms pried off of the neck of his daughter. No one else, in terms of adults, are doing that. Then you have Exhibit 122 plus Mrs. Ali's statements. She clearly expresses over and over again to law enforcement that her concern is for the kids that are hitting and striking her husband, not Fatima. In fact, she doesn't even mention that her husband has been strangling Fatima. But she's there. We know she sees it. Everybody else sees it. But she says not a word about how her child has been strangled into unconsciousness. And we know by the time she arrives, Fatima is unconscious. She is pale, her lips are blue, and she is laying still because there's only about a handful of time from the time that she gets there to the time Josh Wagner is able to get Fatima released. And what does Josh Wagner say? He immediately knows that a child is being choked. He doesn't say, when I got up, I could see that it was a child being choked. When I got out of the car and started coming across the street, I could immediately see this is a child that is being strangled. Immediately. And again, he doesn't know these individuals from Adam. but Mrs. Ali does. In fact, she's outside of Isaiah.
Wait, I think they got a verdict. I think there's a verdict, you guys. Hold on. Yep. We got a verdict. Hold on. Hold your horses. Looks like there's a verdict. We have a verdict. We have a verdict, yep. We have a verdict. Yep, got a verdict. Looks like we got a verdict. They have it on, yeah, verdict. Once I move verdict. All right. Time for said verdict. All right, we have 15 minutes or so. All right. Seems like they have a verdict, but let's just wait to confirm. All right, hold on a sec, you guys.
Decisions more on their gut feeling. And
All right, seems like we have a verdict coming in. Looks like we have a verdict, you guys. All right. Well, put myself down here for now. Verdict is coming in. Just trying to confirm. Although I would think there is. Seems like it. All right. They need to get all the parties there. Yeah, it's going to be like 15 minutes, right? It's going to take 15 or 20 minutes for them to get everybody. All right. So we can change this to not verdict watch anymore. We can change that to verdict. More than a feeling. You know what? I don't know how to play that song. Red Snap. I do not know how to play that song. Court TV is live. Well, stick with us, you guys, because we're right on Court TV. We're right here with them. They're not showing anything that we're not showing. Let's see. All right. Afton Forehead, how are you? 30 to 40 minutes per Court TV. Yep, I hear a little bit of sound. I hear some sound too. I hear moving around. And of course, our internet is starting to crap out. Of course, right at the verdict. We've been fine all day, and now our internet decides to throw a fit. Sorry, guys. Sorry if we're buffering. Now we're having internet issues. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. Yep. We've been fine all day, and now our internet's crapping out. This is the definition of frustration. I'm so sorry, you guys. Murphy's Law. So sorry. Yep. Hey, Barry. Seems fine here. Oh, good. Some of you are having problems with buffering. Some of you are not. I'm watching my software just crap out right now. So sorry, guys. I really apologize. I really apologize. I'm sorry. How long were they? Looks like it was around 18 hours. When did they go off? 19 hours. 19 hours and 3 minutes. Seems like it was about 19 hours. Just over 19 hours. How come we always have internet issues right at the most inopportune times? It's just try closing the stream, reopening it, even though our software is showing that I'm just crapping out right now. So I do apologize, you guys. I can't refresh. It's my software won't allow me to refresh. If I refresh, I'm going to lose the stream altogether. So thank you for that offer, but that's not the issue. We're having issues with our internet, you guys. So I'll stay with you as long as I can. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it, you guys. Trial Channel, thank you for coming in. Appreciate you watching with us. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I could probably pull this down here now. I'll pull this down here. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes it's bad on some people, and other people have problems. I don't know. Nan, thank you for that. It's good on your end. All right. I don't get it. Sunshine Sarah, it's all good. Here until the end. Thank you guys. Try watching on your phone. Sharon, I can't. I can't. I'm streaming here. I can't. I don't know what that means. Streaming on my phone? I don't understand what that means. All we have to do is hopefully just get through this, and hopefully we'll get through this. That's all I can do right now is we'll just get through this. All I can say is that we still have about 10 minutes or so, maybe. Thank you, Carol. Appreciate that. All good here. I can hear and see you. Okay, all good on your end. Thanks, Mike. Do we have a verdict coming? We do, Lori. We have a verdict coming. My 2 cents, you just got FiberCon. Never even heard of FiberCon. Hold on. Never even heard of FiberCon. We need verdict music. Verdict is coming soonish. Sharon says other channels seem to be having problems too. Thank you, Wagger. Nurse T says streaming just fine. All right, I got to slow chat down just a hair, you guys. Hold on a sec. Hold on just a second. I can't even keep up with chat. Give me just a minute. I have to. I love that you guys are so active, but I need to be able to read it. I got to slow it down just a little bit. Hopefully that's not too obnoxious. All right, good on you. Too far out in the country. We're yes, Snowcat Tish. There is a verdict. Court TV is not back yet. Gordon, yes, I'm moving like max headroom. It's bad, you guys. We're buffering. We're having issues. We're having issues. Court TV is back. Well, I'm on Court TV right now, so maybe we're behind a second or two. Here we go. All right. This just kills me. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just beyond frustrated with Comcast right now.
We are present on 24-1-130234 and 24-1-132534, State versus Ali. We have been informed that the jury has a verdict in this matter. Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Kading is present with Mr. Ali and representing Mr. Ali, and Mr. Leary is present with Mrs. Ali and representing Mrs. Ali. I was told that in addition to Court TV, that there is a representative from Como TV who is present and who has requested or is intending to use the feed from Court TV. The representative has previously been in court and approached the court, and the court has previously advised the representative of the requirements and prohibitions related to what can be recorded from this proceeding, and specifically as it relates to not using the names of minors or showing the faces of the minors or the alleged victim in this matter, and that remains. And do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Stone, any issues before we bring the jury in?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kading?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Leary? All right, please bring in the jury.
You guys, I'm as up to speed as I can be, all right? I'm as up to speed as I can be. I'm as up to speed as I can be, so it is what it is. If you're a little bit ahead of me, please no spoilers, okay? No spoilers. If you're a little bit ahead of me, I'm as up to speed as I can be. I'm clicking the live button. I'm as up to speed as I can be.
Please be seated. Juror number 11, are you the presiding juror?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you please provide the materials that you have to the bailiff? I need to first verify that the verdict forms are in the proper format, so that's going to take a moment. The forms are in the The verdict forms are filled out correctly, and I will now publish them. We, the jury, find the defendant Ihsan Ali not guilty of the crime of attempted murder in the second degree as charged in count 1. We, the jury, having found the defendant not guilty of the crime of assault in the first degree as charged, or being unable to unanimously agree as to that charge, Ihsan Ali and Fatima Ali, members of the same family or household, answer yes. We, the jury, find the defendant Ihsan Ali guilty of the crime of unlawful imprisonment as charged in count 3. We, the jury, answer the question submitted by the court as follows. Were Ihsan Ali and Fatima Ali members of the same family or household? Answer yes. We, the jury, find the defendant Ihsan Ali guilty of the crime of assault in the fourth degree as charged in count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant Zahraa Ali not guilty of the crime of attempted murder in the second degree as charged in count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant Zahraa Ali not guilty of the crime of assault in the second degree as charged in count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant Zahraa Ali not guilty of the crime of unlawful imprisonment as charged in count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant Zahraa Ali not guilty of the crime of burglary in the second degree as charged in count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant Zahraa Ali guilty of the crime of violation of a court order as charged in count 5. I am now going to poll the jury, and what that means is that I'm going to ask each of you the same question. The first question I am going to ask is whether or not these are your verdicts, and then I'm going to ask whether or not these are the verdicts of the jury. Juror number 1, are these your verdicts? Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 2, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 3, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 4, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 5, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 6, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 7, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 8, are these your verdicts?
Yes, they are.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, they are.
Juror number 9, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I am satisfied that these are the proper verdicts, that they are unanimous, and I accept them. In just a moment, the bailiff will lead you back to the jury room, and as soon as that happens, all of the instructions that I have given you are released as it relates to talking about this case or not, researching, all of those things. That all goes away, and you are free to discuss or not discuss. I just truly want to thank all of you. This was it was a long trial, and there was a lot to consider, and clearly you had a very long and thorough deliberation.
know that it was so much work, and I can tell you that everyone is very, very appreciative of all that you have done. If you would like, I would like an opportunity to speak with you and tell you a little bit about procedurally things that were happening during the trial, answer any questions that you might have. You are not required to speak with me, and if you want to leave, as soon as you go back to the jury room, you can get your things and go. I think that it is also likely that the lawyers would like an opportunity to speak with you after I speak with you. You're not required to speak with the lawyers either. It's often very helpful, though, when lawyers hear from jurors about their experience, what they thought was helpful, not helpful, and the like. So at this time, I will excuse you and have you follow the bailiff back to the jury room. Thank you. Please be seated. I expect that we would be addressing conditions of release as to Mrs. Ali, perhaps both parties, but as to Mrs. Ali. I don't know if you want to address that, Mr. Leary.
So, Your Honor, my client is being held on $500,000 bail, given that she was convicted and has served. So, gross misdemeanor 0 to 365 days. Presuming good time, she would have served the maximum. I would be asking that she be released. Obviously, not sure when the court wishes to set sentencing, but obviously the no contact order conditions would remain. Travel restrictions would remain, and any other appropriate conditions requested by the state and imposed by the court. I'm confident that my client would abide by, would ask that she be released on her personal recognizance.
Thank you. Ms. Stone?
I think the question I have is how long until we think we will be at sentencing. Certainly we are, I believe Mr. Leary is correct as to time. But I want to ensure that Mrs. Ali has no, barriers to being present for sentencing. So I guess that would be my question. If Mr. Leary anticipates sentencing would be next week, I would ask then that she be held pending sentencing next week. If it's going to be much longer than that, then I think Mr. Leary's request is reasonable as it relates to Mrs. Ali.
So, assuming that there's a third offer good time, she's been in custody 10 months, so she has served the statutory maximum with good time, which she is entitled to, so I don't see a basis. When we talk about the factors, there's no concern with administration of interference with justice in terms of likely to failure to appear. She's never been charged. She did travel back and forth to Canada with family and had her 2 kids up there. She would understand that she wouldn't be able to travel outside of Thurston County, and she was acquitted of the violent offenses, and the only remaining offense is violation of a protection order. So I would ask that she be released.
All right. As it relates to sentencing, the complicating factor in trying to set an actual sentencing date today is that we have to arrange for interpreters for the sentencing, and I don't know the availability as it relates to that. I don't believe that we will have sentencing next week, and I am not here the week of August 11th, so I think we would be looking, hopefully, if we can arrange it sometime during the week of August 18th for the sentencing. But I will need court administration to work on the issues. What I would like to do is set a day, and then if we are unable to arrange for interpreters on that day, it could be reset so that the parties know the day we'd like to do sentencing, but that it may be altered.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I remain seated for the purpose of the microphone?
Yes, of course.
Your Honor, then could we, does the court anticipate that the parties would coordinate that via email with the court's judicial assistant.
Yes, but let's just say right now, August 18th at 9 a.m. I was told that a Monday is good and 9 a.m. is good.
Can I put that on the 3-2
Yes,
order?
that's what I would like to do. And with that, Mrs. Ali has been acquitted of all of the charges except for violation of court order, which has a maximum penalty that the court could impose of 364 days in jail. Mrs. Ali has been incarcerated, since about October 22nd. And so she, with good time being a third off, and not hearing from anyone that she wouldn't be entitled to that, she has served the maximum time already that I could impose, and therefore it is appropriate for me to change her conditions of release pending sentencing on August 18th at 9 a.m. I'm going to release her on her own recognizance, and she will be released today. I would continue in effect all of the other requirements that I'm going to order that she not leave Thurston County. I'm going to order that she follow the no contact orders that are in effect. And I don't know if there were other conditions other than that. I think Ms. Stone will look that up.
I'm looking up Odyssey right now, Your Honor. One moment, please. I think that's it. Based on the prior order, conditions of release set on October 24th of 2024, Your Honor. Standard condition of do not violate the criminal law, do not leave the state of Washington, do not possess dangerous weapons or firearms, and then I've included do not leave Thurston County, and abide by the no contact orders in this case. Also no contact with the two previously noted victims identified in this case.
So I will continue those conditions in place pending the sentencing in this matter. While that order is being worked on, Ms. Stone, as it relates to Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ali is now facing a prison sentence. Since he has been convicted, he has lost the presumption of innocence and the right to release and bail. I would ask that Mr. Ali remain in custody pending sentencing in this case. I'm fine setting it for the same date and time if that works for the court as well.
Thank you. Mr. Kading?
I would disagree as to him facing the prison sentence in this case. My calculations are he's looking at 6 to 12 months in this case. That would be on the assault 2 at one point, including for the unlawful imprisonment. He too has been in custody in this case for 10 months. He has reached the at least maximum of the standard range sentence. Having completed the trial in this case without any aggravating factors, I believe that his sentence would be limited to a maximum of 12 months as well. He was previously out on this case and follows all conditions of the court while he was out for 10 days between his arrest on the 18th and his remand on the 1st of November. Mr. Ali lives here, obviously, has family here, doesn't have any prior criminal history of any kind. I would ask the court at this time to authorize his temporary release pending sentencing on the same conditions as his wife, with the caveat that he be allowed to travel Thurston, Pierce, and King counties, as he has a business that he operates in King County and would need to be able to travel to those locations.
And Your Honor, Mr. Ali's score is a 2, not a 1. Both of those are domestic violence crimes. They count additionally against each other. His range at a 2 on the assault in the second degree is 12 to 14 months. It is a prison sentence, and his range on the unlawful imprisonment is 4 to 12 months. So he is looking at a prison sentence. The state's position remains the same. All right.
At this time, I'm not going to change Mr. Ali's conditions of release, except that now that he has been convicted of those 2 charges, I would revoke bail, which was previously imposed, and hold him pending the sentencing in this matter for August 18th at 9 a.m.
And Your Honor, I would ask the court to lift the condition of no contact with his wife in this case.
Right. Any issue, Ms. Stone, on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, I would remove that condition.
I had the opportunity, while the court was addressing bail on Mr. Ali, to review the conditions of release with the interpreter, with my client. She has signed it. The interpreter has signed his name to the bottom of page 2.
Thank you. I have also signed the order that changes the conditions of release.
Provide a copy to my client.
Thank you. On Mrs. Ali's case, I would just indicate that on page 1, the box that the defendant is released with the conditions identified on page 2 was not checked. I checked that box.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may approach.
Yes.
Go over the order establishing conditions. time.
And that was reviewed with Mr. Ali with the interpreter?
Yes, it was.
All right, I have signed those orders, and I'm ready to recess. Before I do, Ms. Stone and Ms. Zoe, if the jury is willing, would you like an opportunity to speak with them?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Kading and Mr. Leary, if the jury is willing to talk with the lawyers, would you like to speak with them?
Yes, Your Honor, and I don't know, typically we would sometimes catch them on the way out. I think in this case it might be a good idea if you'd allow us back there, because
I can't allow you back there, but I would bring them into the courtroom, and there'd be no one else in the courtroom, and the media would be all turned off in here.
Okay. All right, that was my
question.
Certainly.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No, and it still stands, my order that the jury cannot be photographed or recorded in any fashion. And we will not be in session, and so there could be no recording in the courtroom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The what? No, because it's just not ordered anymore. Oh, okay. It was previously ordered. A good question. All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise. Court's in recess.
All right. There's probably going to be a recap here with Court TV, so we'll stay here. There's probably going to be press conferences as well, so we'll stay here for a minute. I can do a recap as well, but I'm sure Court TV will do it better than. All right. So basically, until Court TV comes on, I counted 3 women and 9 men, and that kind of jives because before I thought it was 8 men and 4 women, so it was 9 men, 3 women. Mr. Ali was not guilty for attempted second-degree deletion, which was count 1. I didn't hear count 2 because Court TV's feed got wonky there. He was guilty of unlawful imprisonment, which was count 3, and he was guilty of assault in the 4th degree for count 4. Mrs. Ali was not guilty across the board. So attempted second degree, count 1, not guilty. Assault second degree, count 2, not guilty. Unlawful imprisonment, count 3, not guilty. Burglary, count 4, not guilty. And then she was guilty of violation of court order, for that's count 5. So again, Mr. Ali was guilty only for unlawful imprisonment, count 3, and assault in 4th degree, count 4. Mrs. Ali, not guilty across the board. She's already served 10 months. She has served, they're saying 3. They're saying, here, hold on. I can move this up. So they're both not guilty of second degree. Turn that off. So we'll wait here. They might have a presser. They might have a press conference. We'll just stick here for a little bit. So she's only guilty of violation of a court order, and that maximum is 364 days. So she's already got time served. Mr. Ali is looking at 6 to 12 months for only on assault 2. I don't know why. I guess assault on 4th degree, I guess that doesn't get jail time. So they did lift. She is not allowed to travel. She has to stay within the county. She can't travel internationally, so she's stuck in the county. The only good thing, I guess, that came out of this, or that could come out of this, is that there is still they still have to stay away. She still has to stay away from the two victims in this case, which would have been Fatima and Isaiah. So the state asked for no contact order, so that is still granted. So no contact order for Fatima and Isaiah. They are going to be. He has business in King County, so they request that he be allowed to travel there. The only thing, well, he's looking at prison, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Now he's going to get time served, right? So the maximum for him is 6 to 12 months. But if he's already been in jail since October, he's only going to spend like 2 months. He's going to spend like 2 months in jail. Well, he has been in jail, I should say. But I guess prison. So Mr. Keating, the only thing he asked was that they lift the condition of no contact with his wife, which she did. Judge did remove that. So the restraining order is still in place. So if she does try to contact Fatima and or Isaiah, she'll be in violation of that court order again. So do you guys agree with the verdict? What do you guys think? Do you agree with this verdict? 5% of you said absolutely yes. 9% said kind of. 22% said a bit disappointing. 63% said this was a travesty. So that's where we are right now. So go ahead and vote if you guys haven't voted already. 6 to 12 is the guideline. Judge can go higher. Northwest says. So we're going to stay here in case there's a press conference, because there's always a press conference. I would expect a press conference. So she needs a lifetime restraining order. Yep. All right, we're not going to bring politics in, guys. We're not going to bring politics into this, and I'm going to delete your comments. No politics, please. I know you guys are upset, but we're not a political channel, so no politics. And yeah, I mean, you have to respect the verdict. I mean, they heard the testimony. They didn't hear all of the test. Well, let me put it this way: they heard the testimony, but they didn't hear all the evidence. I guess that's the best way I can put it. They heard the testimony, but they didn't hear all of the backstory. So it'll be interesting to hear from the jury that when they go home and they watch the news and they hear, I'm sure they're going to see the generally the outcry, right? 60% of us we've got 64% are saying a travesty, 22% saying a bit disappointed. So what's that? 86% don't agree with this. The jury's going to see that when they go home, and then are they going to be, what are they going to do then? Are they going to be like, oh man. All right, no contact order between Ihsan and Zahraa has been lifted. They can now communicate with each other. That is true. All right, Sarcasm. Have a good night. 12 to 14 months for one count and 4 to 6 months for the second count. Christina, I didn't hear that. All I heard was 6 to 12 months. So we'll check. We'll make sure of that. We'll make sure it's accurate. I'm going to stay here until they kick me out. I'm going to stay here until they turn the lights on and kick me out. Yeah, what's this jury going to think? What's this jury going to think? I don't know. What's this jury going to think? I guess they didn't believe her. Nancy, that's a great question. They didn't believe Fatima. I don't know. Zahraa Ali will be released today. Yep, she will be released today. You went back and listened to the judge? You got better ears than I do. All I heard was, it was Mr. Keating that said 6 to 12 months. All right. I will put that in my notes. Thank you, Sarcasm. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate you. All right, Christine, I'm going to take what you said and I'm going to put that in my notes. So that we have that. I'm surprised that there are no talking heads on. Oh, here. He faces 12 months in prison time, but he's already served 8 months. All right, so that goes against what you just said, Christina. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, he only faces 6 to 12 months, but you said you heard 12 to 14 on one count and 4 to 6 on the second count. I don't know. Maybe the penalty phase will be consecutive sentences. Michael's saying. Ginny, repeat the verdict for the dad. Sure. He was found not guilty. Mr. Ali was found not guilty on attempted second-degree murder, which was count 1. He was found guilty on the next 2, counts 3 and 4. I missed count 2 because their court feed went wonky, so I didn't hear that. He was found guilty on unlawful imprisonment, which was count 3, assault in the 4th degree, count 4. Mrs. Ali was found not guilty across the board except for guilty of court order, which was count 5. So she was found, both were found not guilty of attempted second degree deletion. She was found not guilty on unlawful imprisonment, second degree assault, and burglary. Desiree, thank you for your $10 support. They didn't get to hear why Mr. Ali was trying to delete his daughter. If they did, it would be guilty all the way. Oh, I guess that's it. Oh, no, they got it. There's no way there. There's no way. Thank you, Desiree. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much. And let's see. Megan as well. I appreciate you streaming the trial. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you being with us. Thank you so much for that. Your support means a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you guys being here with us. Well, let's go see if we can find a presser somewhere else. I would think that they would play it here. Let's see. Oh, sorry. We'll stay here for a press conference. We'll stick around. We'll stay here for a press conference. Yeah, it seems like that's what I counted. 9 men, 3 women. And the last time when they talked to them, like I think it was day 4 or 5, when Mr. Leary saw when he was coming through security, and he saw one of the marshals on his computer had Court TV on. They pulled the jury, and I counted like 4 women, 8 men. So I guess I was close enough, right? Janet True, thank you very much. Squeegee of Justice, Aaron, and Mods, thank you. Shane, the verdict was Mr. Ali was not guilty for attempted second-degree deletion, count 1. We missed count 2, but I think he was not guilty. Well, here, hold on. What was count 2? Count 2 was kidnapping, it seems like. So he was not guilty on kidnapping as well. So not guilty on kidnapping. He was guilty on unlawful imprisonment, count 3, and assault, 4th degree, count 4. Mrs. Ali was not guilty for attempted second-degree deletion, assault, 2nd degree, unlawful imprisonment, burglary, but she was guilty of violation of a court order, which was count 5. So she is free. So Shane, she is free. Fatima's in Canada? I didn't know that. I didn't. Is that verifiable, you guys? If that's, yeah, I don't know if that's verifiable. You guys can verify that. Ginny says, I hope Fatima sees everyone's comments in here. Yeah, where's Josh now? Josh Wagner's been with us a couple days now. He was here today. He was with us yesterday. Josh, are you out there? Calling Josh? Josh, if you're out there, come in. Jane, you're in Canada? Iowa Backyard. Interesting verdict. Thank you for covering this. Thank you for being with us, Iowa Backyard. If you guys want to watch something completely different, Iowa Backyard has a live stream of their backyard in Iowa. And they have all kinds of little critters that show up on their stream. Alexa Rose, thank you to Squeegee, Trial TV Live, and Mods. Hope to see you soon. Thank you, Alexa. Appreciate you joining us. Dwayne, I'm so angry, so I have to keep your mouth shut. I know, Dwayne. Best not to say anything. The 6-year-old and the 3-year-old boys, they are with the uncle. That's what I believe as well. P. Cooper, oh, he was here. He was here. I missed him. So he was here, was not happy. Yeah, thanks, P. Cooper. Tattletales, thank you. It's been a pleasure watching with y'all. Have a blessed day, everyone. Thank you. Really appreciate your support. Thank you, Tattletales. Join us for the next trial. Okay, Yulia. Okay, hold on. All right, Yulia. The verdict was Dad, Mr. Ali, was not guilty on attempted second-degree deletion, and he was also not guilty on kidnapping. He was guilty on unlawful imprisonment, which was count 3, and assault, 4th degree, count 4. Mrs. Ali was not guilty for attempted second-degree deletion, assault, 2nd degree, unlawful imprisonment. Burglary, she was not guilty, but she was guilty of violating the court order, which still remains in place. So she remains in place. The court order that Fatima and Isaiah have remains in place. So she's out. She's out right now. She is out right now. Billy, Mods and Squeegee, you guys are the best. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Father will do 1 year. Yeah, he's already been in jail for 10 months or so. So we'll see if we'll see what happens with that. His sentencing is August 18th at 9 o'clock, which would be noon Eastern. So we'll cover it. We will definitely cover his sentencing. JMS, what is the next trial? Great question. Because today is Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, maybe we'll do, because there's no trials that are being shown this week. This was like the only trial really that's around. So we'll do The Ego Takes the Stand. If you guys have caught any of that, we've done 2 episodes. It's basically we've been streaming on days off when live court is off. We stream when the ego takes the stand. So it's basically people that have taken the stand in their own defense. So let me think for a second. Richard, I just want to say, Richard, thank you for the guitar picks. Really appreciate that. Once again, you guys, Richard was kind enough. He gave me some guitar picks. So appreciate the guitar picks, Richard. Thank you so much. And Richard has a channel. You guys can go check out Richard in the Kitchen. He's got some good stuff going on there. Adelson for sure. Wait, hold on. Rachel, yep, we're going to do Donna. She starts the 19th. What about Houston Denker? Is that still on? All right, we're going to check the Houston Danker. That was the Karina Cooper. You guys remember Karina Cooper about a month ago? She was the wife, and Houston Danker was like 20 years. Her senior, no, 20 years younger than him, and they apparently had an affair, and husband was shot. So we're definitely covering Donna for sure. We will absolutely be covering Donna Adelson. So between Donna and now, tomorrow we're going to do When the Ego Takes the Stand because there's no trials going on. So we'll see what's happening on Monday. Is that Binny or Biney? Binny? Hey guys, enjoying your stream with y'all. Thank you for that. Binny Ilsley. Thank you. Yolies says, I hope Fatima is long gone. Isaiah and family need protection too. Isaiah has a 1,000-foot protection order. So he does. Chantel Menendez brothers parole hearing coming up. All right. Cover Turtles trial. If it's streamed, maybe. We'll see. Sherry M, thank you very much for all you do. Thank you, Sherry. We appreciate you too. Appreciate that. Big Bear MG, why not look for a court live hearing now in Canada? Do you see how our system functions? It would be different, rather interesting. Canada doesn't stream, right? If Canada streamed, we would definitely be streaming. Joan says, love the ego programs. Yes, join us for When the Ego Takes the Stand. D3K2, thanks for the stream and convo. Appreciate it. Alexa Rose, love ego. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? And Rich Auntie says, that was sweet, Richard. Billy Moore, sorry, missed the Verdict Live, but all y'all are the best. Thanks, Billy. Always nice to have you. Seeking Justice, thank you. Dwayne, stop speculating where Fatima might be. Why not draw Mr. Ali a map? I know, right? Yulia, what's the maximum sentence the parents can get? Well, Mrs. Ali is off. She's off. She's off. She's free. She's a free woman right now. She's walking out the courtroom. Mr. Ali faces, well, we have conflicting viewpoints on that. I heard 6 to 12 months, but others are saying 12 to 14 for one count and 4 to 6 for the other. So not 100% sure. He's already served almost a year, so. According to Google, Widespread Panic says unlawful imprisonment is a Class C felony. The penalties can include up to 5 years with a fine of $10,000. With it being a felony, he might be deported. Trial Channel, Houston on the 12th. Yep. Right now, Houston Danker, for now, Trial Channel, right now, Houston Danker is the 12th of August. That is correct. And August 19th for Donna. That is correct as well. Chris says, hey, Chris, what about Texas versus Billy Delgado? That's over with. They finished that yesterday. We could do a rewatch of that. Trial Channel, absolutely Donna, for sure. We absolutely are doing Donna Adelson. We were absolutely going to do Donna Adelson. Arwen says, were they convicted of assault? No, she didn't get convicted of anything. The only thing was her violation of the court order. He was guilty of unlawful imprisonment and he was guilty of assault in the 4th degree. Assault in the 4th degree. So. Ara-chan, is that how you say it? Ar-Chan. Thank you, Squeegee, for hosting this and bringing sanity to this case. Thank you. Appreciate that. Darlene says, question, is there a restraining order for Fatima? Yes, because the state requested that the no contact order for the 2 victims in this case remain in place. So we know Isaiah already had one where the real victim is totally Fatima. So I would say yes. I'm going to go with yes. Right, Shirley, and that took them 19 hours. Well, here's the thing, you guys, with jurors. Like when we agree, what time tomorrow Aussie's saying? I don't know, maybe 10 or 11 East Coast, Eastern time. We'll go with like 10. That's going to be like 10 o'clock Eastern time. So Irene, thank you. Sad about this verdict. Checking out. It's 11:47. Have a good night. Thank you, Irene. Appreciate it. So here's the thing. I'm not happy with the verdict either. I don't agree with it, but I respect the jury. You know, because when the jury gets it right, we're like, yeah, and when the jury gets it wrong, we're like, boo. You know, so you got to go to the middle of the road. You got to be like, hey, it's the jury. They looked at the evidence. They didn't look at, and they looked at the testimony. No, they didn't hear the entire backstory. Did they get it right? They got it right according to them. According to them, I want to hear from them. I would love. If there's anybody that knows the juror, or if the juror is listening, if you guys want to come on and talk to us, we would love to have you. Would love to have your input and see, hear what went on for those 19 hours. Chris, you taking off? Have a good night, man. Good night, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm assuming that, please forgive me for saying man. Have a good night, Chris. Thank you all for a great job on your channel playing guitar. No problem. That was very enjoyable. See you tomorrow. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. Cheryl, great question. Think Fatima will make an impact statement? That's a great question. That is a great question. Yeah. Josh, are you here? Wondering your thoughts? Chantel, if you want to watch a defendant take the stand, which we do, who was found not guilty because of it, I recommend Danielle Redlick. She deleted her stepdad turned husband. Oh my. Oh, I'm definitely writing that down. hold the phone on that. I'm absolutely going to write that one down. Wait a minute. That's a good one. Thank you for that, Chantel. Danielle Redlick. And that's Chantel. Okay, thank you for that. That's that one definitely want to watch that one. We got to find out about that one. All right. Appreciate that. Thanks. I know, Ellen. I know. Well, you have to respect the jury's decision, right? I mean, we can't go pitchforks and torches on them. We have to respect them. We can't play both sides. We can't say, yay, they got the verdict right when we agree with it, and boo, they got the verdict wrong when we don't. I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. I'm just saying, I just respect it. I can't say I don't agree with it. I'll say that. I'm going to be like, I think that there was definitely some other, yeah, I would have voted guilty, but I think for me, Mr. Ali I would definitely have gotten him guilty on attempted deletion. I would have definitely said guilty there. Mrs. Ali, I would have said unlawful imprisonment and burglary. I for sure would have gotten her on a couple of those charges. I did not see enough evidence that showed me that she was attempting to delete Fatima, even though I personally didn't see that, because Fatima didn't seem like, I don't know, I would have got Dad for sure. I think I would have gotten him unattempted. I don't know how they didn't catch that. That one's a head scratcher for me. I don't know how they got that. But I'll respect their decision. Because what else can we do? What else can we do? Well, Brenda, that's your opinion, and I respect that. And what can we do? It is what it is. You don't have to respect it. I'm not saying you have to respect it. I'm just saying it is what it is. What else are we going to do? Are we going to pitchforks and torches out? I suppose we could, but then we turn into something that I don't think we should. Big Bear MG, give respect is to earn it, and they sure did not earn it. They gave him nothing, but again, as I said, I don't have to respect, and I will not pretend to, however, comments. Not quite sure what that is. That kind of got cut off. Oh, you cannot, and pretend to, however, comments I can withhold. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you guys all have your opinions. That's the great thing about life. We all can express our opinions. Respect is not the proper word. It should be accept. Yeah. All right. We'll go with that. We'll go with accept. Accept their decision. I guess that is a better way to put it, Michael. Thank you. We accept it. We don't have to respect it. All right. I can get with that. Widespread. I live in the suburbs. I don't even have a pitchfork. Then you can bring the flame. You can bring the fire. We need fire, right? Tara says these verdicts are a direct result of a judge not letting the full picture come in. Terrible. Come on, Court TV. Are you going to show? Maybe there's not going to be a press conference. Well, we'll stay here until 7. I'm sure 7 o'clock something's going to happen. Aussie, you have a pitchfork for the garden? I used to have a pitchfork. There you go. Dwayne's got the flame. Dwayne's got the flame. Lucy says, I don't accept it, nor do you have to. Nobody's saying that you have to. Wheela, I'll bring the tiki torches from my backyard. There you go. Melissa, I live way out in country. I have plenty of pitchforks. Mallory, you missed it. You missed it. I'll say it again. Cynthia, I'm a country girl who does own a pitchfork. Oh, all right. This is all right, so it looks like the feed has been cut. So they've cut the feed, so that's it. As far as there's no press conference, I can't believe there's not a press conference. I guess there's no press conference. All right, if there's a press conference tomorrow, we'll show it. All right, you guys, I guess that's it. Oh, whoa, Mallory, hold on. Mallory, okay, so Mr. Ali was not guilty. Here, let's go over here. So Mallory, this is for you. All right, we're not going to get into politics, so I'm going to delete that. Where is it? Let me see, hold on. All right, so where is Mallory? Hold on. Mallory, where are you? Okay, Mallory, this is for you. Mr. Ali was found not guilty for second-degree deletion right there. So that's count 1. He was found not guilty for attempted first-degree kidnapping. That's count 2. Count 3, he was found unlawful imprisonment, which I guess is the second. I'm not sure. I got to change those. Maybe they changed. I don't know. So he was found, okay, not guilty on second-degree attempted. He was found guilty of unlawful imprisonment and assault in the 4th degree. Mrs. Ali was found not guilty in attempted second-degree deletion. She was found not guilty for assault second degree. She was found not guilty for unlawful imprisonment, count 3. She was found not guilty for burglary, count 4. And she was found guilty of violation of court order, count 5. So basically, he was found guilty for unlawful imprisonment and assault in 4th degree. She was found guilty for violation of the court order. There were nine men, 3 women. She's free, so she's free right now. So she's out the door. She's walking. She's out the door, and he has a sentencing. Mr. Ali has a sentencing August. What did I say? 18th. Where is it? August 18th at 9 a.m., which is a Monday. So, that's the week of Donna Adelson. It's the day before. Wait a minute. She said she likes to do it on a Monday. The 18th is a Tuesday. Just screwed that up. All right, so the 18th is not a Monday. Unless I got my dates wrong. Are my dates wrong? Let me make sure. August 18th is a Monday. Oh, I screwed that up. All right. That's my bad. I gotta fix the that. Mallory, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm so disappointed in the verdict. I know. We all are. Thank you, Mallory. Appreciate your support. Thank you. What's the time he faces then? Well, that's conflicting. I heard 6 to 12 months on assault 2. Others heard 12 to 14 months for one count and 4 to 6 months on the second count. So I'm not sure, to be quite honest. But he's already been in for, 10 months. I can't believe there's hold on, let me just see if there's any news. Let me go here. Let me see if I can find some website. I'm just reading, trying to find something. There's Como. That's all I got. KOMO is the only one that's talking about it. Let me come here. See if anybody's talking about it. Doesn't seem like it. It's really funny. Nobody's really talking about this trial. I don't get it. Huh. All right. Amy, any new trials coming up soon? Nothing major. Donna Adelson will be on the 19th. Houston Danker is going to be the 12th. That's the Karina Cooper. Remember that one? With the husband that was shot when he was sleeping. Houston Danker is the lover of Karina Cooper. So that one. Tomorrow we're going to do The Ego Takes the Stand. So definitely check that out. We'll probably start around 10 tomorrow, 10 Eastern. And then Monday next week is a brand new week. So we'll see what's on. If nothing's on, maybe we'll do that Texas Delgado where he shot his, maybe we'll watch that. We'll see. Nothing right now is on the horizon other than Donna Adelson. Dwayne, they ignored court order directions. Yes, they did. Blatantly. Elizabeth, there's a reason no one is talking about this trial. All right, before I let you guys go, let me end the poll. We will end our poll. Nanar, love the ego. Thank you, Nan. Yeah, that was Erin's idea. It was great. She comes up with a good idea every once in a while. She comes up with way more ideas than I ever come up with. All right, so do you agree with the verdicts? 60% said this was a travesty. 23% said a bit disappointed. 8% said kind of, and 6% said absolutely yes. Interesting. Oh, Dwayne, yeah, the Ollies won't follow court orders. I wonder what this jury's going to say or think when they go home. They're going to see some kind of news coverage of it. And they're going to hear about this. Janet True, yes, Houston Danker. Yeah, he's coming up on the 12th. Hopefully, he may, who knows what's going to happen. Linda says, thank you for the stream. Thank you. She married me. Yes, Nanar. Yes, she did. Let's see. Spencer needs way more attention. What's Spencer? Which one is Spencer? Oh, catch up on Montana. Yeah, but nobody's covering it. Nobody's streaming it. I should say, Janet. Nobody's streaming it. All I saw was, is somebody streaming it? What's that Montana trial? Return murder. Yeah, Court TV was covering it, but it was so choppy. Like nobody's covering it. See, that's the thing. We could cover it. Nope, that's 2 years ago. 7 years ago. The dentist, no, this is, return mail murder trial. Court TV was doing it, but they kept cutting in and out. Because we were watching their feed, so there's no like just straight feed. Lucy H, play some guitar for us. I did earlier. All right, Woker, peace and love, peace and love. Get you on the next one, folks. Be well. All right. All right, so we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. With that, you guys, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you for watching us. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you again for being with us through this trial. You helped the channel grow both in subscribers and as people, because there was this was an emotional trial. And there were many days where you had us, really struggling on what to do, meaning do we, how do we deal with this? How do we deal with this? How do we deal with that? So I really appreciate you guys helping us grow as a channel, both in subscribers and as people and as individuals and as a group in a whole, as a community. So definitely appreciate that. Court TV is covering it. Today they were kind of off and on. They were on Gary Busey. They were like all over the map. So if we can get a clean stream on it, maybe we might pick up on that. We'll see. Anyway, guys, tomorrow we'll probably do The Ego Takes the Stand, I guess. Yeah, that seems to be the only one. All right, guys, thank you. Thank you to Erin for all she does. Thank you to our fantastic moderators. They do a fantastic job. And thank you, as always. I'm going to leave you with Super Ball. So Super Ball is right here. Super Ball is hanging out, chilling. And Polly's back there. Got little Polly back there. Is there anybody else around? Oh, got a little munchkin over there. Little munchkin there. Oh, got a little munchkin back here. There's a little munchkin back there. So, all right, guys. Thanks for watching Trial TV Live. I'm the Squeegee of Justice. We will see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. Bye.